Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Hagoromo trained Naruto from beginning? Part 2. Go and check out Fist Part. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Day 8. Naruto was nervous for the meeting, despite having met the old man just the night before. What sat past that door was going to determine his future. After his mock battle with Hiruzen and his mother, he was found far from lacking in terms of the combat department. The results from the written exams were also exemplary. He shouldn't have anything to worry about, yet still he worried. Not of failure. He'd failed far too many times before to care about that. He'd live and he'd learn. What he was worried about was letting the old man down, of letting his mother down. No matter the reason, now that he had them back in his life, he wasn't sure how he'd feel should he somehow disappoint them. It's now or never. He pushed open the door. He still had his henge on, a cautious reminder that no one here truly knew who he was yet. Aside from a few, he was but a stranger in a new land. What people would do for his eyes? Even if a transplanted Rinnegan proved far less useful than one organically grown. He needed to be careful and remain on his guard at all times. But now, the interloper is beginning to step into the light. It was a first, heedful step, only showing his toes and never revealing what lies behind the shadows. GG. Naruto greeted, to the old man's amusement and the hiding Umbu's confusion. They'd never seen this teenager before, yet he acts as if he'd known the Hokage for a length of time, such was their familiarity. Hiruzen nodded in greeting. Everyone out. Like he was talking to the air. Nothing changed, but Naruto knew that, just like that, most if not all the Umbu within the walls were gone. Naruto gave his grandfather figure a knowing smile as the old man activated the privacy seal. So, how did I do? Naruto asked. Hiruzen chuckled. Getting right into it, are we, Naruto? Naruto didn't say anything in return, but the fire in his eyes told Hiruzen everything he needed to know. There was resolve there. There was the will of fire, burning brighter than any he'd seen before. A will for peace and prosperity to all ninjas. Hiruzen leaned down to open up a drawer from his desk. He picked up a bulky package and laid it on the table. Naruto stared at it. Open it, Hiruzen said gently, and if Naruto didn't know, he'd have sworn that he heard relief in the old man's voice. As if handing whatever it was in the package to him had set a load off his shoulders. Hi, Naruto responded, and with trembling fingers, untied the cloth package. He gasped when he saw what was inside. It was a standard Chunin uniform, one that was worn even by jonins. It contained a dark blue undershirt and pants as well as a green flak jacket. Beneath the uniform lay a Konoha headband, displaying its symbol like a beacon of pride. Does this mean I pass? Naruto asked, his voice shaking with emotion. Am I a jonin? There was no small amount of pride in Hiruzen's response. Well, yes and no. You have passed both aspects of the jonin test, and will be of jonin rank in all but name, eh? Naruto retorted. What do you mean? Hiruzen smiled apologetically. While your jonin promotion is guaranteed, it will not be immediate. Having a ninja appear out of nowhere and becoming a jonin from the blue is bound to raise suspicion not just in the many factions of Konoha, but from other villages as well, so for now, you will be registered as a chunin. Naruto's shoulders drooped a tiny bit. I see. So I'll be chunin for a period of time then? Though it is a promotion from being an eternal genin, I suppose. Hiruzen chuckled. We must make your promotion to jonin to seem organic. A chunin promotion is common enough to give to talented individuals who fled from other villages, but jumping an entire 2 ranks, in genin and chunin, to go straight to jonin is suspicious, especially for someone your age. I understand. Naruto responded, before cheering up a moment later. I can be patient, Databeo. As long as you let me take high-ranking missions, there won't be much difference anyway. Hiruzen chuckled before getting up. We'll discuss more about this soon. I'll walk you home. Come. Naruto opened the door with Hiruzen right behind him, eager to tell his mother the good news. Before he could say anything, he was engulfed in a bone-crushing hug. You've done it, my wonderful son. Naruto was only stunned for a minute before he hugged his mother back, laughing. You didn't doubt me for a bit, did you? Never, Kushina said, pulling away from him to peer into his eyes. Amethyst meeting dark violet. I'll always believe in you, son. Naruto's cheeks almost fell off his face from how much space his smile had occupied. Thanks, Mom, but I'm not jonin just yet. Apparently my promotion will be delayed to burn out any suspicions. For now, I'll be stuck as a chunin. Hiruzen coughed. We still have to discuss what lies in store for you in the future. Kushina nodded. That's right, you don't have to rush into danger as a jonin just yet. We have time to figure out what to do from here. Naruto was confused. I just go back on duty, right? What's the big deal? Hiruzen, who was smoking, almost spat his pipe out. Kushina looked at her son as if he was crazy. We don't expect you to work right away, Naruto, Hiruzen said. For now, let's sit at the table. They did just that. So what's the plan then? Naruto asked. After all that you've been through, especially from a war as gruesome as the one we saw in your vision, you deserve some autonomy over your duties in this village, preferably some rest time. Hiruzen lit his pipe once again, taking another puff. That's right, Kushina added. I've already discussed much of it with Hiruzen in our meetings. We've agreed that, should you pass the test and become a jonin, you're to sign a contract of no obligation, meaning that you're going to be considered effectively retired and out of duty. Naruto's mouth fell open. But, let me finish, son, Kushina continued. Naruto nodded. You can still take missions, but the Hokage simply can't order you to. Though, instead of being paid a salary, meeting quotas and taking bonuses from completed missions, you'll just make money out of 50% of the mission rewards and pay the rest back to Konoha. You'll make your living that way, though I suspect with the high pay of A to S ranks, you'll be making a fortune from it, especially if you decide to take on bounties as well, of which you'll be paid 100% of the rewards. Naruto processed all of this. So to put it simply, while I have more power to do whatever mission, whenever I want, I won't be having that insured salary to fall back on should missions get scarce or when I'm unavailable. Hiruzen nodded. Exactly, though I added in a clause where you have to try and defend your homeland should it be invaded. That's obvious, Databao, Naruto responded. Like I'd ever let anything happen to Konoha, Hiruzen smiled. In the meantime, these special conditions in the contract will make you a special jonin when you eventually get promoted. Is that agreeable? Naruto thought over it one more time before nodding. Hi. Hiruzen laid out the contract in front of Naruto, and after a brief scan, he signed it with his signature and a fingerprint. Oh, and one more thing, Kushina added. Yes? Naruto inquired, raising an eyebrow. This just so happens to be the same contract I signed years ago, Kushina said, smiling. I'll be your partner in your missions. Naruto's eyes widened. Eh? But you'll be in danger, and you won't be? Kushina shot back. I can take care of myself, Naruto retorted. I just had you back in my life I can't afford to lose. You think I don't feel the same? Kushina snapped, silencing him. Her eyes watered, becoming glassy. After all these years, do you know what I wish for on the anniversary of your death? On your birthday? That I would have the chance to just see you again one last time, and guess what? You just walked into my home the day after that. Naruto's eyes widened. He didn't realize the significance in the timing of his appearance here. There were just so many things going on, with the war ending to fighting Sasuke, that his birthday flew right by him, and he'd forgotten all about it. He even considered himself to be 16 the entire time. That's a coincidence, right? Kushina finished for him. Still, I cannot help but think that Kami had granted me mercy, and I'll be damned if something happens to you on your missions. No, I won't have it. It's either the two of us, or I'm chaining you up and putting you in my basement. Naruto gulped, knowing his mother was completely serious. I understand, Mom. It's you and me against the world then. Kushina let a tear fall before she stood up, walked over, and hugged him once more. My son. You've brought life into me again. Hiruzen watched it all play out with heartache. He'd been reminded of his own family, of his late wife, his children and grandchildren. The love that Kushina had for Naruto. It was all understandable. How much would Hiruzen give to have his wife back in his life? Almost everything. After they both calmed down, Hiruzen cleared his throat, catching their attention. All that's left to do is to introduce you to the Chunin and Jonin cohort, I suppose. Can't have people question your rank legitimacy. Now that we've cleared out all the prerequisites, I'm sure there are questions from many coming your way once your identity is made known. Plus all the spiders that will tag along. All three knew what that meant. Root ninja. I'll see it personally that I'll clean up their quarters, Ji-chan, Naruto said. He smiled warmly. I can rely on you to take over a nation by yourself, Naruto. I'll make it an official mission for you with deserving pay should you capture them. Seeing the existence of Sai from your memories, I wonder if it's not too late for some to recover from Danzo's brainwashing. I'll handle it, Ji-chan, Naruto said, then meeting his mother's glare continued. We'll handle it, Ji-chan. Hiruzen chuckled. Perfect. Now I'll assemble a few Chunin, Jonin and active Umbu for a meeting this afternoon so that they can verify your identity and rank should anything happen to me. Prepare yourself for introductions. Hi, Naruto said, agreeing, but nothing will happen to you, Ji-chan. I won't allow it. Hiruzen gave a thankful nod. It's in regards to who you'll be introduced as, Hiruzen added. I didn't want to have to bring this up again, but in terms of DNA testing, you're not considered an Uzumaki in this world. So Uzumaki Naruto is out of the question. Kushina huffed at that as Hiruzen continued. It simply wouldn't hold up for clan purposes in the long run. Kushina sighed while Naruto thought of it. What do we do then? I've already sort of said that I was related to my mother in some way to my friends. We can fix that by saying that your true heritage was classified. But do you know what the strange thing is? Naruto and Kushina both looked curious. I asked my private researcher to run the DNA test once again, making the results an operation in S-rank secret, just to check who you may be related to in this world. As it turns out, the testing ran for longer than we thought, using samples of nearly all the DNA within the database. We were surprised at his closest relation, as well as what it meant. What is it? Naruto asked, eager to know. Hiruzen chuckled. You're related to one of the longest samples of DNA we've reserved, dating all the way back to the Warring Era. You're apparently a Hagoromo. Naruto and Kushina fell silent at that. Little was known about the Hagoromo clan or their origins aside from its shared moniker to one of Kagaya's sons. The very person who had a hand in sending Naruto here. What a weird coincidence. The only information I have on them at the time was that they were allied to the Uchiha clan and had a hand in the death of Senju Kawurama, Hashirama's brother. It was the death that sparked it all for the creation of Konoha, as Hashirama and Madara had encountered the body and viewed it as a pointless casualty. Of course, the dream of peace was righteous yet fickle looking back. Even united, there was always still someone to fight. Hiruzen reflected. GG. In my world, even the villages whose grudges dated back decades came together to face a unified threat. Peace is possible, Naruto said. Hiruzen shook his head. It's only possible temporarily. There will always be disagreement, and a small number of the group whose hatred can spark dire consequences. Sometimes, through the passing of generational leaders, the new, more radical ones will call for war to establish a new status quo. That's an awfully pessimistic way to look at things, Hiruzen, Kushina said. It is the view that was beaten into me over my decades as the Hokage. War is necessary, as they say. It's an unbreakable cycle until the world can gain complete understanding of one another. A world where justice is universal and not subjective upon local beliefs. But I hope that you will prove me wrong one day, Naruto. Naruto only gave him a determined look, as if realizing he was going on a tangent. Hiruzen snapped out of it. Sorry. Like I was saying, your DNA seemed to match that of a Hagoromo's, so it's a name you have the option of taking. And a clan you have an option of restoring. It's old and prestigious, a large faction in the Warring Era that has died out for unknown reasons. Naruto and Kushina looked at each other. What do you think, Mom? Naruto asked. I am unwilling to consider you anything less than my adopted stepson, Kushina firmly stated. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at the new development but didn't question it. It was up to them to figure out what their relationship was. Of course, Naruto responded, but publicly it would be safer for me to adorn an unknown clan name, wouldn't it? Compared to a name that's established like Uzumaki and Namake's. I still don't like it. Kushina muttered. Then she looked into his worried eyes before giving him a sad smile. But your safety will always be my number one priority, son, so I suppose you can use Hagoromo as your clan name in public, though you'll always be an Uzumaki at heart, Databane. Naruto smiled at that. Forever and always. Seems like everything worked out in the end, hasn't it? I look forward to working with both of you, Hiruzen responded, coming to a conclusion. Both smiled in response to that. Also, in regards to your eyes, considering the importance of the Rinnegan, and the fact that it won't just turn back to the original blue ones you had once you stopped channeling chakra into them, we need to figure out a way of hiding it. Actually, I have a temporary solution for that, Kushina said. Remember how you told me that with a little bit of chakra channeling, you could see through your palms that one time? Naruto nodded. Kushina got up to receive something, and once she got back, she handed over a piece of black cloth, oddly shaped to look like a blindfold. Wait, it was a blindfold. With his keen eyes, he could see the array of seals on its surface, written in the same colored ink as the cloth. These blindfolds are sealed to always stay on you unless you take it off. It also blocks the see-through vision of other digitsus like the Byakugan from one side but not the other, allowing you to see through it just fine, Kushina explained. I asked Hinata to test that part out. It also has some more features. Naruto tried it on, tying it around his head. He could feel the seals activating, shaping the cloth to the contours of his nose and eyelids. He channeled chakra through the Rinnegan and sure enough, he could see his mother as well as his surrogate grandfather as plain as day. This is amazing, Kushina nodded. Although I miss your baby blues and, well, the ability to make eye contact with you, I think this is a good look on you. Makes you seem mysterious. I agree, Hiruzen said, chuckling, though now the headband seems a bit crowded to wear on your forehead. Naruto thought about it, then he went over and grabbed it from the package, before tying it semi-loosely around his neck. There. What did you think? Kushina loved it. So did Hiruzen. Kakashi was always late. But the moment he heard that Kushina Uzumaki was involved in this meeting, he made sure to be on time. The wife of his late sensei was one of the only few people who he feared would make him regret not showing up on time, no matter his reasons. Some members of his Jonin cohort were present, all he was familiar with, as well as a few Chunins including Yumino Irika and the Kotetsu and Izumo duo. All in all, there were around 15 total who were present. Kakashi couldn't help but notice that everyone here was known to have a good reputation and were trustworthy as secret carriers. Seems like a pretty important meeting, wonder what's happening, he muttered. Kakashi, my eternal rival. Guy called out, approaching him, I see that you, too, have no idea what this is all about. Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurinai, Hate Gekko, Genmai Shirani and Mitarashi Enko approached, joining them. I'm telling you, he didn't say a word about this to me, Asuma said, scowling at Enko who'd asked him that for the third time. They were all in the Hokage's office, and it was becoming a bit crowded. Kakashi had no doubt that there were more Anbu hidden within the walls. It wasn't a moment later before Hiruzen entered his office and made his way towards his desk. When he faced all of them, he began. Greetings, my fellow Chunin, Jonin and Anbu. Thank you all for making it this morning on such short notice. I have a very quick but important announcement, and for Shinobi Corps verification purposes, you are all here. Everyone straightened at that. They all knew that this meant an induction of someone new, normally from outside of the village, into their ranks. Hiruzen smiled, seeing their understanding. Through various circumstances that happened to align, I will be honored to introduce a new member to our forces today. He has passed the necessary requirements conducted personally by myself, and has shown extraordinary proficiency in the shinobi arts. Everyone was disciplined enough not to murmur and bicker like children in the middle of an announcement, but the same thing went through everyone's mind. Being personally tested by the Hokage meant passing his standards as a shinobi. And Hiruzen's standards were notoriously high. Whoever it was that was being announced was a promising prospect that was soon to be one of them. You may enter now, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said to the door. Whoever it was that they expected, they didn't expect someone who seemed to be so young, nor did they expect that he would be wearing a blindfold. His appearance was startling, wearing a simple black zip-up jacket and orange utility pants. Faint, barely perceptible lines of what seemed to be whisker-like birthmarks were present on his face. He had blonde hair that reminded Kakashi of his late sensei, making him wonder if there were any relation between them. The eerie way in which the cloth covered his eyes but was still of no impediment to his ability to navigate to where the Hokage was gesturing, showed that he either had extraordinary senses or a Kekkei Genkai that helped him know where he was. Or he simply wasn't blind at all. Then there was also his bandaged arm, indicating the boy had been through something that caused him a grievous wound. What was the story behind that? Kakashi wondered. Hiruzen continued on with the backstory they all agreed upon. May I introduce to you a young man that has sought sanctuary within this village a few years ago, whose presence I have kept a secret to ensure his protection and privacy. Now, he has sworn our shinobi oath and will be one of us. I've interviewed and verified his veracity personally, along with a full memory walk conducted by Yamanaka Inoichi, of which he has purged from himself as per protocol. This is Hagoromo Naruto, our newest Chunin. A pin drop could be heard in the silence that reigned from the crowd. Hagoromo? Kakashi thought, a name so familiar yet only came up in stories of old. It seemed that most had realized it as well. That's right, Hiruzen continued. Vigorous DNA testing has been done to confirm his blood lineage, which dates all the way back to the Warring States era. The Hagoromo were thought to be extinct, and knowledge of their abilities were lost to the test of time. We are in luck, then, to gain a new member to our family, especially one with an ancient clan name behind him. Perhaps he could establish his clan anew. Hiruzen then turned towards the assembled shinobi again. Naruto has currently stayed within the Uzumaki household the last couple of years, training under Uzumaki Kushina. Everyone's eyes widened when Kushina entered the door. She had been so reclusive these last few years that she was only ever seen buying groceries. Nonetheless, her appearance was a stark contrast to the withered and perpetually tired Uzumaki Kushina that they once knew. She looked healthy again, not to mention she was smiling, and seemed to be happy. The once revered beauty of the Uzumaki matriarch had slightly diminished over the years, yet she was still considered one of the most beautiful women in the entire elemental nations. Now that she seemed to be a decade younger, she was the clear-cut winner. There was no comparison to the sheer radiance that she was exhiberating. A fine morning to you all, everyone, Kushina said as she came to stand near the new Chunin. As Hiruzen had said, I have cared for Naruto for the past few years, and I can without a doubt ensure that he is a man of integrity and loyalty, not just to Konoha but to his friends and loved ones. Naruto had begun to blush as Lady Uzumaki complimented him. Kushina continued in a tone that broke no argument to the words she said next. He has become like a second son to me, a chance that was taken away from me so long ago. He is under the full protection of the Uzumaki clan, and diminished as we are, do spread the word to your colleagues that crossing him would mean crossing me. There was an unerring warning in that last sentence. Kakashi hadn't heard such resolve and life in Kushina since the tragedy more than a decade and a half ago. There was power in her voice, her posture, her eyes, and a promise of retribution. There was no doubt within everyone's mind that Uzumaki Kushina was back to full strength. The Red Habanero, the wife of the fourth, the goddess of seals, the S-ranked ninja. The Red Flash. The one who reaps in the darkness. It was a delighted murmuring that unfolded, too surprised by the news everyone was to care about decorum. It made Hiruzen chuckle that a group of disciplined ninjas could gossip like teenage girls when hit with news so impactful towards their profession. Another powerhouse of Konoha had returned to them. Little did they know that the real monster was the youngest person in the room, who was stretching his head in shyness. "May I have your attention please, everyone," Hiruzen stated, and the moment the last word left his mouth, everyone was quiet again. "Now, although young and inexperienced, please treat our new member to the core as your own. Make him feel welcomed. That's all for today." With that, everyone filed out of the Hokage's office, leaving only Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai. Normally in these types of induction processes, it would require the 15 ninjas present to inform their colleagues and make sure word gets around about the new member, just in case the lack of recognition would lead to some misunderstood arrests, thinking the unidentified newbie was a spy pretending to be a Konoha shinobi. Good thing that Kakashi's group of friends were famously revered amongst their cohort, so bringing the newbie around with them for a day or two should be enough for the majority to take note of him. The boy Naruto gave a wave and a cheerful smile to the rest of the group remaining. "Hello everyone. Nice to meet you all, Databale," the boy shouted in greeting, much like Kushina indeed. Everyone thought, "Yash." Guy cried out, "How youthful of an introduction you made, Naruto-kun." Naruto, blindfolded and all, seemed to have spotted Guy, who was giving Naruto a thumbs up and a beaming smile. "Oh. Thanks, bushy brows." Guy tripped on his feet and fell headfirst to the floor. Kakashi and his group snickered at the nickname. So he isn't blind after all. In the Chunin and Jonin lounge, Naruto went and formally shook hands with everyone he came across, introducing himself time and time again without even a dip in his enthusiasm. Most returned that enthusiasm with bright smiles and warm welcomes, though a few remained indifferent, seeming skeptical that one of his age would already be Chunin. It was hardly the first time that a talented individual, especially those close to the Kage of their respective nations, received special treatment, and was fast-tracked past the minimum age of the Ethics Pact, but all would be fine if he laid low for a year until he was 18. It wasn't like it was obvious that he was younger than 18 at first glance. Doubt and skepticism wasn't something Naruto wasn't used to. He'd show his worth eventually. Kakashi looked on in curiosity, thinking of how much Naruto seemed to resemble Minato. He looked almost exactly like him, but with shorter hair and a more tanned complexion. Other than that, it was like he was the son of Minato and Kushina. But that simply wasn't possible. He saw the baby when he was buried. He confirmed his death. Besides, he didn't remember seeing whisker marks on the baby. Nor had the baby been named before his early departure from this world. But the similarities were there. Kakashi kept his thoughts to himself, but made a note to question Hiruzen about it. He had drifted away from Lady Kushina ever since his sensei's death, and he missed speaking with her, and now he was uncomfortable to start doing so. Hopefully, whoever this new kid was, he wouldn't be too much trouble. Naruto muttered, looking at the bounty board. His mother had gone home first, apparently busy with a project of hers that she wanted to keep secret from him. "Yo, Naruto-kun," Guy said as he approached him. "Oh. Hey there, Guy-san," Naruto responded. Guy said, "Now that you've been around for a bit, and people know who you are now, what are you planning on doing?" Naruto thought for a moment, then he shrugged. "I'm really not sure. Perhaps I'm going to start with some D or C ranks to take it easy." "Did you need something from me in particular?" "Hi," Guy said enthusiastically. "I was hoping that if you have the time, I'd like to introduce you to my team that I've just recently recruited. Perhaps seeing someone of similar age make it to Chunin will provide them with the necessary motivation to ignite their flames of youth." Naruto's sweat dropped. "I don't mind, I guess." "Great. I'm excited that the flames of youth will continue to spread amongst our peers." Naruto had already gotten used to this boisterousness because it was like he was dealing with another Lee. Or was Lee just another guy? Naruto shuddered at the idea of green spandex-wearing ninjas duplicating until the end of time. What Naruto didn't know was that there was more to this harmless request than he thought. "Lee, Guy-sensei, Lee, Guy-sensei." The two master and disciple hugged in greeting. Naruto felt his heart almost stop at the sight of his old friends again. Lee was at the forefront of the group, now in Guy's arms. Then there was Tenten and Niji. He still had that scowl on his face as if telling the world that he was perpetually pissed off. He had reason to, as Naruto discovered, but he wondered that with his absence in this universe, would there be anyone to help the bitter Hyuga with his problems? Naruto could only hope that this world's Neji would come into the same understanding as the one in his world had. If he didn't, then Naruto would try his best to help him once more. Even if it meant beating some sense into him. Literally. Besides, Naruto had something to say about that caged bird seal. He needed to speak to his mother about it at some point, with her being the primary seal master of Konoha. It was an atrocious use of Fuinjutsu. Naruto waved his hand in greeting. Hey there. How's everyone doing? He received a wave back from Tenten, a side-eye from Neji, and an enthusiastic, good morning. Are you another youthful follower of Gai-sensei? From Lee. Naruto chuckled. Not quite, but I have nothing but respect for him, and from what I see, you'll fill his shoes quite nicely in the future. What a youthful response! Lee exclaimed. Guy chuckled, grinning and showing off his pearly white teeth. Let me introduce you. Team Guy, this is Hagoromo Naruto, a newly promoted Chunin amongst our ranks. Chunin? Lee and Tenten exclaimed. Neji just scowled. Amazing, Lee said, you barely look older than us. Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. I got a bit lucky, if you can look at it that way. I've been put through quite the ringer. You guys will catch up sooner than you realize. Lee channeled, how youthful Naruto-san. Naruto waved his hand. You can just call me Naruto or Naruto-kun. We're practically the same age after all. Lee nodded enthusiastically. Well then, Naruto-kun, if you don't mind, may I ask for a friendly spar? That's actually what I brought him here for, Guy jumped in, to see if he can give some inspiration by trading pointers with you all. Naruto raised an eyebrow and smirked. I see, so that's what this is all about. Testing what I'm made of, are we? Guy chuckled awkwardly. I have no idea what you're talking about, Naruto-kun. This is a fresh genin team of which I'd like to test through you. Naruto snickered. No, I get it. It's tradition to feel out the new guy. I'm sure it's not just you watching this then? Naruto glanced around and sure enough, he could detect shadows tailing him. He raised his bandaged hand and waved. Before long, 3 jonin popped out of the cover of trees. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai stepped forwards. I sort of expected more spectators, Naruto said. Oh, don't worry, Asuma chuckled. The 3 of us are enough to verify your skills. Naruto rolled his eyes but smiled. I feel like a prize pig. You might as well be, Chibi, Kakashi said, nose in his smutty books. Naruto's eyebrows twitched. Chibi? You're not even taller than me, Databeo. Kakashi said nothing in response. Naruto's eyebrows twitched once more before he turned back to the genin group. Fine, I might as well get some good practice in. Yash. Guy said, which one do you wish to fight first, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked at him quizzically. Why not all of them? There was silence at that. Neji was the first to break it. Just because you're Chunin doesn't mean you can handle us all at once. Naruto raised an eyebrow just in the way that he knew would aggravate the prodigious Hyuga. Oh? You're all just genin, aren't you? It shouldn't really be a problem. Neji gritted his teeth and the adults of the group all looked at each other, knowing what Naruto was doing. Tenten and Lee looked at each other, unsure. Naruto only smirked at seeing them aggravated. Psychological warfare was important for a shinobi. Any words that could be said to throw off their opponent's game was an advantage ninjas can exploit in exposed combat. Naruto's provocation was a mere teasing remark as compared to the torrent of far worse things he could have said. Well, if you say so, Naruto-kun, Guy said, although I must warn you that my group is considered prodigious in terms of strength. Naruto waved his concerns away. Don't worry about it, Guy-san. I'll take it easy on your genins. Neji was about to bust a gasket at being looked down upon. I welcome the youthful banter, Naruto-kun, Lee said before taking a stance, but we outnumber you, and thus it's unfair to go all at once. Naruto shook his head. Trust me, I am rarely outnumbered. Lee and Tenten looked confused at that. Neji just ignored it. Can we get started? Neji sneered. With that, Guy stepped back, acting as the mediator. Are you ready, Naruto-kun? Naruto smiled and nodded. And my team, are you ready? All 3 of Team Guy nodded. Then start. Lee rushed in, ever headstrong, whilst Neji and Tenten chose to stay back and observe. They had completely thrown their numbers advantage out the window because of their pride. Good thing for them. Naruto was generous in not immediately dismantling Lee and wanted to see what each was made of at this point in time. 3 shadow clones appeared silently and rushed at each of them, one engaging in taijutsu with Lee whilst the other chased after Tenten, who fled into the trees. Neji, as confident in himself as he was, held his ground. One would think that Guy's team would easily dispatch the clones considering that all it took to dispel them was a single strike. But a single strike Naruto did not give. Not to Lee's speed. Not to Neji's Chukin. not to Tenten's shurikens and weapons. The original Naruto was sitting back. He observed them as they fought his clones to the best of their abilities. Lee still had his weights on, Neji was utilizing his clan techniques flawlessly, and Tenten's aim was impeccable. But they were only barely better than their alternate counterparts at 13. It was understandable as fresh genin graduates, but compared to how strong they were during the war in his world, it was no comparison. It made him think about how this Kage Summit Ethics Pact had come about such that it took all villages to raise the graduation age to 18. Neji scowled. His strikes were simply not landing. It was as if this person knew all of his moves, all of his habits, and all of his techniques. He would not have this. 8 trigrams palms? Revolving heaven. He spun as the Naruto clone came in for a leg sweep. What he didn't expect though was for a hand to burst out from the ground and grab his ankle. Naruto's favorite misdirection trick, even the old man had fallen for it. There were always more clones than he allowed them to see. Before he knew it, Neji was embedded into the earth below, and the leg sweep of the other clone landed directly on his chin instead of the previously intended target of his feet. Neji was immediately knocked out cold. Tenten proved even less successful as the clone battered away all her shuriken with a kunai before landing a kick to her midsection and dropping her like a puppet with its strings cut. Lee lasted the longest of the bunch, his taijutsu technique sharp and defense tight. You got weighted bands on? Naruto's clone asked. You can take them off, you know. How did you? Lee had stopped himself as he watched Naruto's other clones lay down his unconscious teammates in the vicinity. He was positively shocked. Then, understanding that he needed to go all out, he looked at Guy for permission. Guy nodded. Yash. Lee said, jumped up and away, making distance from Naruto's clone, but was proved needless when it just popped out of existence. Another Naruto landed nearby via Shinshin. You're very good at your style, Naruto complimented. Your sensei must be proud. Lee paused in removing his orange leg sleeves and looked like he was about to cry. Thank you, Naruto-san. Naruto chuckled. Now are you going to fight, or are we just gonna stand around here all day? Lee finished taking the weights off, carefully putting them aside instead of dropping it theatrically like he did in the Chunin exams. Then he blurred forwards, kicking Naruto's head in. Naruto popped. That wasn't the original? But why did he pop the other clone then? It was yet another misdirection play. First real shadow clone pop of the day, Naruto said from elsewhere. That's not bad at all. Then he made more. A lot more. Let's see how much you can handle. Dozens, if not nearly 100 Naruto clones rushed Lee, working in tandem to occasionally land shots whilst Lee did his best to dispel them all. He did a decent job in that regard, even though Naruto was taking it easy on him. Just not decent enough. Sooner than later, despite Lee's blazing speed, a clone got close enough to grab one of his limbs, as did another, then another, then another, and one final one lined up a shot that sent Lee to the realm of dreams. In the end, all 3 of Might Guy's students laid in a heap. How's that for ya? Naruto asked, glancing at the Jonin who were staring at him, wide-eyed. Up for another spar? Ho! Very impressive, Naruto-kun. It seems that we need not worry about your capabilities considering how easily you handled my team. It's a shame that they still need to work on their teamwork though. Guy said meekly after receiving the side-eye from Kakashi. And you even still have enough to keep going. How youthful. Guy continued then, don't mind if I do, Naruto-kun. He shunshined and landed a distance in front of Naruto. The other 3 Jonin leaned in close in anticipation. Unlike Guy's students, Guy himself was no one to mess with, being one of the strongest Jonins the village has to offer. Naruto smiled, getting into a proper stance, excited to receive a challenge this time. Guy was no one to mess around with. Whenever you're ready, Guy-san. Guy needed no further encouragement. With speed incomparable to that of Lee's, Naruto almost had his head kicked off from his shoulders. Luckily for Naruto, he quickly adjusted to match Guy's speed. They engaged in a taijutsu battle, with Naruto using his unique style whilst Guy was using the Gukken. Naruto took a few punches to the face in the engagement trying to get a read onto Guy's habits. It was similar yet slightly different from Lee, having more precision, more feints, more power, more speed, but Naruto had dealt with his fair share of taijutsu experts before, Madara being one of them. Naruto grabbed an oncoming fist and followed with an uppercut. Guy, who fully expected the fist to at least break past Naruto's guard, was surprised it stopped when it landed in Naruto's palm. He felt like he was hitting an immovable board of iron. The resulting uppercut was consequently only half dodged and still it wobbled him. Wow, Guy said, taking a leap backwards. That's some power you have there, young man. Naruto grinned guiltily. Heh. Thanks, Guy-san. I'm still getting the hang of it. How youthful. Guy said before taking up the Goken stance again. Let's take this up a notch, shall we? His speed had doubled, then doubled again, then doubled again. Soon he was going almost too fast for the eye to see. Fortunately for Naruto though, his eyes were far from normal. It processed things faster than any other regular eye could. But being able to see the attacks coming and countering them were two separate things. Naruto dodged some of Guy's attacks, blocked some, took some with his face. But he was learning, gaining knowledge on Guy's moves. Though Guy was not considered the foremost expert in taijutsu for nothing, every time Naruto thought he figured out a sequence of habits and patterns, Guy switched it up completely, throwing away those patterns to create new ones. Even still, Naruto, slowly but surely, took less hits, dodged more strikes, and countered more precisely. Then Guy became even faster, battering him from all sides. In the wind, Naruto heard gate of opening. Naruto knew exactly how formidable might Guy was, considering that after opening the 8 gates, he was able to overwhelm even Madara, who had become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki at the time, albeit only for a moment. But while Naruto had never been known for his speed, no one could match him in durability. He'd outlast anybody, and Guy could see that. With every punch Guy landed, he saw that Naruto's legs weren't even buckling. Every kick he got through was met with grunts upon impact but no outright cries of pain. It was like fighting someone who did not feel. Like fighting a mountain that did not move. He needed to end this before it became a battle of attrition, as even with the stamina he built from years upon years of dedication, he was unsure that he would be the last man standing should the match stretch out. And so, he went for one of his favorite moves. A kick landed on Naruto's chest, and he found himself in the air. Naruto felt the bandages of Guy's forearm wrappings tighten around him, turning him into a cocoon of death. Front lotus. Guy shouted, though was prepared to pull back before Naruto's impact on the ground. To the other Jonin, they expected that this would end the fight. Very few could stand up to Guy after the first gate, much less one of his signature moves, and the boy was merely a chunin. It was a miracle he even lasted this long in the first place. Then, Naruto released a bit of his chakra, and the pressure they felt from it was intense. For just a blip of a microsecond, they felt like they were standing in front of the Hokage, and just a moment later, it was gone. But it gave Naruto enough juice to enhance his strength. Not so fast, Guy-san, Naruto said as he tore through Guy's wrappings by simply forcing his way through and turned to face the stunned Jonin who was in the air, preparing to grab him for the front lotus. All Guy could see was Naruto's smile as he twirled in the air, landing a spinning hook kick to Guy's face. The two separated, landing apart from each other. An incredible, Guy got out when he shook off the blow a moment later. I think that's enough for the spar. Naruto laughed. You're incredible, Guy-san. I didn't expect to use my full strength just to escape your first gate. You'd have handed my ass to me if you went past your second gates. Naruto was lying through his teeth, but the Jonin didn't know that, thinking he was admitting his limits. It was certainly a good skill to know where you stand as a chunin. You've heard of my 8 gates? Guy asked. Of course. Naruto replied, it's as iconic as Kakashi's Chidori over there. I'd love to see it in person but hate to be at the end of it. Guy let out a bellowing laugh. That's right. You hear that, Kakashi? I'm just as famous as you. Kakashi feigned to only just look up from his book, despite having watched the match very carefully. Huh? Did something happen, Guy? Naruto chuckled as Guy became downcast. Naruto smirked and flexed his biceps. You took it easy on me, Guy-san. If you wanted me in a front lotus, you'd have gotten me in a front lotus if you gave it your all. Yeah, right. You tore through my bindings as if they were wet toilet paper, Guy retorted. Goodness, the new generation nowadays are terrifying. Isn't that right, Kakashi? Kakashi nodded. Impressive indeed. Kurenai, on the other hand, could hardly believe her eyes. As talented as she was, having achieved Jonin only last year at 24 years old, she knew that without her genjutsu, she would have been laid out flat by Guy within a minute. Perhaps 2 minutes with genjutsu allowed, even with her prodigious talent in the art. Guy was just a monster, that kid. She looked at her friend Asuma. He nodded. I can see why my father had taken an interest in him. Kid strong, how wonderfully youthful. Guy said, filled with so much inspiration from the youthful youngster that he felt the need to go run a few laps. I am filled with determination. I will use this to run 50 laps around the village using only one arm. Naruto could only laugh at Guy's antics. Later that afternoon, Neji came back to his clan compound and headed straight to the clan training grounds. After he'd woken up, he had been told what had happened from his sensei, and he never felt so humiliated. After all that talk, I was overconfident, he thought. He released his fury and anger on a training dummy in the clan compounds. Each strike saw it spinning as Neji released his stress. He knew there were always bigger fish when moving to a new pond and becoming a genin, in truly stepping into the ninja world, but he'd been the biggest fish of his class for his entire life. To have that flipped on its head, he could not help but feel dislike towards the person who made him realize the truth of his strength. That damned Hagoromo. It was at this time Hinata was walking by, hoping to make her way to the usual spot where she meets up with Naruto. Hagoromo Naruto. Niji snarled, and at the familiar name, Hinata paused. I will get you back for the insult. Another strike, another grunt of anger. In truth, Niji held no true resentment for this. Naruto. He was an ally of the Leaf. Niji was just angry at his situation. The Hyuga clan genius, the prodigy, the slave of the main branch, had fallen within a few seconds against someone who looked even younger than him. All that showboating, all that pride, where had it gotten him, this cursed fate? Niji Nizan, Hinata called out, catching his attention. Hinata-sama, Niji addressed, bowing. It was the type of gesture that made Hinata even sadder than she was, and Niji knew it. They both know he wasn't greeting her this way out of respect or love, but out of force and coercion. I'm sorry to disturb you, but you seem frustrated, Hinata inquired gently. Niji scoffed and turned away. It's none of your business. Hinata gulped and nodded. I see. With Niji's back to her, Hinata couldn't see the real emotions on his face. All his unresolved problems, all his issues, and the intense emotion and rage he was feeling. Please leave me alone, Hinata-sama. He walked away from the troubled expression Hinata gave him. Who are you? Ino asked as she and Sakura made their way to the training ground to meet up with Naruto, as well as finding Hinata along the way. Hinata out of the three didn't seem surprised by the newcomer's presence. In fact, she seemed excited. The blonde-haired, whisker-marked, blindfolded person turned to them, surprised at her question. Then he realized something that made him facepalm and chuckled to himself. Apologies, Ino, he replied in an oddly familiar voice. My situation's been sorted out, so I didn't need to put on a henge anymore. It's nice to introduce myself to you with my real face this time. Hagoromo Naruto, at your service, Databale. Eh? Ino yelped before rushing towards him. She went right up to him to have a proper look at his face. You're blind? I'm so sorry, I didn't notice. What happened to you? Naruto stepped back and waved his hands frantically. I'm very much not blind, I can see perfectly fine. It's just a bloodline condition that I have that makes my eyes incredibly sensitive to sunlight. It was once again a story that Naruto had discussed with his mother beforehand, but Hinata was the only one there who knew the real reason why her blonde mentor had blindfolded his eyes. She helped test out that blindfold with Lady Kushina after all. Ino circled around him as if she was examining a prized cow. You look exactly like your henge. Even more handsome now. In fact, considering your exotic features. I approve. As if he needs your approval, Ino pig. Sakura spoke up. She was still unsure as to how to be around Naruto, considering that she only met him yesterday, but he seemed to be a very kind and warm person during their lesson on tree walking yesterday. A person who she hoped to spend more time getting to know. Sakura happened to notice the headband around Naruto's neck. Wait, that's a headband. Are you an advanced genin or something? Considering the skills you showed yesterday. Naruto blushed a bit before he chuckled. I just so happened to be promoted to Chunin yesterday. All three went silent at that. Really? Ino screeched in joy after a moment. I didn't comment on it because I'd already expected you to be genin level. But a Chunin at your age? That's amazing. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. Hinata praised. Sakura only smiled at him and nodded. Naruto's blush deepened, but he beamed. I'm not used to getting compliments, but thanks. I'll try to prove my worth to Konoha from here on out. Now, let's get on with our training. Sakura was unsure of Naruto's training plan. He'd not warned her that she was going to walk on water of all things. Had she known, she'd have picked out a swimsuit and spared her clothes from getting soaked. Are you sure about this? Sakura asked, staring at the pond. Don't be nervous, Naruto said. Watch. With the ease of a skilled practitioner of the jutsu, Naruto casually set his feet upon the water and walked above it like it was nothing. For some odd reason, it was surreal for Sakura to watch as a person stands above something that strictly wasn't solid. It was just like the day before when Naruto walked horizontally on trees like gravity was but a foreign concept. She supposed, to regular civilians, that even she was something of an abnormality just by being able to perform the two basic academy jutsu she knew. Sakura placed her hand on the water surface and sure enough, it sank like every other time she'd done so. It was most definitely liquid and moving, yet as she gazed back at her mentor, he seemed so perfectly balanced and still. She gulped, trying to remember the concepts of the jutsu she'd learned yesterday. Channel your chakra to your feet, control its intensity just enough to bind it to the surface of which your feet are touching. It would allow her to stand on water and not break the surface tension. She took a breath, then a step. To her surprise, she stayed upright for a second. Then, she sank into the water immediately. Gah! She said as she popped back out of the surface. Sea cold. Naruto was there and like a baby, lifted her up by her armpits out of the water. She never felt more embarrassed in her entire life. Yet Naruto didn't make fun of her or belittle her or tell her that she was nothing. He just laughed warmly. Trust me, it took me a while to get the hang of it, Naruto said. I can't believe you were able to even stay upright for a second on your first try. That's amazing. Remember, unlike tree walking, you have to adjust your chakra output constantly to match the movement of the water. Sakura felt her cheeks grow warm. She wasn't used to being complimented, and just the words he gave her was enough to make her want to try again. To Sakura's surprise, she didn't feel cold anymore. It wasn't that she was miraculously dry or that the water temperature wasn't as bad as she thought, but it was because she was being held by what felt like a human radiator. Naruto was warm, comfortably so. Stand on my feet, Sakura-chan, he said gently. Naruto had forgotten to stop addressing her with a chan suffix, and it came so naturally to him that he didn't notice. Yeah? Sakura ungracefully replied, blushing but not minding the familiarity at all. She'd been so distracted by the sensation of his presence that she lost herself for a moment. Did you just tell me to stand on you? Naruto chuckled. My feet, you can stand on my feet, and use me as a ledge for you to practice. The only reason why I let you fall in the first place was because I wanted you to know that failing in the exercise is completely harmless. Considering that you know how to swim, Sakura gulped but heeded to his instruction, gently placing just her tippy toes on his, just to check that he was alright with her weight. When he didn't react, she slowly placed more of her weight on him. Naruto shook his head at her tentativeness. You're as light as a feather, Sakura-chan, don't worry about hurting me. Sakura blushed at the unintentional praise on her weight. She used to care a lot about her diet, and still did enough to keep her figure, but not as much as she did when she was obsessing over Sasuke. Now she didn't know what to feel about the subject anymore. Well, she didn't know how to feel about anything in her life, really. She'd lost her way somewhere in the past few years, but there was someone who was incredibly kind in front of her, telling her that she wasn't useless, and teaching her how to walk on water. A person who encouraged her, and didn't make her feel terrible for once. A person who was guiding her to walk on the right track again. She let her full weight rest upon the top of his shoes. It was then that Sakura realized that by doing so, she'd placed herself within very close proximity to her blonde-haired mentor, and it almost made her wish that she could go back to being held onto like a baby. This close to him, it was that warmth again that filled her, even more intense this time but not scorchingly so. He felt like the loving comfort of being wrapped in multiple blankets in winter. Then there was his steady presence, his solid frame, like a tree whose roots dug so deep that no force on earth could possibly move it. There we go, he said. His voice, so close to her ear, made her hair stand on end and sent chills down her spine. She wanted to jump in the water again, if but to hide herself from the gaze of the person she was very much not starting to really like. She'd only met him yesterday. All right, Naruto said, take a step back and do as you did before. Sakura gave a shaky nod and did just that. Her foot hit something solid, or what felt solid but was actually not. It was like she was stepping on the soft mattress of her bed. Incredible, Naruto murmured, having no idea how much the compliment meant to her. You're a natural. With that confidence instilled in her, Sakura put all of her weight down on that one foot. She fell, or she thought she did. Before gravity could put her back under the surface, she felt an arm wrap around her waist, holding her in place. Naruto chuckled. Easy, Sakura-chan, you can take your time, there's no need to rush just to prove yourself. I'm not going anywhere. Sakura's heart skipped a beat at those last 4 words. She was sure her face was being sautéed at that instant. Sorry. Naruto raised his eyebrows in concern. You're awfully red, is the sun getting to you? Sakura shook her head frantically. And no, it's just I'm nervous. That's all, Naruto smiled. There's nothing to be nervous about. You'll get this, I know you will. Sakura was honestly holding her composure much better than she thought she would. Because she felt like she was about to cry at those words. Thank you. She stepped back again, on shaky legs. She fell. She was caught. Better, he said, and she was instilled with courage once more. Again. Get familiar with the flow of the water and the ripples on its surface. She stepped back again. She stood for 5 seconds. She fell. She was caught. Naruto only gave her a smile this time, yet it made her feel like she could go to war against IWA by herself and come out on top. She stepped back again, and again, and again. Each time the sensation of his arms grabbing her did not make her feel any less surprised, any less warm, any less eager to do it all over again just so she could feel the way his solid muscular arms felt around her waist. She was being dramatic. Was she? She tried again. To her shock and elation, she was able to stay on the water for an entire 10 seconds. I can't believe I'm before she could finish, she felt woozy, like all the energy was sucked out of her. Naruto grabbed her one final time before lifting her into a princess carry. Then he leaped back towards the bank of the pond and then to the base of a tree. You're suffering from chakra exhaustion, Naruto said apologetically. I should have realized sooner. Sorry about that. Sakura let out a self-deprecating smile. It's fine. You're surprised at how bad my chakra capacity is, aren't you? Naruto shook his head at her. You make it sound like it's something we can't fix, Sakura sighed. I know. I've read about it from the textbooks I scoured. But it all said that it'll take a very long time to build up, to even reach the level that others were born with, and since I have abnormally small chakra capacity, it just feels so hopeless. Naruto smiled sympathetically. That's not the way to think of it, Sakura-chan. This may be a surprise to you, but you actually have a gift. Sakura's eyes widened at this. Naruto continued. By having your chakra capacity start as low as yours, your control of it becomes prodigiously extreme, and when your capacity rises as you grow, your fine control of it will remain the same. You will be able to literally do more with less. So what if you don't become a chakra monster when one day you'll have enough skill over its intricacies to rival even that of Senju Tsunade? By then, no one will be able to stop you. Sakura's lips trembled and before she could help it, she felt tears running down her eyes. Why do you believe so much in me? Naruto smiled. Because I see you for who you really are, and believe in what you can be, Sakura. Sakura really needed to hear those words. She really needed a person in her corner to tell her to believe in herself. Thank you, Naruto grinned, and as if catching onto a stray thought, he stared at his palm. He looked like he was experimenting with something as he stuck out his tongue in concentration. He looked cute, even with the blindfold on to hide a part of his expression. Then, to both of their astonishment, a black rod of metal grew from his palm before stopping and detaching itself after it reached about the length between one's elbow and the tip of their fingers. They both blinked at it, wide-eyed. What did you just do? Sakura asked. Naruto shrugged. Something that I thought could work. But didn't expect it to. Here, hold to it. Sakura looked at it skeptically. That just came out of your arm. Naruto rolled his eyes and with a shunshin, he disappeared and reappeared a moment later. There, I cleaned it up at the lake. There wasn't anything on it in the first place. Sakura smiled sheepishly and did as she was told. She trusts her sensei. A bit too much perhaps after only knowing him for 2 days. The black metal felt cool in her palms as she gripped it. Then, feeling something rush into her, she gasped. It was chakra, she realized, pure and unadulterated, the source of which she suspected came from the person that was holding the other end of the rod. To compare the amount of chakra she had to his was like comparing a drop of water to the ocean. Just who exactly was the person in front of her? What right did he have to be this strong and still care about someone like her? Naruto looked surprised before he gently gestured for her to release the rod. That worked better than I thought it would. Are you feeling better now? Sakura shakily nodded. Like I woke up this morning. Refreshed. He smirked at her, and she wanted to do something to it. That smirk was no good. Too dangerous. Then are you ready to go again? He asked. She gave him her most grateful smile, trying to convey just how much this meant to her. Hi. It seemed that he didn't notice her appreciation. Sakura realized something. Wait, I should have done this before, but let me take my top off. That way, the only thing that'll get wet again is my sports bra, she said. She took off her thin but modest hoodie, and she didn't miss the way Naruto's eyes flickered from her exposed midsection and traveled all the way up to her bra-covered bosom before quickly turning away with a blush on his ears. That alone made her feel like she was the queen of this world. She admittedly didn't think too much of herself. Her boobs were on the small side and her forehead was a bit large, as Ino always liked to remind her, but making Naruto blush like this made her think that perhaps she wasn't too terrible looking after all. I'm ready, she said resolutely. Oh, of course, Naruto complied, scratching the back of his head. Did he become flustered because of her? She stepped towards him suddenly, holding her hands behind her and puffing out her small assets, testing to see how he'd react. She loved the fact that he flinched and looked away. Ino was struggling with the tree walking exercise, really struggling. Unlike Sakura, who had a knack for chakra control exercise, Ino's chakra capacity was firmly average. She didn't have too much where she'd have trouble with chakra control, nor did she have too little where control came easy to her, and so she went, sprinting up the tree, relying on the soles of her feet to keep her from falling. She failed on the 4th step. Naruto caught her. She was distraught between learning how to do this quickly so she could impress him, or whether she just wanted to keep failing so that he could keep on catching her like this. She really liked the way his arms felt, and how gentle he was with her. It made her feel like a princess. Nice try, Naruto said, though take your time. You're putting too much chakra into the soles of your feet. Hi, Naruto-sensei, Ino said. Although she meant it as a tease, she saw the way his eyes widened at that. He laughed. As sensei? I'd be a terrible sensei. I'm barely responsible enough to keep myself away from trouble. Ino tilted her head at him. You're doing just fine to me. He fell silent at that. She shrugged and continued the tree-walking exercise once more. Naruto thought back to the times when he trained. Well, anyone really. The only times he could think of were with Konohamaru. The little fella seemed to never leave him alone, having found an older brother figure in him that defied all societal views on him. He was the Hokage's grandson and Naruto was the monster child. Yet the innocence of Konohamaru cared nothing for it. Naruto made a note to check up on how the boy is doing in this world. In the meantime, he caught Ino once more. Almost had it, she said, shaking her fist at the tree. Naruto chuckled. Keep going, Ino, you'll get it in no time. In front of such enthusiasm, Ino couldn't help but give it her all. Hinata struggled to land a hit on Naruto. Don't fall back on your teachings. Be flexible, be comfortable and confident in your own style, Naruto said. Don't let your family's scorn rule you. Her strike became more fluid, her body moving with more grace, and her will to be better fueled her to no end. Good, Naruto praised as he dodged an unexpected strike aimed at his midsection. You're getting faster. Hinata jumped back and took a slow breath. As Naruto instructed, she became one with it, and let it guide her actions and reactions. She blitzed in, raining blow after blow, each getting closer and closer to hitting him. She was so close. So close. Her feet were swept out from beneath her. She stumbled and turned it into an awkward roll to stop her momentum. Naruto smirked. It's good you're gaining confidence in yourself. You're improving, Hinata-chan, but that doesn't mean I suddenly became an easy target, Databayo. Seeing how untouchable he was right then, Hinata couldn't help but ask the question that was on her mind. Naruto-kun, did you beat Niji? She blurted out. Naruto only blinked, but after ingesting her words he nodded. I did, she believed him. Naruto was just too fast, too strong, too experienced in fighting to compare. He was a person that had been in real life and death battles, she could tell. Hinata saw it within his punches, within his kicks, within his calmness when dismantling her. It was also in his eyes. There could be no mistake in knowing the difference between a genin, even one as prodigious as her cousin and shinobi like Naruto. Training's not over yet. He struck and immediately Hinata was on the defensive. They exchanged blows for a few seconds before Naruto's kick landed on her chin and sent her flying, making her bite her tongue in the process. Shit! Naruto shouted, wincing. He was at her side in an instant and began healing her with his mystic palm. Sorry about that, Hinata-chan, I kicked a bit harder than I thought I would. Her pain subsided and she shook her head. Even back at home, beaten up and exhausted, at a point where she could no longer stand, she was offered no sympathy for being weak, for being different. On the other hand, here she was, looking into the concern shown in Naruto's black-ringed and purple eyes. She'd always want to get back up to this. She'd always want to fight for his praise, his encouragement, his belief in her. I can go again, she said. I'll always stand back up. I'll like you said, right? At that moment, Naruto had a flashback to a 13-year-old Hinata back in the Chunin exams facing her cousin. He was reminded of how much courage she showed, how much bravery. He smiled. You always continue to surprise me, Hinata-chan. Now, are you ready for more? He took a stance. She smiled. Happy late birthday, son. Kushina said, giving Naruto a gift before they had dinner that night. Why? Naruto said, surprised. Kushina looked on guiltily. I know it's a week late, but I wanted to give you something for your birthday. Naruto looked at the package the Kushina had given him, unable to process what was going on. When he did, he felt his eyes become glassy. He'd received gifts on his birthdays before, mainly from Jiraiya, but he'd fully expected to receive none this year. I even got cake, Kushina said excitedly, taking his hand and leading him to the kitchen table. There was a feast set up, and a cake that was placed in the middle with one tall candle and 7 smaller ones. Naruto gently put the gift down on the couch and surprised attacked his mom, taking her in a fierce hug. She yelped in surprise before she laughed. She hugged him back, of course, eager to receive the hugs owed to her after years of missing him in her life. Thank you, he said into her shoulders. I didn't expect to receive anything this year. Kushina also felt her eyes becoming glassy. For this year and all the years to come, my son, I'll always be here to celebrate it with you. I love you, Mom, he said. She hugged him even tighter, burying her face into his chest. I love you more, son. A knock on the door broke them from their moment, and as they both composed themselves, Kushina made her way to the door and greeted the expected visitor. Welcome, Hiruzen, she said warmly. Hiruzen smiled. How is he doing? He's very happy about his small birthday party, she replied. Good. That's good, Hiruzen said. After all he's been through, it's a miracle he found a peace of mind to allow himself to be happy. Kushina nodded, gesturing him in before closing the door. I think that meeting his friends again and the fact that all his loved ones are still alive, despite lacking memories of him, is easing the burden off of him. Hiruzen sighed, agreeing. I wish we could do more for him than giving him another identity. He deserves to be recognized for who he is as well as the incredible things he accomplished. With that, they both made their way towards the dining room. Gigi, Naruto said, catching sight of him. Look. Mom got cake. Hiruzen chuckled at his childish enthusiasm. Despite being a veteran of war, Naruto still held the youth energy of a youngling. Good to see you too, Chunin Naruto. By the way, you wouldn't mind if I put today down as your real birth date in your identification papers, would you? Just to dissociate you further from the Naruto of this world. Naruto nodded at that. That's fine by me, Databeo. I'd rather have it be a day of celebration with my mom rather than a day where Kurama was tricked into attacking this village. Kushina glomped on him again at that. Oh, Naruto. You're so sweet. Hiruzen smiled at the two of them. I'm starving. Let's eat, shall we? Naruto unwrapped the gift Kushina had gotten for him. It was a book that read, Fuinjutsu and Uzumaki Clan Techniques, by Uzumaki Kushina, for her son Naruto. Mom. Naruto said, lost for words. Kushina gave an embarrassed chuckle. It's the project I told you I was working on. It'll help you while I teach you. This is amazing. Naruto said, clutching on the handmade gift like his life depended on it. You made it for me? Kushina blushed lightly, glad that her son took her gift so appreciatively. It wasn't too hard, just a bit of referencing other books and simplifying the information down to the important parts. She was met with another hug, and she laughed along with him. She hadn't felt this happy since ever really. Even during her honeymoon with Minato, she'd never felt so fulfilled in her spirit before. Like a part of her soul had returned to her after all these years. Naruto was everything she'd hoped he would be and more. Kind, a bit goofy, strong, handsome. A perfect combination of Minato and her. Even growing up without his parents to take care of him, he found a path by himself and saw it through to the end. She was proud. Beyond proud, even. Hiruzen reached into his robe and brought out his own gift. It was a small package in the shape of a box. Naruto released his mom from his embrace much to her reluctance, and immediately got to opening it. He almost dropped it in surprise when he saw what it was. It was his father's Hiraishin kunai. Naruto looked at his grandfather figure, eyes wide. Hiruzen smiled. I've kept it as a memento for years. Now it's yours. While Kushina already knows how the Hiraishin works and I have no doubt she'll teach it to you, you can keep this as something to remember him by. JGG. Naruto said. Naruto gave Hiruzen a hug as well, though it was more manly, just a short embrace and pat on the back. It took Naruto a few moments to settle down from gushing over his gifts before he wanted to speak what was on his mind. Gigi, Naruto addressed, his tone more serious. I'd like to get started on that root problem we're having. Hiruzen's eyes widened. You don't have to feel pressured into doing it, you know. In fact, I was you to take things easy for a year, just to get a handle on your Rinnegan abilities and learn Fuinjutsu from Kushina. From your memories, although we can't know for sure, things only begin to start during your class's Chunin exam, which won't be until they graduate next year. Naruto nodded. I know, Gigi. I'm not saying to go out there and deal with the root right at this moment, but considering how important of a mission this is, we should start planning it from now so that I will go without a hindrance. I'll even take some time this year to scout just to confirm that everything related to root is where Sai had said they were in my world. Kushina smiled sadly at him. Son, you don't have to carry this burden yourself, Databane. As I said, you'll have to include me in your missions. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Naruto returned that sad smile. Of course, Mom. Less than 3 months later. December. Hinata looked at the evening sky from the wooden walkways of her clan compound. Today had been wonderful, just as it had been for the past few months. It was her birthday today, along with her twin sisters, Hanabi. They had a small celebration in the clan compounds, though most of the attention was placed on her younger sibling. But Hinata hadn't really minded it. In the morning, she trained with her 3 friends. She still couldn't believe that she had that many friends now. She, Sakura, and Ino had gotten close to each other over the many group training sessions as conducted by their blonde-haired sensei. She'd grown leaps and bounds to an extent that was still, frankly, ridiculous to her. It was like Naruto knew even the most minute details that were wrong with her technique and style, and gave her exercises that were tailored to help her improve in an aspect she didn't even know she thought needed. Even today, she'd learned so many new tricks and subtleties of arm-to-arm combat. Even Lady Kushina, who frequently accompanied Naruto to the training sessions, had taught her the basics of water manipulation techniques. Though she was still in her very early stages in that regard, all in all, she'd gotten faster, stronger, as well as having better stamina and durability. It wasn't just her who improved drastically. Ino had initially talked down on how non-versatile and limited her clan jutsu was, which made Naruto go on about how much potential Ino's bloodline abilities truly had, listing out possibilities that were astonishing to the 3 academy students. Long-range telepathic communication? The ability to split one's mind to control both your own body and an opponent's at the same time? Of course, he then proceeded to give Ino thinking exercises that would have turned any non-Yamanaka's brain into a puddle, stating that this was what he'd used to do when training on the mind aspect of his shadow clone's jutsu. Now, Ino was far more competent in her taijutsu as well as being quicker on her mind-swapping technique, proving a much more formidable opponent in their spars. Sakura, on the other hand, while she didn't have a bloodline technique, had been introduced to medical ninjutsu by Naruto, of which she absorbed like a sponge, as well as working on her own taijutsu style. When she had mentioned her diet one time in the early days of training, Naruto had sat them all down and talked about how important it was to have a balanced dietary plan with all the necessary macro and micronutrients needed for an active shinobi lifestyle, almost as if he was reciting words that were spoken to him once upon a time. Lady Kushina was also helpful in this regard in showing what an experienced kunoichi ate on a daily basis, though her Uzumaki nature allowed her to have far more cheat meals than a regular shinobi could. Regardless, the talk had changed both Ino and Sakura's views on what it meant to be healthy, and after a few weeks of new diet adjustments, they had been far more energetic when training. Hinata was fortunate that her clan's chefs had already taken care of this aspect for her. Naruto was an incredible sensei, though he denied it quite vehemently. Hinata was sad that their meetings would be less frequent when the academy started once more in a few days' time. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard a knock on the bedroom door. "Come in," Hinata said. It was none other than her twin sister, Hanabi. "Hey, Hinata," Hanabi greeted. I know that we just celebrated and all, but I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday personally." Hinata smiled at the rare meekness of her sister. They'd grown apart. Or forced apart rather, by their circumstance, but Hinata knew that Hanabi still loved her to death, just as she did her. She stood up and approached Hanabi to give her a hug, much to her younger sister's surprise. "Thank you, Hanabi, happy birthday to you too." It took a moment for Hanabi to return the gesture, but when she did, her arms were shaky. "Look, I'm sorry that I took all the attention today, I didn't." Hinata cut her off by giggling. "It's quite alright. I don't mind it as much nowadays." Hanabi blinked at that, before giving Hinata a relieved smile. "You do seem happier these days. I'm sure it's to do with whatever it is you're up to when you sneak off after training for like every day the past few months." Hinata blushed at that and brushed her long raven hair behind her ears. "I've made friends." Hanabi looked elated at this. "That's amazing news. I'm so glad you're coming out of your shell, sis. Remember, if you get into any trouble, don't be afraid to come ask me for help, Kay?" Hinata only nodded appreciatively as Hanabi made her way out. She was about to go back to her hobby of knitting, however, when she heard something rattle against the door that led to the garden. She ignored it at first, thinking it must be an animal, when she heard it again. It sounded like someone was throwing a small rock at her door. She opened, just in time to catch the next piece of pebble reflexively. She looked at the person who threw it, and to her almost stunned surprise it was Naruto. He looked sheepish hiding behind a rock in the garden but waved for her to come over. She quickly did after checking the perimeter, and when she got close, Naruto immediately picked her up in a princess carry faster than the eye could see. He then proceeded to make a clone to henge as her, and silently ordered it to go back to her room. What are you doing?" Hinata asked frantically, though her voice was still quiet to not attract unwanted attention. Naruto only smiled. "I'm kidnapping you for the evening." Then he winced. "Sorry, poor choice of words, but hold on tight." Before Hinata could so much as complain, they disappeared in a shunshin. A few minutes later, Hinata found herself in front of the Uzumaki compound. She'd been promptly placed there before Naruto disappeared, telling her to go inside. She was confused, but she was left with no other choice than to knock. "Come in." The familiar voice of Kushina called out. She opened the door, to only see darkness before the door abruptly closed behind her. Then, surprise! Multiple voices said at the same time. The light flicked on right at that moment to show a decorated dining room with a banner saying, "Happy Birthday Hinata," as well as the presence of her 3 friends and Lady Kushina. Hinata's eyes watered as she figured out what was going on. "Gee guys. You didn't have to." She was interrupted as she was bulldozed by a squealing Ino and Sakura duo. 6 days later. January 2nd. Monday. It was early in the morning where the academy was crowded with parents and guardians. It was the entrance day for new first years and the returning day for older students. Naruto was here to see Ino, Sakura and Hinata off as they started up school again. Naruto stood from his crouched position near the academy front gates, catching the attention of those who passed him by due to his strange visage. He was an unrecognized face amidst the crowd, and was also wearing a blindfold, thus proving an odd sight. His mother had told him that she was working on something to do with it but had refused to give him the details. It was when Inoichi passed by and noticed him that he called out, "Naruto-san, it's good to see you again." Naruto turned his head towards the unexpected greeting before seeing who it was and smiling. "It's good to see you again too, Inoichi-san." He bowed to the man, showing respect for his seniors. To his surprise, Inoichi bowed back, which was rare from someone of his stature as a clan head. "It's been some time since our last meeting," Inoichi said, returning the smile and giving Naruto a handshake for a less formal greeting gesture. "I've remembered that I conducted a memory walk on you but nothing about its contents. I only know that you have left a great impression on our Lord Hokage." Naruto blushed a bit embarrassed. It wasn't all that special or anything, Databayo." Inoichi chuckled. "What the Hokage said about your character tells me otherwise. Regardless, is there a reason you find yourself here today?" Naruto blinked at him. "Underneath the cloth. Ino hasn't told you about me yet? I've been training with Sakura, Hinata and her for the past few months." Inoichi's eyes widened as he took that in, before looking at him suspiciously. "Say, you wouldn't be the new boy Ino has been obsessing about, would you? The infamously dubbed Secret Sensei." Naruto scratched the back of his head guiltily, looking away and blushing. "I'm not sure, but we're not like anything you're suggesting, Inoichi-san, so you don't have to worry." Inoichi only harumphed. "Oh, Inoichi, this is where you were." A voice called out, "HM?" Naruto took a second to realize that the man who was speaking was none other than Nara Shikaku, Shikamaru's father. Naruto gave a bow. Nice to meet you, Nara-san. I've heard great things about you." Shikaku smiled in greeting. "Oh? You must be the Chunin inducted a few months ago." "Naruto, was it?" Shikaku asked, and upon Naruto's nod continued, "What have you heard about me? You can just call me Shikaku, by the way. Too many Naras these days. You're the lead intelligence officer, and Jonin commander, of course. Incredibly smart and tactically sound, also very lazy when it comes to things you consider unimportant," Naruto said. Inoichi burst out laughing at that last part. Shikaku only rolled his eyes. "What are you laughing about, Inoichi? The kid isn't wrong." Then it was Chuza who joined the group. "OSU. Sup everyone. And how's it going, new kid?" Naruto gave him the same respectful greeting. "Hello, Akimichi-san. Everything's going just fine." "Oh, that won't do, everyone calls me Chuza." The big man slapped Naruto's back, and to all three's surprise, Naruto stayed rooted to the ground instead of being launched forwards like most people did after getting a back slap from the Akimichi giant. Before they could question it, their respective wives and kids joined them. "Naruto-kun," Ino said as she launched herself at him. Her momentum ultimately stopped as she embedded her face into his chest, an action she'd perfected over weeks of training. Naruto blushed at seeing the eyes of the Ino Shikicho trio and their families on him. "Ino, please stop doing that." Ino ignored him and only dislodged herself after a few painful moments of silence. Naruto sighed, but now that he had the attention on him, he might as well use it for something he wanted to introduce to them. He coughed. Anyways. He waved at Shikamaru, Choji, and bowed to the three matriarchs. "My name's Hagoromo Naruto, or you may have known me by my temporary moniker Yukineru." Shikamaru and Chuji's eyes lit up at that, remembering him. "Oh, you're that guy we ate yakiniku with," Chuji said. Shikamaru only nodded, thinking it too much of a drag to use words. The three women introduced themselves with their respective names. Then, after a few minutes of idle talk, he got to what he wanted to show. He lifted up a small box with seals written on it. "Lady Kushina and I have just come up with a new innovation recently in our Fuinjutsu experiments. It's based on a camera, something that very few people have due to its complicated usage and high price." Naruto gestured to what he was holding. "We call this the instant camera." 3, 2, 1, smile. Naruto shouted, holding the camera. He'd taken multiple pictures for the Ino Shikicho trio and their children. Hyuga Hayashi had his own cameraman for him and his daughters. Though Naruto suspected that he was doing this for duty and appearances rather than out of love, he rolled the last of the three marked-up film sections of a scroll and ripped it, flapping in the air so that the image could develop. This instant camera was made using the design of a regular camera after he took apart one of his dad's broken old ones he found in the attic. His mother had helped, and with his Fuinjutsu studies progressing in a pace unmatched by any she'd seen before, he was able to make this little thing within 3 months. Now, he was taking a photo of the three girls he so often trained with. "Here's the last one for you, Sakura-chan." "You too, Naruto-kun," Ino said. "Get in here." Naruto raised an eyebrow and pointed at himself. "Yes, you." Sakura added, "You know any other Narutos around here?" Sakura wasn't wearing her usual hoodie and loose pants anymore. She was wearing what Naruto remembered her wearing when he saw her last. A sleeveless red top of uchiha, black gloves, along with gray elbow protectors and black shorts underneath a short apron skirt. With her lithe but now athletic frame, she looked gorgeous. Naruto made a clone and ordered him to hold on to the camera while the original made his way there. During his time here, he'd attracted many curious gazes, both from parents and students. The parents, mainly being Jonin already, knew of his presence but none of the students did. He looked about the same age as them but was already wearing a headband. They'd guessed that he must have been a genin who graduated the year before. Smile, the clone said. The camera let out another paper film and the clone swiped it through the air for it to dry. Then the clone took another 3 shots for each of the girls to keep. Make that 6 more shots for spares as per their request. Then 9 for spares to the spares in different poses. Then Naruto was asked to take photos of just himself and each of the girls. It was repetitive but he didn't really mind it, with the occasion being a large cornerstone for their careers, their entry to their final year of the academy. They'd arrived here an hour early just for these small meetups and celebrations. Naruto had gotten to see many familiar faces again. There was Shino who just arrived with his family and then, a dark-haired woman with stunning beauty so close to rival that of his mother's arrived at the academy. She had snow-pale skin and sharp dark eyes, her features aristocratic with high cheekbones and a sharp chin. She had a beauty mark on her left cheek right below her eye that made her seem real, like she wasn't just a fantasy conjured up. She held herself like she was a queen. Naruto overheard a passerby greeting her. "Lady Uchiha? It's good to see you. Greetings from the Hozoki family." The lady only nodded and was on her way. Then Naruto noticed another person behind her. It was a young male teen, wearing clothes he was oh so familiar with. Wait. No, it can't be. TCH, that's Sasuke, the asshole we've been telling you about, Sakura muttered beside him. Naruto's jaw hung open. His former best friend looked completely different than what he remembered. Instead of a duckbutt hair, as Naruto so aptly liked to call it, this person's hair was smooth and his bangs covered one of his eyes. His clothing remained the same in a dark blue Uchiha uniform, but his appearance was softer, more feminine almost as compared to the Sasuke he remembered. He was still in the realm of being a pretty boy. In fact, he looked prettier than most girls here, and Naruto could see why he was so popular in the world as well. He was also smaller in stature, standing even shorter than the 3 girls next to him, with a very lithe figure. There was also one more thing. Sasuke was wearing glasses. It was red-rimmed and looked like the one Naruto remembered Karen using. That's so strange. Wow, of all the things that could be different in this world. Sasuke looked lonely and angry at the world at the same time, just like always. That wasn't something that changed between worlds. Naruto deduced that the older lady standing near Sasuke must be his mother then, from the matriarch comment earlier. Naruto was ashamed that he didn't know her name, as the Sasuke of his world understandably never talked about his family. After the photos were all taken for his friends, Naruto began to approach Sasuke and his mother, much to the other girls' surprise. A hand grabbed his own, stopping him from going momentarily. "Where are you going?" Ino demanded. "You don't want to stay with 3 sinfully beautiful ladies?" Sakura and Hinata blushed at that, not having anywhere near Ino's level of boldness. Naruto chuckled, blushing himself. "I'd love to, but I just wanted to go over and say hi to that guy." Catching the person who he was pointing at, Ino and Sakura scowled. "You don't need to go say hi," Sakura said. "He'll treat you like shit anyway. Though, now that his mother is here with him, I suspect he'll be more tame when he's leashed up like that." Wow, Sakura can be vicious with her comments. "Right," Ino nodded before adding, "plus that broody, perpetually pissed off attitude lost its cool a long time ago." Naruto shook his head. "I'm going to try anyway." He continued his way to Sasuke, much to the girl's reluctance. When Sasuke noticed Naruto approaching, he tensed up and his posture became rigid at having to interact with someone. Comparing this Sasuke to the one that took his arm off of him was like night and day. Naruto could see that the person in front of him was inexperienced and lacked exposure to the real shinobi world. "What do you want?" Sasuke said curtly, and his comment caught the attention of his mother as well. "Oh, nothing, Naruto said, "just coming by to say hi." "Do you two want to take a picture for this occasion?" Naruto gestured with his camera. Sasuke scoffed. No, his mother was more polite. "Thank you for the offer, but you don't have to go through the trouble of developing the photos for us. I've heard it can take days." Naruto shook his head. "This is actually an instant camera. It's something Lady Uzumaki and I finished creating just a few days ago." The Uchiha matriarch's eyes widened at the name. "You know Kushina?" Naruto looked at her quizzically. "Yes. I'm the new Chunin who was announced under her care a few months ago. She's sort of my Guardian. Sasuke's posture stiffened at hearing his title. The blonde-haired boy in front of her barely even looked older than he was. But he was already Chunin. I've been so busy training Sasuke for the past months that I haven't heard of this. It's been so long since I spoke to my best friend. The matriarch responded. Naruto's eyebrows jumped at that. His mother and this lady were best friends. You know Lady Kushina? The lady nodded. Ah, where are my manners? My name is Uchiha Mikoto, and this is my son, Sasuke. Naruto bowed his head to formally greet them. My name is Hagoromo Naruto, under the care of the Uzumaki clan, so I will speak in their name. The Uzumaki clan greets Lady Uchiha and her son. Mikoto's delicate eyebrows raised in surprise once more, so did Sasuke's. Hagoromo, you say? If I remember correctly, they were an allied clan to the Uchiha during the Warring States era, but I thought they had gone extinct. Mikoto winced at the last word, having no delicate way to put it. Sasuke just looked curious at the new development. Hi, it seems that through DNA testing, my blood is of theirs. It came as a surprise to me as well, Naruto said. Mikoto smiled at him, the first smile that she put on that day, and it would have been enough to stop men in their tracks. And it did, Naruto realized, as conversation suddenly went quiet around him at the rare sight. Naruto, too, was stunned. Good thing Naruto had his lust seal, else his hormones would have gone haywire at the sight. Mikoto raised her arm towards him, but not in a gesture for a handshake. She had her palms facing downward, and looked to be expecting something. Naruto realized what it was, after having started lady courtesy lessons with his mother. He took the offered hand, bowed, and kissed it gently as he was taught. Mikoto's smile widened at that, revealing an even more beautiful vision. I see Kushina has taught you well. I will be sure to stop by to speak with her later. Hopefully she is more receptive to my reaching out to her this time. Now, what about this instant camera you were talking about? Naruto smiled and showed her. 6 months after Naruto's arrival. April 10th. Monday. Naruto looked towards the base of the root shinobi, tucked deep underground beneath the Hokage mountain. The only way to get in was through an obscure tunnel unknown to the eyes of the non-root, with its entrant in a guarded house in Konoha, mundane and obscure, completely unsuspecting amidst the many similar buildings. Or so they thought. Sai, Naruto's former teammate, had informed him of the base's location as well as another entrance only known by a select few. Its original purpose was to allow the escape of certain members should the headquarters be compromised. Little did they know that their very path of escape would doom them all to the light that they so detested. Naruto understood that in the shinobi world, justice just meant who had the bigger stick. It was an immoral world they lived in. One of bloodshed and tears, tragedy and loss. But he was here to try and make it better, to spread the original teachings of Nishu, the entire existence of Root, the upbringing of their members. Its existence spits on the founders' intentions, their legacies. Naruto would see it fall. There were many that needed to be dealt with. Many that needed to be subjected and captured, but not killed. Killing them wouldn't be justice, for they had no autonomy over their actions. Root shinobi were like brainwashed ants, only doing what they're told, trained to have no emotion, and had their tongues sealed to not leak information, ensuring absolute loyalty. He felt sorry for them, and he promised justice for those of Root that deserved it. Those like Sai. Yet their number was so great that it would have taken the entire combined forces of Jonin and Umbu to carry out this mission. But Naruto wasn't called the one-man army for nothing. He had a plan, devised by both him and his mother over the months. In front of Uzumaki Kushina, no seal could hold against her prodigious mind, no matter how complex their designs. She only needed to examine it first before finding ways of removing it. The only thing that was left was to deal with Danzo, but Hiruzen had assigned himself along with a few other shinobi to that task. Naruto had been reluctant to agree to it, but seeing the eyes of Hiruzen as he insisted that it was his responsibility to deal with his old friend, Naruto could only relent. Naruto knew that look all too well. It was the look he gave to his own friends when he asked to deal with Sasuke. Naruto sent a look Kushina's way, and she returned his gesture with a nod. She was ready. He nodded as well. It was time to get to work. Danzo-sama, Arudambu said as he appeared beside him. We seem to be experiencing a communication blackout. We can't contact the HQ. Danzo waved off the Root Umbu's concern. Being located where it was normal to experience fluctuations in radio signals, even with technology as advanced as theirs. It wasn't the first time the line went dead. Danzo took a sip of his tea, letting it fill him with pleasant warmth. Being as old as he was, oftentimes the simplest things brought him the greatest joy, other than seeing Konoha prosper and flourish. His ambitions could wait during times like these. His will to become the Hokage would be all but guaranteed once his plans played out. Under his rule, he would ensure the safety of Konoha, no matter how ruthless his methods were. Danzo-sama, The same root addressed once more. His voice was monotone and lacking even a drop of emotion. A feat that Danzo took pride in achieving. Whilst taking inspiration from Kyrgyzstan, he'd made them let go of the judgment-blinding nature of emotions through the raising, bonding and killing of their own brothers and sisters as they grew. It was a worthy sacrifice for loyal soldiers, as well as rooting out the weak from the strong. Yes? Danzo responded. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the line, it's just silent on the other end. The root said. Danzo narrowed his eyes. His paranoia had jumped up a notch, but he dismissed his fears. There was no chance of the root base being discovered with the seal he placed on the root's tongues. No secret of his could be leaked. That was unless the Uzumaki matriarch was involved. Her existence was a risk for his entire organization, but her worth as a seal master was too valuable to the village for him to eliminate. She was perhaps the only thing standing between them and other villages Jinchuriki, and with how tightly each village guarded their human beasts, it was difficult for him to procure one for his own uses. Too bad her son had died on that fateful day. Danzo hummed. Send someone to check. Hi. Oh, there'll be no need for that, Danzo, a voice interrupted. Danzo felt a chill run down his spine, despite showing no outward reaction to the voice. He recognized it all too well. The root had immediately disappeared into the floor. Hiruzen, Danzo greeted, nonplussed. What brings you to my humble abode? Hiruzen only stared at him with cold, uncaring eyes. Danzo knew that beneath that veneer of a kind old man Hiruzen so often puts out, there was nothing more dangerous in the entire elemental nations than pissing off this kindly old man. Danzo eyed him, skeptical of his intentions but too secure in his own position to regard this as a threat. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Many duties await me. Danzo got up, his joints popping and aching. Duties like performing maintenance on the near dozen Sharingan you have within you? Danzo froze in his tracks. He turned to face his old friend. It was the final straw in confirming his suspicions. The sudden root communications blackout, the appearance of Hiruzen, now the addressing of his tools. Hiruzen was planning on something. Something entirely to do with him. Yet he could not believe that his old friend would have the guts to take him out, not when Konoha was so vulnerable, not when his work was necessary. Danzo's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect this situation to happen at all, much less right at this moment. I assume you have something to do with the communications blackout? Danzo asked, throwing subtlety to the wind. Hiruzen only puffed on his pipe, but Danzo knew his old friend's habits enough to know he was right. Somehow, Hiruzen had discovered his root base, as well as the secrets of the implanted Sharingan. No matter. What do you want, Hiruzen? Danzo asked. It's not like you to want to play politics. Hiruzen only gave a chuckle, an eerie one that Danzo had only heard from him during times of war. During times where he massacred his opponents. A cold sweat formed on his back. Hiruzen continued. I think we both know what it is I want. Danzo looked into Hiruzen's dark eyes, not believing his words. Yet as he looked into the dark pools, he could only see resolve. And regret. You're making a mistake, Hiruzen. Danzo warned, already signaling the root behind his back. Hiruzen scoffed. The only mistake I made is waiting this long to get rid of you. You're no use to Konoha anymore, Danzo. You're just a leech that I was too blind to detach from me. At that, something within the old bandaged man boiled. No use? No use? Danzo snapped, though his expression remained calm and unmoving as still water. The things I have done for this village, the burden I carry for Konoha. You should be ashamed to even step foot in my home, pretending to take the high road when you were too soft to do what was necessary. Hiruzen shook his head disappointingly. Danzo. You're more trouble than you're worth. Konoha's future is unsafe with you still in the picture. The travesties you've caused. And would cause in the future. We would have been far stronger had you not existed at all. I know that now. You've even gone against my orders to disband Root after the Uchiha massacre. I should have seen it then, the corruption you placed amongst our own ranks. Danzo only looked at him for a second before he let out a depreciating laugh. Oh, pretending to be innocent are you? You already know the things I've done over the years. You have probably always known that I would never disband Root. Yet you turned a blind eye as I had the courage to do things you could never do, for the safety of Konoha. Do you think the Uchihas would have taken the peaceful route? Danzo laughed condescendingly. Please, you may be old, but you aren't blind to the truth. The only peaceful route was taken away when you killed Uchiha Sure, Hiruzen muttered, then he channeled his chakra, no longer stalling in his mission. He no longer gave a damn about what else Danzo had to say. Immediately 5 Root Umbu dashed out of the shadows and struck Hiruzen. Or tried to, at least, as they were intercepted by Hiruzen's own Umbu guard. Danzo sneered. They were only a mere distraction. Now, he ordered, and 5 more Root Umbu appeared from behind the fire shadow to strike at his unguarded back. Jonin, Kakashi, and Might Guy stopped them in their tracks, one disarming 2 of them and the other doing a twirling leg kick on the other 3. Danzo's insulting remarks died in his throat. You fool! I am the root of Konoha, the one that never steps into the light to do what is necessary. The one that holds our tree to the ground. You're no root, Danzo, you're just a weed that only takes and pretends to give, Hiruzen stated, making Danzo all the more furious. You do this for your own ideals, for your own ambitions, for your own power and the blind delusion that it was for Konoha. You believe Konoha needs protection, yet you do not see what Konoha truly is. Our predecessors wish for peace. Danzo channeled his own chakra, ripping the bindings off his eye. You're too weak, Hiruzen. You should have taken me years ago. Now, even with the copy ninja and the green beast at your side, you stand no chance. Not against Koto Amatsukami. Not against Izanagi. Danzo thought. Hiruzen chuckled at him, irritating him to no end. Oh, I wouldn't have brought them here if not for the insistence of someone who cares deeply for me. They are very much excessive as helping hands, especially when I've already prepared for all your tricks. Hiruzen made a hand sign. Fuin. Danzo tried channeling chakra into his Sharingan to distort reality, but to his surprise, it burned like someone had poured boiling acid down his socket. Arg, Danzo-sama. The Root Umbu called out. One of them took their leader upon his shoulders, executing immediate evacuation procedures. Before he could dash away, however, Kakashi was already there, an expression of fury unlike anything the copy ninja had on before. His Chidori took off the Root Umbu's leg. Raikiri, he muttered, voice cold. There was a gurgled scream. All Danzo saw before unconsciousness took him were the regretful but resolved eyes of his longtime friend, as well as hearing his final words. I'd have had a tough time had I not known beforehand what you are capable of. Now rest easy, Danzo. Sai was cleaning his gear, preparing to take his shift on the night watch. He hated night watches. Or came as close to hate as he could. Then he noticed the silence around him. It wasn't the usual silence of hidden root behind the walls and beneath the floor. It was the silence of absence. Before he could react, he felt an impact on the back of his neck and his body could no longer respond to his commands. Naruto's clones worked far better than any team of shinobi could. To make the mission as safe and swift as possible, he went all out from the get-go. Nature energy coursed through his veins, his senses dialed to 11, his speed far too fast for even the most gifted of Root Umbu to see. Before they knew it, each found a paralysis and chakra sealing tag placed upon various parts of their bodies. Out of the hundreds of Root Umbu that existed in the base, each dropped like flies as Naruto's clones swept through them. His mother was truly a genius to have prepared this many seals. He knew ever since he first saw her that she was powerful beyond belief. Not just in combat strength, though she had that in spades too, but in her extraordinary versatility. She could come up with seals for anything given enough preparation and time. The pure genjutsu suppression and backlash seal she made for Danzo being a prime example. She gave an arbitrary explanation of it that frankly flew over Naruto's head, but it had something to do with the seal's relation with illusions. The stronger the genjutsu those within the seal's radius casted, the stronger the backlash the seal would cause within that user. He'd learnt much from her over the past, nearly a year now, but he could still not match her genius, despite having his own talents in his field of fuinjutsu, that oddly being space and storage seals. We're over 3/4 through, Naruto informed his mother. She looked at him in shocked silence and wonder. It hasn't even been a minute since we started. Naruto nodded. Sage mode allows me to sense precisely where everyone is, even buried in rock and darkness. Still, getting to some of them took longer and more effort than I thought, especially when doing it silently. Kushina gave him a prideful smile and looked onwards. There was almost nothing to be seen, so dark it was. In this confined space, even the tiniest of sounds would echo across caverns and tunnels, yet no sound was made. Naruto was terrifyingly efficient. You're incredible, son, Kushina said, the compliment slipping from her without conscious thought. Naruto gave her a beaming smile. Thanks, Mom, Kushina returned one back. They say that no plan survives first contact with the enemy, and throughout his years of war with its many skirmishes and battles, Naruto found that to be generally true. But with experience and strength, his plans were executed flawlessly. It was malleable and accounted for surprise factors like tripwire traps and explosive rigged rooms. His clones were also experts in adapting on the fly. With his extrasensory abilities, along with his now mastered Rinnegan eyes, it was hard for him to fall for anything. 1 minute and 41 seconds was all it took for the entire root base to be subjugated and a second sweep over to check for anything he missed. After micromanaging the war with his clones, this entire operation was something Naruto could do in his sleep. Root Umbu may be jonins, they may have special powers or unique abilities that would cause trouble for anyone worth their salt, but not for Naruto. It's done, Naruto informed his still astonished mother. She quickly composed herself and nodded, making her way to the root umbu one of Naruto's clones brought to her. The root's expression was stuck into one of mild surprise right as he looked before the paralysis seal was stuck on him. While his face remained frozen, his eyes darted towards the Uzumaki matriarch. She cared not for it as she pried open his mouth and held his tongue in her hands, observing the seal used on it. She clicked her tongue, a habit of frustration, after identifying the core of it. "It's a cursed seal," she said to Naruto as he approached. "It's tied by blood, and removing it would either require the death of the one who placed it, Danzo, or by taking his blood and making a key to unlock the seal." Naruto nodded. Danzo must have been captured by now. He didn't miss the slight widening of the eyes that the root umbu gave. The root umbu who just happened to be Sai. "It's a shame how far he's fallen," Naruto muttered, "or perhaps he was just born this way. Corrupt, bitter, manipulative." Naruto stared at the downed root. "I feel sorry for you, you know? Taken without your consent, growing up, being forced to kill those you considered friends, having everything taken away from you before getting turned into emotionless slaves." He said it loud enough for all the root umbu to hear him. He continued, "For some, it was out of your control, for others it came to be from the choice you made. Worry not. We'll give you all a chance to redeem yourselves once Danzo is taken care of. Hopefully some of you will walk out of it better and with your life back in your hands. For others, hopefully you will choose to turn to the light before it's too late." Naruto glanced towards his mother, who returned his gaze with a look of empathy. She saw how tired her son was of all of this. Of the terrible atrocities in this world. "One thing's for sure," Naruto continued, "the Yamanakas are about to move up a tax bracket from all the therapy they have to dish out." Danzo awoke in a cell, his vision bleary, and it was as if he could only see from one of his eyes. He bolted upright and felt for his right eye, where his Sharingan was. With a shock and a bit of pain, he found nothing. It had been removed. His breathing quickened as he looked towards his arm. No, nothing. No Sharingan. All that was left were open sockets of the attached arm. Danzo was usually calm, no matter the circumstances. But now, everything had been taken away from him so quickly. His world, once secure and predictable, flipped upside down within a night, and his own instincts, sharpened after years of underhanded tactics, knew that this was the end of him. Just as it had been the end of everyone who dared cross his path before this day. He lost it. He lost it all. My plans? After all these years. "It seems that you're awake," a voice said. He turned towards it. Oh, how he hated that voice. Hiruzen. He screamed, deranged, almost like a cornered animal that saw no path for escape. "What have you done to me?" There was none of his usual calmness, none of his usual smugness that he had, as if he knew things no one else did. He was like a child in the body of a grown man once his toys were taken away from him. Hiruzen was disgusted in himself that he hadn't seen it all before, first with Orochimaru. Now with my oldest friend. How blind have I been to my own folly? Hiruzen felt a hand being placed on his shoulder, giving him an affectionate squeeze as a show of support. He turned towards the understanding face of Naruto, whose blindfolded eyes didn't diminish how expressive he was. "I know what it's like to lose an old friend to the darkness, Gigi," Naruto said. "Don't blame yourself for the mistakes of others." Danzo sneered at the newcomer. You're that boy Hiruzen introduced. How you managed to escape my eyes, I do not know, but know this. I will remember this slight." Naruto chuckled, grating Danzo's nerves. "Don't worry, Danzo-san. You can take your grudges with you to the underworld." Danzo felt a pit form in his stomach. "You're going to execute me?" Hiruzen only stared at him impassively. "After all I've done for this village." Danzo spat. Naruto shook his head. "After all you've done for you. All you've done is assassinate prize targets for their bounties under the pretext of Konoha. Yet in doing so, you ignited hatred and scorn against us. You've created far more enemies than you've taken." Danzo's eyes narrowed and he sneered. "You don't know me." "Oh," Naruto responded, despondently, thinking back to how his Danzo was the one to have leaked the secret of him being the Jinchuriki to the village. "Oh, I do. And even if I didn't, I know psychopaths when I see them." "How dare you?" Hiruzen continued for him. "We'll use you as a scapegoat for your many, many crimes. Goodbye, old friend." "Damn you," Danzo said. The other two were already turning away from him. "Damn you." They ignored him. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief after the meeting. It was one thing down and many more things to go. Over the past 11 months, he only took D or C rank missions within the village parameters, as full deployment was limited until he was 18. Still, gathering complete information of the route had taken the majority of his mission time. At this moment, it was coming to an end. He still had a lot on his plate, but at the very least, he'd cleansed Konoha of the filth that rotted within. He wondered how much will change just from this alone. Would Orochimaru still invade the village? Whatever came, he'd be prepared to meet it. His training was now complete, and he was even stronger than he ever was in his old world. In regards to Root and Danzo, he liked to think of himself as a person who'd give anyone a chance. But after all he'd seen in the war, after all he's been through, he knew the necessity of closing his heart to those that do not deserve it, as well as the will to put down any who could not be redeemed. Hiruzen sighed from beside him. How far we've fallen. Naruto gave him a supporting smile. It is not your fault, Gigi. Hiruzen shook his head, still despondent. I've recently come to realize the many failures that I've turned a blind eye to. Or the failures that I would have done had things been different. Naruto gave him a quizzical look. What do you mean? Hiruzen sighed once more, his hands itching for the rough surface of his pipe. I haven't apologized to you yet, Naruto. He shook his head before Naruto could ask what for. From the struggles I've seen through your memories. It was largely my fault that you've lived a life so unjust and so terrible, Hiruzen continued, looking towards the sky. It was my responsibility to make sure you grew up living the life you deserved if your parents hadn't perished that day. And even if the Hiruzen of your world wasn't me specifically, I can't imagine that I would have done anything different should the situation have occurred in this world. Gigi, Naruto said. Hiruzen held up his hand to tell Naruto that he had more to say. My sins are not just what I've done, but what I didn't do. It was neglect that your world's version of me had done to you. It was neglect that Orochimaru and Danzo ended up the way they did. I know that regardless of my namesake, I am no god, but I still should have done more. Hiruzen looked into Naruto's concerned expression, the blindfold not hiding the worried arch of his eyebrows. Hiruzen smiled at the soon-to-be young adult. Yet you still loved me anyway, Naruto, no matter how little I offered you in support, in time, in love. For that, I cannot believe that you turned out the way you did. I am proud beyond imagination of the man you've chosen to become rather than yet another monster I would have made. Naruto looked towards the stars as well, letting the silence reign for a minute. Then, with kindness beyond Hiruzen's expectations, he spoke. I don't blame you, Gramps. The hard times I've been through shaped me to who I am today. It could have been easier, sure, but it also could have been worse. I may have been stuck in that root base I've just cleared today for my entire childhood, never seeing the light of the sun. I could have been made into a root, a weapon for the village. I would have never let that happen. Hiruzen interrupted. Naruto smiled. I know. Hiruzen could see that Naruto truly held no hard feelings, despite how much he could have done better for him. An odd sense of relief filled him, as if someone had lifted him of one of the many burdens holding him down. You had so much on your plate, Gigi, Naruto continued. After the Kyuubi disaster, Konoha was weak beyond belief. It was a miracle that it hadn't been attacked by the other villages, especially when my mother didn't exist in my world, and the fact that you managed to drive off any attempts in doing so by yourself. It was otherworldly. Yet no matter how large your responsibilities, when I was kicked out of the orphanage, when I was scorned by all but a few, you were always there to help me. You shouldn't be ashamed, Gigi, for not being able to give me a better life. You should be proud that you've already done so. Hiruzen felt his old, weary eyes sting with suppressed emotion for the first time in many years. How much had he kept bottled up after all these years, he did not know. Yet now he felt like he'd just been told that all his sacrifice, all his hard work was worth it in the end. That he'd done well over the years. Naruto had no idea how much his words meant to the old man. Thank you, Naruto, Hiruzen said, his voice throatier than usual, trying to clear the ball that wedged itself in his throat. It's no problem, Gigi, Naruto beamed. Remember, I'm here to help, so you can count on me, Databeo. Hiruzen chuckled at that. Naruto was so. Naruto. He was exactly the combination of Minato and Kushina that Hiruzen hoped he would be. I will see you tomorrow then, Hiruzen said, dismissing the boy before his calm demeanor would break. Naruto nodded and shunshuned away. See ya, Gigi. After a minute of being alone, Hiruzen wiped the lone tear that streaked down his cheek. He looked to the stars once more, but instead of being filled with contemplation and worry, he was filled with hope. Thank you, Naruto. 1 week later. April 17th. Monday. There was a clan trial that was held for Danzo, and through the mind-walking of the Yamanaka family on the route Umbu there was enough evidence of treachery, disobedience, and even treason to bury Danzo alive. Danzo had been calm and collected, trying to gain favor with the family heads by rallying the trial witness and the council. Yet no excuse for protecting Konoha was good enough to defend against plotting to murder the third, giving order for the Uchiha massacre, of collaborating with Orochimaru, a terrorist and a known Konoha criminal. When Danzo saw that nothing he could do could save him, he became almost deranged in anger. You imbeciles! I am necessary for this village. It will perish without me. Hiruzen only looked on in scorn. On the contrary. I believe that without you, for the first time in a long time, the village will prosper. Falcon, if you please. The falcon masked Ambu needed no further confirmation. With a swing of his sword, Danzo's head was lobbed off. Just like that. Naruto watched the spectacle from his seat next to his mother. The room was sealed with Fuinjutsu courtesy of Kushina to ensure absolute privacy. The many clan heads ranging from Hyuga to Nara, Akimichi, Yamanka, Uchiha, Inuzuka, Aburame, and Uzumaki. Both matriarch and patriarch of each were present in their respective seats, as well as a few jonin in attendance to witness the trial. Naruto, being an adopted member of the Uzumaki clan, which had 2 available seats, was allowed to attend as well. Sasuke was also there for the same reasons as well as belonging to one of the affected parties along with his mother. The two had been invited over to the Uzumaki house for dinner many times over the months and vice versa. Though Sasuke remained aloof, Naruto had gotten to know Mikoto and was glad that the bond between her and his mother was reforming. Mikoto was very kind, although she didn't like to show it through her stoic features. Since she didn't have the strength Kushina had to protect herself and her clan, she had to put on a mask of an unshakable and untouchable leader. Though throughout the years, the mask had become a part of her and her expressions were muted along with it. It was a good thing that it began to slip in the constant presence of her best friend, one that she'd regained over the past months, and was beginning to thaw her frozen heart. Sasuke, though, still had many unresolved issues. Naruto was observing the sole heir of the Uchiha, though none could tell with his blindfold on. He saw the way Sasuke clenched his fists so hard his nails were practically digging into his skin. He was biting down on his lips, trying to stop himself from shouting in rage. He'd just found out the truth of the Uchiha massacre and the orders of his brother. But as he stared down at the head of the person responsible, he looked lost. His rage had no direction to go, but it was still there. Hopefully in this world, he'd have the support he needed to move on. So this is where you were? Sasuke said as he approached Naruto in the training ground. Naruto could barely even turn around and answer when Sasuke rushed him. His foot landed on Naruto's chest and Naruto just stood there unmoving, looking at Sasuke, blinking. What are you doing? Sasuke tried to hide his surprise and leaped backwards. Once he regained himself, he spoke. I want to spar. You're about the same age as me, but you're Chunin. I need someone strong to test myself against. Naruto arched an eyebrow at him. I've heard from 3 distinct classmates of yours that they've been handling themselves against you pretty well recently. TCH, Sasuke tutade. If you're talking about the 3 bimbos that follow you around, then I'd hate to inform you that they haven't won against me yet. Naruto smirked. But they're catching up, aren't they? Sasuke sneered and dashed towards him once more. He'd always been faster than any of his classmates, even the Hyuga heiress, Hanabi. He'd always been at the top. Though seeing the rapid growth of 3 in particular, it made him sour at his own lack of progress, and those 3 only had one thing in common after he found out during his frequent visits to the Uzumaki house. It was Naruto. He struck efficiently as he was taught, each kick and punch executed to perfection. Yet for all his efforts for about 15 minutes, none landed. Throw back. Naruto only shook his head. You're upset about Danzo. That stopped Sasuke in his tracks. The Uchiha heir looked at the whisker-marked Chunin. Then his expression took on one of fury. What do you know about my struggles? Sasuke struck again, frustration, anger, helplessness in every punch, in every kick, in every breath that he took. My vengeance. Sasuke muttered under his breath, but Naruto could hear him just fine. My vengeance was taken from me. Naruto's eyes softened. You're angry and confused. He dodged a punch. You don't know what to do next. He jumped a leg sweep. Vengeance was what held you for so long. Shut up. Sasuke snarled. His hand signs blurred as he went through them. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A giant fireball flew from his mouth, larger than what Naruto thought Sasuke would be capable of as a genin. Yet he did not move. Sasuke froze. A cold sweat and the shock of the jutsu landing brought him back to reality. No matter how angry he was, he hadn't wanted to kill anyone, especially not the ward of his mother's best friend. Hey! Are you alright? He shouted after cutting off the technique. So you have a heart after all, a voice said from right behind him. Sasuke turned, backhanding the speaker reflexively. It was caught by a bandaged arm. Naruto smiled at him. Sasuke wanted nothing more than to wipe it off his face. He cursed the fact that he showed even the smallest hint of sympathy. It was a weakness, a liability, eh? Do you want to know how I got strong? Naruto suddenly asked, his hand still grabbed onto Sasuke's, interrupting his thoughts. Sasuke only looked at him, but his eyes demanded an explanation. Naruto didn't continue, letting the silence linger to Sasuke's irritation. Seconds ticked by. What? Sasuke asked, proving Naruto right. Naruto smiled. It was love. Sasuke only gave him an unimpressed look. It's true, Naruto said nonchalantly. It was my love for the people I care about that kept me going, that brought me up when I was at my lowest, that keeps me moving forward every day. TCH, Sasuke tutade. Let go of my arm. How about you agree to be my friend first? Naruto said. Sasuke punched him in the face, and to his annoyance, only his fist stung from it. I don't need friends. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yes, you do. Why don't you come join one of my training sessions then, as a compromise? I have nothing to compromise with you. Let go of me. Sasuke snarled, but before Naruto could do so, he did something he didn't expect. Sasuke kicked him in the balls, hard. Unfortunately for Naruto, his balls were still the most sensitive part of him, even through the muscle reinforcement of the Azura path. So he still felt the pain and was surprised, flinging himself back. With Sasuke still attached to him, the result. They found themselves in a position that had given Naruto nightmares for the past years of his life. Their lips locked and they both stared at each other, wide-eyed. What the heck is this bullshit? Not again. Naruto thought. He immediately let go of Sasuke's arm and pushed his chest to try and get him off from atop him. Pushed his chest. His chest. Are those boobs? Naruto groped it a tiny bit, listening to his intrusive thoughts, squeezing the bound dough balls of flesh. Those are boobs. Why does Sasuke have boobs? Naruto glazed at Sasuke's face, his bangs framing his eyes darkly. I didn't mean to do that, Naruto said, still a bit confused. Sasuke muttered quietly. What was that? I'm going to kill you. Sasuke roared as he grabbed a kunai from his thigh holster and tried to stab Naruto in the face, straddling him to get better leverage. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's hands before the murder attempt succeeded. Hey! I said I was sorry. This is an accident. Naruto dislodged himself by bridging his hip and rolling sideways, dislodging the kunai from Sasuke's hands and flicking it away to a distance. Then he found himself face first into Sasuke's now admittedly pert breasts, the bindings holding them together now coming a bit loose. Naruto immediately sprung up from his position and fell backwards onto his ass. Sorry. Really. I didn't mean to do that. Sasuke was blushing? She was as red as her favorite fruit. Why you? Sasuke couldn't bring out what he wanted to say, so she just glared at the blonde. You're a girl? Naruto inquired. My mother will have your head for this, Sasuke said, finding words to work for her again. Naruto thought about it. No, she wouldn't. She loves me. I even gave her a hair tie when she visited the other day. Sasuke looked like she was chewing on a lemon. If this gets out, Naruto immediately put up his hands to placate her. My lips are sealed. I promise you this. I can't believe you did this, Sasuke said, still flushing red. You groped me. You kicked my balls, Naruto retorted, and tried to murder me. Sasuke stood up on shaky legs. I wish I hadn't felt sorry for you when I roasted you alive. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, how magnanimous of you when you did. Look, this never happened. Alright? Sasuke gave a reluctant annoyed nod after a minute of glaring. Naruto sighed. Well, think over my training offer. You'll get to know the other girls. TCH, Sasuke turned away from him looking to leave. They hate me. They'll get over it if I ask them to, Naruto said. Sasuke continued on her way and gave no response. See you later, Sasuke. Naruto called out. Sasuke stopped. Then she said something under her breath. Naruto tilted his head in question. What was that, TCH? And with that, she was gone. The weekend that week, the trio of girls met up once again at the training grounds. Sakura was adjusting her red hair ribbon, getting it just right to look almost like bunny ears as it held her ponytail together. Would you stop fiddling with it? Ino muttered. It's literally been over a month since you got it for your birthday. Hinata giggled as Sakura stuck her tongue out at Ino. You're just jealous that you're the only one who hasn't gotten anything from Naruto yet, Sakura said. Just wait till it's my birthday, forehead, then I'll ask him for a gift that neither of you had thought of, Ino quipped back. Hinata and Sakura looked curious. Ino smirked. I'll ask him for a harmless little kiss. She gestured to her lips. Right here. Sakura and Hinata blushed. That's so cheating, you whore. Sakura snarled. That's highly inappropriate, Ino-san, Hinata said more politely. It was Ino's turn to stick her tongue out at them. You know, if I start asking for it from today, I'll eventually wear him down over the months till my birthday. Then when the time comes, Ino made a kissy face and Sakura pretended to gag. Hinata just looked scandalized. That's an awfully funny face you're making there, Ino-chan, Naruto commented as he shunshined nearby. Over the first few weeks of knowing her, Ino had been adamant that he used the chan suffix on her because he already used it for Sakura and Hinata. He'd relented since they had become close enough for him to do so at the time. Ah, Naruto-kun. Ino said, I was just thinking that for my birth. Shut it, Ino pig. Sakura cut her off and smushed Ino's face with her palm, to which Ino promptly bit a moment later. You bitch. That hurts. Naruto chuckled at their antics. Heh. Alright, you two, that's enough. What did we have scheduled for today? It was teamwork drills, Naruto-kun, Hinata reminded him. Ino and Sakura's squabbling died down at that. Naruto smiled. Why don't we try something different today? All three perked up at that. What's it going to be? Do we each have to land a clean hit on you again? Or do we have to catch you in a jutsu? Ino asked. Naruto shook his head before grabbing something from his waist pouch. It was 3 bells. He jingled it in front of them. Sakura arched an eyebrow at him but remained curious. What are we supposed to do with the bells? Her words died off as another person had joined the clearing, catching her attention mid-sentence. It was none other than Sasuke. What are you doing here? Ino asked condescendingly, raising her voice so Sasuke could hear her from afar. Did you get lost? Sakura only gave the newcomer a death glare while Hinata remained apprehensive. Naruto held his hands up placatingly. Now calm down, girls. I invited him here. All 3 eyes snapped back to him in stunned silence. Naruto only gave a sheepish smile. I offered him to come train with us. I know you all have your history, but he really needs some friends to have a healthy state of mind. Would you set aside your grudges for this training session? Ino and Sakura looked unconvinced, still mad about the intrusion Sasuke was causing. Besides, there was a reason they refused to invite any of their classmates from the academy over to train with Naruto. They wanted a monopoly on their sensei. Sasuke only looked on from a distance, not yet approaching because of the hostility shown by the 2 girls. Do it for me? Naruto asked, and the plea in his tone had caused the 2 girls to almost take a step back. There was something in his voice that showed of desperation. Please? Be patient with him. It'll mean a lot to me if you give him a chance. Ino and Sakura immediately caved at his request. Of course, Naruto-kun, Sakura responded. I still don't like him very much, but I'll set my anger aside. Just for you. Ino only nodded. I'll be fine with it too. Then she thought of something. Well, that is if you were to do something for me on my birth. Her face got smushed again. Naruto looked elated, and the sight of his relieved joy made the girls' hearts flutter. He turned and waved to Sasuke in the distance, signaling him to come over. Sakura was pulling her punches a lot less when sparring with Sasuke as compared to when she sparred with other girls. If Naruto didn't know any better, it would look like Sakura was trying to break his bones. This was just a warm-up for the teamwork drills. Hopefully it would work out fine in the end. XXX. The teamwork drill was a disaster, an utter disaster. It was like watching an avalanche of disastrous decisions collide with each other. The 3 girls he trained usually worked together like a well-oiled machine, but it seemed that just adding another factor into the equation in Sasuke had made the entire thing fall apart. Credit to the 3 girls, they were trying their best to be inclusive of Sasuke upon Naruto's request, but the Uchiha heiress? Naruto still couldn't decide which pronoun to give him her. So he'll go with him being a boy for now until Sasuke said otherwise, was acting like a lone wolf encroaching on a foreign pack. Sasuke wanted to do everything himself, not letting his teammates hinder him in his decisions, and they had no choice but to accompany him. The drill went on for about 20 minutes with none of them coming even close to touching the bells. Naruto sighed, now watching the 4 academy students argue. Or 3 plus Hinata's mediating. Why are you so selfishly stupid, you raven-haired moron? Sakura screeched. Yeah, Ino added, you just go off doing your own thing during a teamwork exercise. Sasuke sneered at them before turning his head away. You'll only get in my way. Before Sakura and Ino could explode, Naruto cut in. Enough. Naruto snapped, and the tone in his command had shut them all up. He never raised his voice in such a way before. Naruto turned towards the girls. Take a break, girls. They did as he told and made themselves scarce by making their way towards their usual picnic tree a distance away. Then as they got to their spot, they peered back at him and Sasuke, like curious children waiting to see what had happened. They were still close enough to hear what was going to be said. Sasuke, Naruto addressed. The Uchiha didn't meet his eyes. Look at me, Naruto ordered, and with reluctance, Sasuke did so. He had defiance in his eyes as well as a stubbornness that held him back more than he realized. I've asked the girls to give you a chance, but I'd neglected to ask you to let your hate go. Sasuke didn't say anything. I suspected that this would happen. You don't respect my ability to teach, my method of doing things, Naruto said. You don't think that working as a team with others would be beneficial towards your individual strength. Sasuke still didn't say anything. If you keep going the way you are now, you'll become another Itachi, Naruto said. That had pissed Sasuke off. The three girls remained silent as they heard what their sensei said. He spoke of a taboo topic that should never be said near the uchihas, much less directly to Sasuke's face. What? What did you say to me? Sasuke asked dangerously. I said that if you keep going as you are now, you're going to become another Itachi. Do you think that he would have done what he did if he truly cared for anyone but you and your mother? Naruto said. Sasuke stared at him, enraged. You'll regret saying that in front of me. Itachi did as he was ordered. He had no choice. There is always a choice, Sasuke, Naruto retorted despondently. Your brother chose to do what he did. He may have done it to avoid civil war, but did he truly need to massacre an entire clan of people to achieve that result? To commit this level of genocide? And that is why I will kill him, despite his reasons, Sasuke snarled. Oh Sasuke, when will you learn that repaying blood with blood does nothing but destroy the lives of everyone around you, as well as your own? Naruto said. Sasuke dashed towards him and struck, rage filling him to the point of madness. He struck nothing but air. Then a kick landed on his stomach, and it almost collapsed his lung. Unlike earlier in the week, Naruto struck back, and he did so, again and again, moving too fast for Sasuke to see. For 5 minutes straight, Sasuke received a bruise in every part of his body, and he was helpless to defend himself. The three girls watched on in silent horror. Should we stop him? Ino asked. He's too fast. I don't know if we can do anything, Sakura retorted, freaking out. I don't think he'll take it too far. Right. Hinata tried to confirm. Then when Sasuke was on his last legs, lips bleeding and hopelessness in his eyes, he could only watch as a mesmerizing ball of chakra formed in Naruto's hand, the very thing that would spell his death. Naruto began towards him, his initial steps slow before gaining in speed. Sasuke's eyes widened, thinking that this was going to be the end. His death by a random chunin in the very village of his home. His mother was going to be left alone. She was going to. No, something burned in his very eyes, something that would help him survive. He couldn't go out like this. Then he saw the world slowing down for him. The movement of Naruto slowed, but he still couldn't move. He was petrified, even after all that. This is the end. Sasuke closed his eyes, feeling the dread and hopelessness of it all. Then, Naruto-kun, stop. 3 voices called out at the same time. Sasuke's eyes snapped open, and to his surprise, all 3 of the girls that had tried to train with him earlier were in front of him. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata all acted as a barrier between the blonde and the Uchiha heir. They all looked just as terrified of their sensei as he was. Then, to all of their shock, Naruto stopped in his tracks, the jutsu in his hand fizzling out into nothingness, and a smile formed on his face that reached from ear to ear. Hey, you all pass, Naruto said as if he wasn't just about to commit murder. The 4 looked at him dumbfounded. What? Ino was the first to break the stunned silence. Naruto chuckled. You couldn't get the bell. The test was about teamwork. But as you noticed, there were only 3 bells to 4 participants. Unfortunately, you guys didn't reach that far for me to have given you the ultimatum behind it. So I settled for this instead. The group stared at him like he'd grown a second head. So, this was all a test? Hinata asked hesitantly. Naruto nodded. Amongst other things. The 3 girls slumped to the ground. I thought we were gonna die to save the psychotic idiot, Sakura wept. I know, right? I'm too young and pretty to die. Though I can think of no better way to go than in the arms of my Naruto-kun, Ino added. Hinata just took in a relieved breath. You were quite rough on Sasuke-san, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled at the 3. I know, Hinata, but you all came to save him regardless, even if you weren't sure of my intentions. Hey, I knew you weren't gonna take it too far. Ino interrupted. I had faith in you, unlike these 2. Hey, you're the one who freaked out first, Ino pig. Sakura snapped. Hinata giggled. Sasuke could only watch the 3 girls interact in front of him in silence. They saved him? After all he did to them, after how he treated them. Why? A finger flicked against his forehead. His eyes snapped back into focus to meet a blindfolded Chunin. Sasuke knew now that the man in front of him was terrifying. He didn't know how much stronger Naruto was than him, but he never even felt so hopeless against even his mother before. Naruto gave him an apologetic smile. I wouldn't have gone through with that last attack if the girls didn't interfere, you know? But aren't you glad that they did? Open your heart, Sasuke, whenever you can in this world, Sasuke, else you'll find yourself dying alone, with no one to mourn you as you pass. Sasuke gave a shaky breath, still somewhat intimidated. I also had to be this rough on you. Otherwise you wouldn't have awakened this. Naruto held out a small handheld mirror, and to Sasuke's shock, he stared at his own reflection. His own Sharingan eyes. He unlocked them? How? What? Then his eyes roamed back to the eerie blindfolds. You did this? Naruto smiled at him. It wasn't much. Just took me almost murdering you is all. That's revenge for earlier this week. See? Have some trust in me, Databayo. I know what's good for you, Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. And despite being absolutely steamrolled by this person just a few minutes ago, he felt his face growing warmer. The three girls watched the interaction, surprised at the revelation of Sasuke's eyes. Then, Ino whispered to Sakura. Is Sasuke blushing? Sakura, too, grew suspicious and whispered back. Do you think that he was gay this entire time? Hinata only rolled her eyes at the two. 3 months later. July 23rd, Sunday. Happy birthday, Sasuke. Naruto said, as he handed over his gift. Why am I the last one to receive a gift from Naruto? Ino said in a defeated tone, having already given her gift to the raven-haired boy. I can't believe this. Sakura only snickered as she once more fiddled with her hair ribbon, rubbing salt into the wound. It was still in mint condition despite it being on her practically all the time. Seriously. She only took it off when she showered and it was still never left further than where she could see it. She cherished it, despite being a simple gift, and as Lady Uzumaki had secretly told her, Naruto had spent hours stitching Fuinjutsu seals on it, making it virtually indestructible. And infinitely precious to her. Besides, she could style her hair in multiple different ways using just a single ribbon, as she'd come to discover. This is. Sasuke muttered in surprise after opening his gift. The gift hadn't been anything the girls expected. Unlike the ribbon that was Sakura's gift, or the stitched plushie of a blindfolded fox that was Hinata's gift. No, this was far less girly. It was a ninjato. Did a big favor for old man Higurashi on one of my missions, Naruto explained. He gave me this sword in return. Also added a few seals on it. You'll have to find out what they were yourself, Sasuke. Sasuke was beet red when he held the sword in front of him, just as he frequently was in front of their blonde friend. Thanks, Naruto. The fact that Sasuke was maybe gay had turned into definitely gay in the minds of Ino and Sakura over the past months. That fact easing their former pains of rejection, and his attempts at friendliness had bridged the gap between the three. Hinata was the one that got along well with everyone from the start, being the patient, understanding friend that Sasuke really needed. I have something to say, everyone, Sasuke said, glancing towards his mother who gave him a confident nod and reassuring smile. You're gay? Ino interrupted. Yeah, we figured that out a while ago. What? Sasuke said, gobsmacked. We don't judge, Sasuke, Sakura added. It's totally fine. Why, you know. Sasuke stuttered, embarrassed beyond all belief. I'm not gay. Ino, Sakura and even Hinata looked at him disbelievingly. Sasuke blushed hard and Mikoto was trying to hold in her laughter. I'm a girl, you dolts. Sasuke screeched. Naruto chuckled at the stunned faces of the trio. Ino turned her wide eyes at him at the sound. You knew? Naruto's laugh died in his throat. Well, yeah. Sasuke glared at him. From something I'm not inclined to share. It took a few moments for the girls to regain their composure. Sasuke bowed to them formally before reintroducing herself. I've hidden my gender over the years for clan protection purposes and still have to, so I'm putting my trust in you all to keep my secret. My real name is Uchiha Sarada, after Sarada's revelation. Same day, the girls and Sarada had gone off to a private girls' meeting in the latter's room and Naruto was very much not invited. So here he was, sitting on the rather comfortable couch in the Uchiha family's living room. Most of the Uchiha compound was empty, and this house was the closest one to the gate, different from the main house that Sarada had grown up in. For just the two of them, it was more than enough. Naruto-kun, Mikoto said as she came to sit next to him. Uchiha-sama, Naruto responded. Is there anything you need? Mikoto rolled her eyes but smiled. Stop with the Uchiha-sama thing already. I told you months ago to just call me Mikoto. That would be highly inappropriate for one of your status, Naruto automatically replied back. At Mikoto's unimpressed stare, Naruto squirmed in his seat. Then she giggled and the sound of it almost set all of his cells on fire. It was melodic and soothing to the ears. Good Kami, she just exudes sensuality. If you don't start calling me Mikoto, then I'll have to resort to drastic measures, Mikoto commanded in a no-nonsense tone. The way she just casually switched from her warm true personality to her commanding business face was something that Naruto secretly liked about her. The switching between playful and serious always kept him on his toes. He was really thanking his lucky stars that his lust seal was taking in all his libido every time he interacted with her. Hi, Naruto relented at her terrifying gaze, and Mikoto-sama. Her stare lasted for a while longer before she sighed. That's all I can get for today, I suppose. That's what you'll be addressing me from now on, even in public. Understand? Hi Mikoto-sama, Naruto responded immediately. Mothers are truly frightening. Mikoto's eyes lost her sharp edge and warmth tinged her icy features once more. She only showed this face to people she could trust, and Naruto had only gained her trust so quickly after Kushina's assurances on his character as well as her constant observation of him. Bringing Sarada into the mix in his training group, unlocking her Sharingan, as well as encouraging her to make friends with her trainees, had sealed the deal for Mikoto. "I'm so grateful for you, Naruto-kun," Mikoto said, her eyes showing a hint of motherly love that she was developing for him. "Thank you for all that you've done for Sarada. To have friends that she trusts this much, or even having friends at all, seemed like a pipe dream to me. I wanted her to be happy, but I also wanted her to be safe. And it was a rare sight for the calm and collected Uchiha matriarch to be so overwhelmed by emotions that she struggled to find the words. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on Mikoto's own, stopping her. "I understand, Mikoto-sama. Raising Sarada to who she is now, despite all that's happened, you've done a wonderful job. Although Sarada has hit some rough spots, it all worked out in the end. Despite her friendship with the girls being new, I'm sure their bond will last a lifetime." Mikoto's beaming smile could have stopped a war. She turned her hand over and laced her digits in his, giving him a squeeze. "You're incredible, Naruto-kun. I cannot express how grateful I am. If there ever comes a time where there's anything I have that you need, say the word and I'll do everything in my power to grant it to you." Naruto blushed. That's no need for that, Mikoto-sama. Just your friendship with Lady Kushina and I are more than enough to repay any perceived debts you may think you have. As two diminished clans, we must look after each other to the best of our abilities no matter the situation. If Mikoto's smile could get any wider and her eyes any warmer, then it did as she heard his words. "Naruto-kun, do me a favor and look to the left for a minute, will you, HM?" "What for?" Naruto asked, but did so anyway. Just as he did, however, he felt like the softest lips in elemental nations had graced itself upon his cheek, lingering for a few seconds before retreating back to whence it came. Naruto's brain was too busy rebooting to register what just happened. Mikoto only laughed at his reaction, an unrestrained, joyful laugh that he'd remember for the rest of his life. 2 months later. September 23rd, Saturday. Ino's birthday. "So what do you say, Naruto-kun?" Ino asked. "Are you going to grant the birthday girl her wish?" It was at the end of the party in the Yamanaka clan house, and many more people were invited as compared to the small birthday celebrations of everyone else in their friend group. There were the Akimichis, the Naros, Aburames, and Izukas. Now that they've left, and only Ino's closest friends remained, it was up to Hinata, Sakura, and Sardu to stop the platinum blonde minx from having her fill. Too bad for them, Ino had done a little maneuvering on her part to get some alone time with Naruto. aka, secretly enlisted the help of her dad via begging. Now they were alone in a closet. "Ino-chan, what I said about Naruto tried. I know. I'm not asking for a relationship. I'm not even asking for you to wait. I'm just. Could you indulge this foolish girl, just this once?" Naruto turned away from her, though she could still see his blush. "I can't play with your heart, Ino-chan. I care about you, and I'd hate to give you hope when there may be a chance that I'll never return your feelings." "I know," Ino admitted solemnly, "but it doesn't change the fact that I want you so badly." The silence lingered after that, before Naruto coughed. Just this one time then, alright?" Naruto gave in. "This doesn't change anything between us." Ino's heart skipped a beat as her throat dried. She gave a shaky nod. Never in a million years did she expect her ploy to work. Now that it did, she remained frozen in the moment, almost getting cold feet. Naruto's blindfolded eyes had become a staple of his, and she'd been around him so much that she could tell where exactly he was looking most of the time. Now, he was looking right at her. Her heart hammered in her chest. This was it. This was the moment she'd been dreaming of the last few months. She knew that it would be a quick chaste kiss that would indulge her selfish behavior, but she'd exercised her mind to remember the very sensations of that one instance to last for the rest of her life. She was ready. Ino closed her eyes and puckered her lips, ready for the contact. Everything was in place. Her mind was ready to capture this moment and place it. Naruto kissed her. It was chaste as Ino expected, but she didn't mind. A second later, his lips parted from hers and she was satisfied even with just that much. She remembered how he felt for the split second. "She'll cherish." He kissed her again, hard, and not in a way that was rough and unforgiving. No, it was hard in intensity, like firecrackers upon her lips as he worked and sucked with his. His tongue invaded her a moment later and Ino gasped as he playfully licked the roof of her mouth, sending chills down her spine. Ino didn't expect this. Wasn't expecting it. Never even Ayame. Oh my god! Her brain was malfunctioning. Naruto brushed his hand through her hair, and his other on her hip, pulling her closer. Ino's mind caught up to her again, and she tried her best to reciprocate the actions of her partner. She was met with limited success. It was her first kiss after all, but Naruto was patient with her, waiting for her to dance that tango of tongues, to feel the rhythm of their back and forth, and the heat that their proximity allowed. Ino moaned as she pushed herself even harder into his face, never wanting this to ever end. She felt her core getting hotter. Butterflies fluttering, skin tingling, hair raising. But for all her enthusiasm, Naruto proved far more formidable in the art, and he took the lead. Ino was on her back foot. She didn't mind. Not one bit. Her mind was once again melting, losing itself to the feel of his lips, the scent he gave off. It was unique. Green tea and rose. Wonderful. They locked tongues for 15 minutes, Naruto always finding new tricks to keep her on her toes. By minute 5, he'd already figured out all her buttons, all the sensitive parts in her mouth to bite and explore. He worked her like a musician to a long, familiar instrument. By minute 10, Ino was already fading from this world, overloaded to the gills. By minute 15, Naruto stopped and extracted himself from her. She was dazed, confused at what just happened, and had probably even forgotten her own name at this point. And beyond all, elated that she got to see heaven this early, Naruto gave her one final kiss, sweet and caring. Hope that was enough to satisfy you. Happy birthday, Ino-chan. With that, he was gone with the swirl of leaves. Ino was still glued to her spot, still lost in the passion of a moment already past. A lone finger found itself on her lips. She couldn't hold on for any longer. She shuddered and came. She flooded, soaking her panties and leg wrappings, and she didn't regret it. Just like that. From no other stimulation than just a kiss. Her sensei was terrifying. He wasn't only prodigious in strength but in being a lover as well. If this was what he could do from just a kiss, then Ino wasn't sure she'd be able to handle him alone. Maybe she didn't have to. Regardless, one thing was for sure. This was her best birthday ever. September 29th, Friday. Graduation. It was just like the beginning of the school year, as Naruto was taking photos for just about anyone who asked him. Even civilian families who could never hope to afford a camera. He didn't mind it because he brought plenty of film scrolls just for this purpose. Unlike the beginning of the year where he was unknown, he was actively sought out to talk to now. He had a reputation for clearing out tedious C or D ranks that were left over like they were nothing. It made people appreciate him doing the menial work Naruto was looking forward to when he was no longer village-bound and could do the things he needed to do outside of the village, like Wave for example. He needed to deal with their situation ASAP, and he'd already asked the old man to keep an eye out for Tazuna's mission. He'd booked it in to be the one to do it. Naruto-kun, a fine morning today, isn't it? A familiar spine-tingling voice called out from behind him. Naruto smiled, turning towards the Uchiha matriarch. Mikoto-sama, it is indeed, and it's only gotten better with your presence. Mikoto was holding a hand fan and was covering her face with it as she giggled. Of course, the action alone caught the attention of most who were in proximity. The sight and sound of their Lady Uchiha giggling was like the calling of an angel sent from heaven. My Naruto-kun, quite the charmer you are, Mikoto teased, then she held out her hand. Here. Naruto rolled his eyes, and Mikoto had been around him often enough to tell through the blindfold. She hid the smile that was creeping onto her face behind the fan, though Naruto could tell her mirth from the twinkle in her eyes. Naruto bowed and kissed the offered hand slightly, amused at the theatrics of keeping up appearances. They were way past such formal greetings, having seen each other practically every day for the past months, and Mikoto had become something of a second mother for him. Stop teasing him, Mom, Sarada said from behind her, though she was using her more masculine Sasuke voice. She'd improved by leaps and bounds ever since their training ground session started, both in combat ability and socialization skills. She was already considered prodigious, but now she was more likely to be considered a monster. Just as his other 3 students would be as well once their talents were known. Oh, I can't help it, Naruto-kun is such a bewitcher of ladies, Mikoto said as she pinched Naruto's cheek, to the twitching of his eyebrows. Naruto shook it off, batting the hand away as it tried to come in for a second attempt. Mikoto only chuckled. Never before had the sight of the frozen, untouchable goddess been broken. Mikoto looked so cheerful, and even her normally aloof child was smiling, albeit trying to keep it hidden. Who was this? Naruto to make them act in such a way? This was the thought that rang throughout the observers around them. Anyways, you guys want a picture? Naruto asked. They did. And of course they also want him to be in them as well. When the teams were determined, the students had quickly met up with their senseis and were scheduled to meet the day after. The teams were decided as follows. Team 7, Kakshi's team Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata. Team 8, Kurenai's team Hyuga Hanabi, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Team 9 Taken Guy's team. Team 10, Asuma's team Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji. With Ino. I can't believe I'm the one who got separated from the group. Ino muttered into Naruto's jacket, crying a torrent of tears. Curse my fate, I'm stuck with a lazy bum and a gross bum rather than my friends. Naruto chuckled, patting her back, comforting her. I'm sure it'll work out alright, Ino-chan. Shikamaru and Chuji aren't that bad. Ino only sighed. Mao and my sensei seems like a lazy chain smoker as well. Why can't we have you as our sensei? Naruto shook his head frantically. I don't think I'd make a good. Oh, cut the shit, Naruto. Ino cut him off. You'd have been an incredible sensei. Because you already are an incredible sensei. Naruto blushed. Thanks. But could you please let go of me? Ino, upon realizing she was clutching onto him like a monkey, jumped back a bit. Sorry. Hey, got a bit ahead of myself. Yeah, get away from him, Ino pig. A familiar voice said from a distance. It was none other than Sakura, who was joined by Sarada and Hinata. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Sorry we're late. Our sensei is kind of off. At her final words, Sarada grumbled under her breath and even Hinata looked a bit annoyed. Naruto only chuckled. That's Kakashi for you, alright. You three are going to have your work cut out for you. His four friends chatted amongst each other about their teams and wishes. Naruto closed his eyes, though none could tell but a few. The four in front of him just so happened to be some of those few. Naruto-kun? Are you thinking of something? Hinata asked. Naruto just smiled. I'm simply glad that you've all become this strong in a year, or in Sarada's case, half a year. It's incredible how much progress you guys made. I'm proud of you, you know? All of you. He even gave a pointed look to Sarada in particular, who blushed. At those words, the four girls' hearts leapt with pride. It's all thanks to you, Sakura said. Naruto shook his head. I only brought out what was already in all of you. I knew you'd have what it takes. In just a few years, I'm sure you'll end up as an S-rank kunoichi for sure. Why you really think so? Sarada asked, elated at the compliment, especially from whom it came. I know so, Naruto responded, but I'm afraid I won't be there to teach you guys as much anymore. What? Ino yelped. What do you mean? Naruto only gave them all a sad, apologetic smile. When I turn 18, I'll be allowed outside the village. I have things I have to do. And I will likely be away from Konoha for long periods of time. The four looked solemn as they glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. Then it was surprisingly Hinata who acted first, and she did so boldly, which was more of Ino's kind of thing. She came forward and hugged him, burying her face in his chest. Naruto was surprised, but before he could act, Ino and Sakura joined in a moment later. Naruto chuckled as he wrapped his arms around the three. He towered over them so it was easy to do so. The only one that was left was Sarada. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her, and reluctantly, she joined in the hug by crossing her arms and letting herself be enveloped by Naruto's embrace. I'll make sure to stop by any time I can, Naruto said as they hugged him tighter, but you'll all be busy with missions and training with your new genin cells. I look forward to seeing your Chunin promotion soon, because I'm sure you all already deserve it. 1 year and 1 week after Naruto's arrival. October 17th, Tuesday. It was Naruto's birthday. Not his original one, but his new one, the one he preferred. There was a small celebration, just like the year before, but it was exactly the way Naruto wanted it. It had some extra guests, which meant extra gifts. There were Kushina, Hiruzen, Mikoto, Sarada, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. It passed by without too much fanfare, lasting about 3 hours, but Naruto had cherished it nonetheless. He'd received a handmade red scarf from Hinata, a self-written small book of plants and flowers from Ino, a handmade bracelet from Sakura, a new jacket from Sarada, a year-long Ichiraku ramen voucher from Hiruzen, which Tsuchi only allowed because Naruto was to be out on missions for most of the year, and apparently a surprise gift from his mother and Mikoto to be revealed later. I'm going to miss you, Ino said, as she pulled him down by his collar and gave him a kiss on the cheek. The other girls didn't like that. Not one bit. Let go of him, you whore. Sakura screeched as she grabbed Ino to smush her face, which quickly escalated into a wrestling match. Then, once again, it was surprisingly Hinata who followed up, giving Naruto a kiss on his other cheek. Ino's kiss had surprised Naruto, but Hinata's left him stunned. Then, seeing that she was behind in the act, Sakura immediately one-upped them all when she grabbed the stunned Naruto by his hair and brought his lips to hers. She was blushing furiously as she'd acted on instinctive courage, but it was nonetheless a point of pride to her that she was able to go through with what Ino had claimed to have done herself on her birthday. When she let go, Hinata, not wanting to be outdone so quickly after her own courageous act, grabbed Naruto's head, turned to face her, and placed her own soft lips on his, letting it linger for a minute before fleeing like a rabbit. The barrage of kisses had left Naruto practically catatonic, and he was just glad that the adults were in a separate room, chatting to each other. Then, Naruto looked at Sarada, almost expecting a kiss from a fourth person. She glared at him, cheeks tinged red also. Don't even think about expecting one from me. Naruto smiled sheepishly before he burst out laughing at the situation. His amusement proved infectious as soon Hinata, Sakura and Ino joined him, while Sarada looked away, hiding her smile. What in the world was that? Naruto got out between breaths. I think you all had too much to drink. They were all past legal drinking age, with Naruto surprisingly being the youngest out of them, to his friends' endless teasing, so they'd all had a glass or two during the party. Please, I can hold my liquor, Ino argued. Now, let's set something straight here. Since I'm the first out of all of us to kiss Naruto-kun on the lips, I'm clearly in the lead now. As if. Sakura retorted, you cheated by making him pity you on your birthday. You even made your dad put us to sleep. All is fair in love and war, Ino said, nonchalantly. Actually, it was Sarada who, out of the four of you, kissed me there first, Naruto commented, thinking nothing of it. It may have been an accident. In both worlds, but it still counted. It was when a stunned silence fell over the four girls that Naruto realized his mistake. Nah. Are you? Too? Sarada screeched, fury and undue embarrassment in her tone. Naruto stepped back a bit as he feebly tried to explain. It was an accident? Naruto ran. Sarada chased after him. There was a full 10 minutes of chasing and maneuvering around furniture, to everyone's amusement because it was like both of them had forgotten that they were ninjas in their tussle. It was when Naruto made the mistake of getting out of line of sight from everyone and going to the back garden of his house that Sarada immediately jumped, bringing him to the floor and straddling him, much similar to the position they were in a few months ago. Caught you, Sarada said then. To Naruto's surprise, she activated her Sharingan to quickly check that no one was watching them in their surroundings. When she confirmed it, she squashed Naruto's cheeks together with one hand, making his lips pucker like a fish. Then she kissed him? Sarada had never felt so bold in her life as compared to this moment. She didn't really know what she was thinking. She'd like to blame it on the alcohol, or the fact that she didn't want to be the odd person out in this little kissing battle they had. But she knew that she wanted this to happen deep down in her heart. She didn't love him. But she can't deny that she liked him in some small insignificant way that she refused to admit was taking up more of herself than she'd liked. What happened to her dreams of revenge? She didn't have time for this. She needed to kill Itachi, she needed to. Oh Kami, she thought as she began to delve deeper into his mouth. She didn't really know what she was doing, and whatever knowledge she had on the subject was something she'd gleaned out of the romance novels in Sakura's house. She didn't really care though, because she didn't want to lose. She needed to do more than the other three. She had no illusions that with the way she dressed and her rather petite stature, being the smallest of the girls, she had gotten the short end of the stick in terms of female allure. She looked closer to a teenage brat rather than a woman. To win this unspoken race, she needed to be bold, to take advantage when the others were slacking. She didn't even know why she wanted to win so badly, she just knew that she had to. Naruto, on the other hand, was taken aback, to say the least. Unlike the two kisses he had a moment before, this was a kiss full of aggression and need. It felt like Sarada was sparring him with her tongue. Little did she know that Naruto had an uncomfortable amount of practice in the art of kissing. From a method he was far too embarrassed to admit to anyone, Naruto fought back in this duel of tongues and immediately found the upper hand. Sarada had reeled when he turned it up a notch, but he had already put a hand gently behind her head near her nape and pulled her back in, not letting her get off easy. She struggled for a bit before yielding to his technique. They locked their faces with each other for a minute before she moaned in his mouth, to both their surprises, and it was enough for Naruto to realize what he was doing. He was kissing the female version of his longtime rival. It was weird but also strangely vindicating. Sarada took in a breath from the respite when Naruto pulled back. You this. She couldn't finish whatever she wanted to say as Naruto flipped her over, just as he did 6 months ago. He was above her, his body making her small frame seem powerless. What are you? He was the one who initiated the kiss now. And he spared her no mercy as he took her first real kiss. For some reason, even with the lust seal on him, he felt himself getting a bit excited. This was the ultimate form of a get back to the Sasuke from his world. To claim this female version of him and render her helpless beneath him. The shock of the turn of events had involuntarily activated Sarada's Sharingan eyes and the sight of Naruto ravaging her mouth as she just lay there and let him do so for 2.5 minutes was seared into her memory for eternity. A picture-perfect frame that will never degrade. His addictive scent, the sensations, the way he held her down. She'd remember every little detail until the end of her existence, and she knew that she'd watch this memory over and over, time and time again in the future. Naruto's lips parted from hers and he backed away, just as the back door burst open to reveal Ino. "This is where you two went," Ino said. Then she took in their position. "Wow, you two must have really had it out for each other to end up like that. Try not to kill each other for a day, would you?" Naruto got up and laughed sheepishly. "Alright. Sarada jumped me and we sort of ended up here." Ino looked at her mentor suspiciously, obviously feeling that something was off. If there was one thing Naruto was terrible at, it was the art of fibbing. "Right. Come back in. We're supposed to leave soon." Then she looked over to the raven-haired heiress. "Besides, aren't you staying over at Sakura's for the night, Sarada?" Naruto was surprised at this development. Sarada nodded, getting up from the grassy ground. She suggested a sleepover to get to know each other better as a team. Hinata's invited too. At the mention of teams, Ino deflated again. "Ugh. I'd be jealous if we hadn't done the exact same thing last week. Why wasn't I invited this time?" "We wanted to see what our group dynamic was like without a loud-mouthed bossy blonde to quip in every time anyone says so much as a word," Sarada answered nonchalantly. "Oh, screw you," Ino said as she blew her bangs from her eyes. "I know you love me." Sarada rolled her eyes, but her smile grew softer nonetheless. "I'm sure we'd all be lost lambs without you." Ino huffed and turned away, making her way back in. Sarada followed, though after a few steps, she turned her head to the side, showing Naruto just a part of her face from behind her. "By the way, I might have been the latest to join the group, but I have the lead now. And not that I care about you or anything, so don't get any bright ideas. This was a one-time, birthday thing, alright?" Alright. Naruto agreed, but for some reason, she looked a bit disappointed at his response. Almost as if she'd wanted him to demand otherwise. With that, she was off. Naruto was confused over what this lead thing was and what the girls were even racing for. He sighed, letting the tumultuous events of the evening go. Surely it can't get any wilder than this. Right, he thought to himself. Little did he know just how much more wild things would get as the night progressed. Because tonight was the night where his lust seal was to be removed. Chapter 24, edited. It was at the end of the party, as he bid everyone farewell, when Kushina grabbed his hand and led him back inside the house. As the door closed, she activated the privacy wards, immediately making Naruto go into alert mode. "And Mom?" Naruto asked. "Is everything alright?" Kushina gave him a reassuring smile. "Everything's just fine, son. I just have something for you that is best kept private." She went off to fetch something in her room. When she came back, she had in hand a small brush and an ink bottle. "I have something for you as your gift, but it has to be drawn on you first." "You mean like the lust seal?" Naruto asked, curious. Kushina only gave him a knowing smirk and responded, "Yes, but it is for something else entirely. Now, would you sit down on the couch, son?" "Yes, mother," Naruto replied, to which she smiled warmly. "This will be a small seal that's going to be drawn on the area behind your ears, down to parts of your neck," Kushina explained. "What's it for?" Naruto queried. "Oh, you'll find out," Kushina responded, smirking. A few minutes later, Naruto was facing his mother, complaining playfully on how cold the ink was on his skin. Kushina had used a bit of medical ninjutsu to permanently etch the fuinjutsu to the pigments on his skin. Once it was done, his mother brought him to the bathroom mirror, taking off his blindfold in the meantime. It was a small seal that was only noticeable up close. He glanced at his reflection. "Huh. Looks kind of nice on me." Kushina only grinned at him. "Channel some chakra into it." Naruto gave her an arched eyebrow but did as he was told. He sent a small pulse into each of the seals, his control over his chakra exponentially better than it was over a year ago after training with the Rinnegan. Then Naruto's jaw dropped as he caught sight of his reflection. His purple-tinted, black-ringed eyes filled with Tomo began to recede, slowly but surely. Then after 5 seconds, what peered back at him were his original baby blues. "What? How is this possible? This is insane." After learning fuinjutsu from Kushina for a year, he knew just how hard it was to create an original seal and condense it to a small form factor for efficiency. This didn't seem like a regular genjutsu seal, as his eyes could determine a genjutsu from a glance. It was as if he had his eyes back physically. Kushina only chuckled at his surprise. "It took me a year for a reason. I wouldn't have even completed it in time had Mikoto not allowed me to study the effects of Shusui's Sharingan a few days ago. She even helped me a lot in that regard, so this gift counts as hers as well." Naruto smiled at that. "Thank you, Mom. I can't explain how much this means to me. And I'll be sure to give Mikoto-sama her proper thanks as well next time when I see her." Kushina had a foxy smile as if knowing something Naruto didn't, so he asked her, "What is it?" "Oh, nothing. Kushina waved him off. Then she went on to explain the seal. "That thing is an illusory masterpiece if I say so myself. It's a physical genjutsu I replicated from the effects of the Izanagi. It also blocks a Digitsu's see-through abilities, much like your blindfold, but doesn't affect your own Digitsu abilities. However, it only lasts for 3 hours before the physical illusion burns up and takes a day to recharge. This was unfortunately the furthest I can stretch Izanagi's effects, so you'll still have to wear your blindfold most of the time. Naruto shook his head. 3 hours is more than enough. I just want to look my friends in the eye again in public again. Naruto turned back to the mirror and gaped at himself. Even though he'd moved on, and the purple eyes had become a part of him more than it ever was on Sasuke, it still bothered him sometimes. They just simply weren't his original ones, and it was something that reminded him of his friend's death over a year ago. Now he could look at himself in the mirror and see the person he had been for the first 17 years of his life. He could go outside occasionally without looking like a blind person, though he was already used to it nowadays. Now, he finally had the option to just be fully himself once more. How did you get my eye color down so perfectly? Naruto asked. Oh, I remembered how your one eye looked when you first got here. It's a shade lighter than Minato's and had a slight tinge of violet in them that was so memorable. He turned to his mother and crushed her in a hug. This is so much better than what I got for you on your birthday, Mom. Kushina giggled, her hand involuntarily going to the Uzumaki symbol necklace on her neck. Nonsense, I love the necklace you got me and I'll cherish it until the day I die. You even had the old Higurashi to teach you how to make it yourself. I told you not to speak of death so casually in front of me, Mother, Naruto scolded. You will never die on my watch. Especially after what you've learned from me. Kushina only smiled into his chest. Oh, how her son towered over her now. He was tall, but not overly so to make it hard for her to tiptoe and kiss his cheek, an action in which she did now. Since you're already here, go take a bath, son. I'll wash your back. Naruto's hair stood on end. Ever since placing the lust seal on him, Kushina had never taken a bath with him again, stating that it was best to limit female contact, especially half-naked women, when he was undergoing his year of abstinence. It's been a year. As Naruto's realization came upon him, Kushina only gave him a mischievous smile. Figured it out, son? Kushina asked, that right? It's time to remove your seal, and I'll explain what comes after. For now, take a shower and get ready. Naruto could only nod shakily, and he could only think of what happened last time. Naruto was on the bath stool, loving the way warm water from the shower head fell upon him. The way it felt when the beads trickled down his skin and relaxed him, but even the serenity of it couldn't calm his racing heart. I'm coming in, son, Kushina addressed from the door. Naruto took a breath to calm himself, but it wasn't easy. His uncovered now blue eyes flickered to Kushina, and despite the physical genjutsu, the Rinnegan's sharp vision still remained. And Naruto could see her. She was even more radiant than last year, if that was at all possible. Naruto thought that back then she was already at her healthiest, rebounding back from depression so quickly. Yet now she was truly a goddess of this world. Ever since a year ago, they'd gotten so incredibly close to each other. They spent all the time they could together, whether it was from individual training to teaching and learning from each other. She taught him so much about Fuinjutsu and the Uzumaki clan, along with giving him frequent lessons on how to treat a lady, as well as how to seduce them. It had been fun and interesting, but it never got anywhere past the topic of kissing due to his abstinence. Now, not that abstinence was about to go away. Kushina, just like last time, had a towel wrapped around her body, held up meekly by a hand. Her wonderful long milky legs were the stuff of dreams, and Naruto wanted to. The seal. It was weakening. Naruto glanced down at it, and with his newly gained Fuinjutsu knowledge, he could tell that the triple-layered seal was truly on its last legs. The last layer was practically hanging on by a thread. He could see the complexity of it all now, and his mother had drawn it on him in no time at all, just showing how talented she was. On the corner of his eye, he saw his mother bend over to pick up the extra stool, which caught his attention again. Unlike last year, however, it had fallen on its side, making Kushina have to bend just a bit deeper than before to pick it up. She did so, and Naruto watched with rapt attention as the towel that was covering the upper back of her legs rose. And rose. And rose, revealing inch after inch of flawless smooth skin. When it reached the furthest point it did last year, it stopped, and Naruto was ready for disappointment once more. Only it didn't stop and went further. It revealed her gorgeous plump behind, and Naruto's mouth watered. Then the seal burned. Ow! Naruto yelped, looking back at it. The sound caught Kushina's attention and made her quicken up her pace in getting ready. Just in time for the removal. It's normal for it to emit a burning sensation when it nearly expires. It should last a few more hours from this point, which is more than enough time for its removal. I see, Naruto said, looking back at her. just in time to see her completely discard the towel to the laundry basket, showing that she was wearing nothing but a bathing suit. But not the one he remembered her using before. This one wasn't a strapless one-piece but a two-piece that exposed her entire perfectly toned midsection. Kami have mercy, Naruto thought. It had less of the skin-tight material that covered her modesty, displaying more skin. It was white in color and suited her complexion well. Kushina, once again, seemed to be completely clueless to how much trouble she was causing for Naruto by simply existing. She quickly made her way behind him, her hand holding a brush and ink bottle as well as another small green bottle of something Naruto couldn't identify. She placed the stool down behind him and started to scrub his back with a bath cloth. She worked quickly, getting to all the nooks and crannies as Naruto tried to distract himself by singing a song in his head. Then she discarded the cloth to the side to use her own fingers and palms. Naruto hitched in his breath as he felt the sensation of his mother's fingers. Kushina was nonchalant about it all as usual. "I'm so happy that it's been over a year already since we've met each other," Kushina commented as she worked on his shoulders, kneading and massaging them because she wanted to. "I've taught you so much, and it brings me no small amount of joy to see you excel in Fuinjutsu." Naruto smiled at her and Kushina replicated it through the reflection in the mirror in the shower area. "But," Kushina continued, "we've hit a roadblock with your lady lessons. And that is no small part due to the seal. I must warn you that removing the seal does not remove the Uzumaki lust. It has done its job in preventing the change of your chakra permanently, however, the intense drive for breeding will still be there. It will come in cycles which is different for every Uzumaki, but once the time of need comes, it must be addressed not just by self-masturbation, but with the participation of a partner. This is the next step in your lady lessons. The art of making love." Naruto blushed furiously. Kushina gave him a sympathetic smile but resumed her little lecture. "Obviously it is something I cannot teach you as I am your stepmother, but you'd have to go out there and explore your sexuality. Back when I was your age, I was already with Minato during this process, and I'd run him dry whenever the lust hit me, though I'm lucky that my cycle was only once a year up until I got pregnant." She gave Naruto a meaningful look. "But you. I recommend that you explore your options, son. We shinobi don't even have to care about sexually transmitted diseases due to being immune to sickness, and with how handsome you are, you'll have no small amount of options. Take the time to understand how you feel with different people. I've taught you enough to not be taken advantage of. In the meantime, don't be afraid of asking me for help anytime you wish. While I may not be able to make love to you, I can no doubt help you relieve yourself in an acceptably appropriate manner. Like I will demonstrate today." The way she said it without embarrassment, and in a matter-of-fact tone, made Naruto's face heat up even more. Kushina got up and maneuvered to kneel in front of him. "Today your lust will spike to an all-time high when I remove the seal. How long it'll last depends on how intense your sensitivity to chakra is. The maximum is around 3 hours, though. You seem to always be the exception in these types of things. Regardless, when it is over, the cycle will reset and begin anew. When the time to address your needs arrives, you'll feel it a few days beforehand so you can prepare for it." Naruto now stood at quartermast despite the seal still being active, and it pointed right at Kushina's assets. She didn't mind it at all as she dipped her brush in the water and began to use it to remove sections of the seal. As time passed and each section was removed, Naruto's lust began building up within him like he'd never felt it before. It was like the breaking of a giant dam to a torrent. Intense and concentrated. Naruto had a shaky breath as he watched his quartermast stick grow into half-mast, then to 3/4. Before finally standing tall in all its glory as Kushina removed all but the last piece of the seal. Kushina put the brush away only to dip it in the ink bottle and began to write a new seal where the old one was. "I will now put a seed-killing seal on you. Our Uzumaki seed is strong unlike any other. Should you release inside of someone, even on their safe days, your seed will last in the woman's womb until an egg is formed and they're impregnated." She gave him a look which explained just how bad of an idea it was now. "This seal will kill all the sperm in your semen when it is released. It is also toggle activated so it can be on perpetually until it is turned off or you run out of chakra to feed it. Which is practically an impossibility for you. Do not come inside of a girl with it off, Naruto." Her words gave no room for refute. Not that Naruto had any. "You're not ready to be a father yet," Kushina carried on. Then, looking at the new seal she finished, she made a hand sign. "Fuin." Then, to the last remaining piece of the old seal, she placed her thumb on it. Her eyes met him, and she gave him the warmest smile he'd ever seen on her. "In these lust-removing sessions, would you forego our title temporarily and simply call me Kushina?" she asked meekly. Naruto had been quiet for most of the time she talked, feeling too pent up to speak. So he nodded and throatily responded, "Alright. Kushina." Kushina's smile became wider. Prepare yourself, son, I mean Naruto. I'm releasing the seal now, she concentrated before saying. Fuin Kai. Naruto's head snapped backwards as his limbs shook, the sensitivity of his skin, of his hands, his arms, his legs, his cock, his everything skyrocketed. He gave rapid gasps as he tried to rein it all in, and through discipline and his newfound Rinnegan control he did. Only for it to well up at one point in his body. His dick, an intense, primal need to breed overwhelmed him, and he had to bite his lip to control it. It's all right, Naruto, Kushina said. You can relieve yourself. It's a condition you cannot help with. Don't be embarrassed. And so, Naruto did. He rubbed himself off, building to a climax quicker than he ever had before. He gazed at the stunning visage of his mother, no, the stunning visage of Kushina. Her creamy skin, her ruby red hair, her mystical purple eyes, the way she smiled at him with all the motherly love in the world. No visage more attractive existed in this entire universe. No subject more worthy to be the focus of his lustful thoughts. It made him feel guilty. It made him feel wrong, and it excited him. He came explosively on her covered tits, trying to aim low so as to not get it on her face, but the cum still managed to reach her neck. He came for what felt like an ungodly amount of time. And Kushina just sat there waiting through it all with nothing but adoration on her face. When the biggest, most satisfying, soul-draining ejaculation of his life ended. He was still hard. What the shit? He thought. This is normal. You'll be like this for the whole night, I think. It's not normally this intense, but as I said, this is probably the most energetic you'll feel ever because of the year-long abstinence, Kushina explained. Naruto began to jerk off again, mortified and aroused, wrong and oh so right. He came again a minute later, even harder than last time, and this time, he didn't care where the cum landed, too lost in ecstasy to pay attention to it. He felt like he was floating from his body and he could practically feel the world around him. Wait. That was literal. He could feel the chakra around him, the grass, the ground, the people a house away. He continued to touch himself, too drunk on the sensations to do anything else. He came again. His senses expanded to a few houses now. Another release. It expanded even more. By the fifth time he came, he snapped back to reality after hearing a moan. His eyes shot open and he stared at the sight of Kushina. My God. She's practically covered from head to toe. She was dazed, almost like she just woke up from a long nap. I'm sore. Don't apologize, Kushina cut him off. Then, she unbelievably took a giant waft of the bodily fluid that covered her in her palm and she ran her tongue up that very same palm like an extra long lick of a popsicle. Kushina moaned, though she suppressed it as best she could. Your semen. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. It's like liquid chakra mixed with an aphrodisiac and pheromones. I don't understand how this is. She had taken another handful while she was talking, and this time, she poured in her mouth using her hand like a cup. This shouldn't be possible. Then she snapped into focus and her eyes were sharp once more. She looked at him and Naruto was frozen like a statue. They stared at each other for a moment. Then Kushina giggled. You're just so full of surprises, Naruto. Anyway. I was supposed to demonstrate what I can do to help you. She looked shy and embarrassed and not at all like a lady who literally treated his jizz like a delicious beverage a few seconds ago. Well. Close your eyes, Naruto, and no using your Rinnegan powers to see through your eyelids. Her stern gaze made him gulp and he did as he was told, no longer channeling chakra into his eyes for the first time since a year ago practically, other than when he was sleeping. He tried to reach for his inner zen, his inner Nishu belief to calm himself. But when a tentative hand started to caress his cock, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Naruto could not imagine in a million years that this was happening. The hand then became a grip and the sensation made Naruto so intoxicated that he could not help but disobey his mother's orders. What he saw almost made him come once more. Kushina was gripping his cock with her right hand. Her expression was one of wonder and amazement as she stared at the huge rod like it was the most incredible thing she'd ever seen. Then, there was that love and adoration in her wide, crystal violet eyes. Naruto could not hold himself any longer. And all she did was grip him. But the sight alone was enough, especially when he was in this wound-up state. Her face was one of surprise as she didn't expect ropes of cum to fly towards her once more. But as she was admiring the cock in front of her, her head had been tilted to the side and thus, the fluids had missed her. She stared at the shower mirror as Naruto's seed landed upon it, and the reflection made her freeze. There she was, wide-eyed and looking pretty while kneeling in between her son's legs and holding his rod like a prized trophy. The sight made her shudder in all the right and wrong ways. There had to be boundaries between them, lines that should never be crossed, but she reminded herself that this was an act of motherly love and support. This wasn't something her son could control, and she was simply just helping him with it, to ease his pain. Kushina looked back at the magnificent appendage, and could only dream of what it would feel like. No. Absolutely not. That was the boundary. Sex can never, ever happen between them. But this didn't count as sex. She was just using her hands. At this moment in time, where they were participating in an act immoral as mother and son, she needed to separate that identity from herself and Naruto. Right now, they weren't mother and son but Naruto and Kushina. Just two people who took comfort in each other in a time of need. So she gave him his first pump, her mouth involuntarily watering despite her trying to repress any ill thoughts that plagued her mind. Naruto groaned as that single action sent him to the stars. Oh, Mom, no. Kushina cut in, making him freeze. What did I say? Right now, we're Kushina and Naruto, not mother and son. We have to separate from our titles when we participate in these relieving sessions. Understand? Yes, Kushina, I'm sorry, Naruto replied immediately. It was just a habit. Kushina would never tell him and never admit it to herself, but hearing him say Mom as he looked so lost in serenity had, for a moment, made her feel terrifyingly excited. Kushina gulped as she began to pump him once more. By the fifth jerk, Naruto straightened his back and sucked in air through his mouth. Then he came again while saying her name like a prayer. The action and sight made her heart skip a beat. The way he said her name, so reverent and full of love, it was unlike anything she'd ever felt before, not even with Minato. There was no doubt in her mind that Naruto's capacity to love far exceeded that of her late husband's, considering the fact that he had very few to give it to in his childhood. And he'd given her so much of it. He was so devoted to being a good son, always considerate of her, and mindful of her needs and wants, even when she wasn't aware of it. Kushina's mouth involuntarily parted as she caught some of the airborne semen flying in her mouth before she closed her eyes and savored the taste of it. It was just so ridiculously good. She swallowed and could feel the chakra in the fluid empowering her and bringing her ecstasy like no other. What in the world is up with his seed? She thought. She was going to be jealous of whoever it was that managed to marry her son. They would have the luxury of doing this every single day of their lives. She would know because Lady Mito had lived to 180 and had still looked to be in her 40s when she died. Naruto's lust cycle would mean that she needed to do this every time he had no one else to comfort, and Kushina was secretly glad at that fact. She was thankful that her own lust cycle had stopped after she gave birth, else on the days where hers and Naruto's cycle aligned, there may be no stopping them from jumping each other for real. Boundaries, Kushina, boundaries. She essentially continued to work her fingers up and down his member, slowing down the pace from a pump and simply just caressing it now. Then she remembered the extra thing she brought with her to this session. She grabbed the green bottle that she left to the side, opened the cap, and poured the liquid on her palm. Kushina? Naruto asked, and once again his use of her name in that throaty, satisfied voice sent a shiver down her spine. Is something wrong? It's nothing. I'm just putting a bit of lube to make this feel even better, she responded. Naruto's cock twitched in excitement, and she smiled. Her now lubed-up hands continued their massaging, and to Naruto, it was even more intense than before. Her digits felt like they were sliding down an aisle of highly sensitive nerve endings. Even with both her hands on his cock, there were still plenty more for another pair of hands to handle him. He was simply that big. And sometimes it didn't work out too well in his favor. There is such a thing as too big after all. Yet, at this moment, Kushina was expertly rubbing up and down his entire monstrous length. Oh Kami, Naruto got out, and Kushina blushed at his indirect praise. He came again. And this time he just happened to keep his eye focused on where it went, though it was still supposed to be closed behind his eyelids. He stared in shock as Kushina opened up her mouth and stuck her tongue out, wide like she was trying to catch rainwater from the sky. His climax chained into 2, into 3, into 4 as he watched Kushina do her best to catch it all while maintaining distance between her mouth and his rod. By the end of it, her mouth was literally filled to the brim with cum. Then she swallowed it. Oh dear Kami, have mercy on my soul, Naruto thought as he saw what's surely the most erotic scene to mankind. Then, Kushina unexpectedly moaned hard, and her body quivered almost like she was climaxing herself. She was climaxing. Naruto realized. She hadn't even touched herself. He watched in amazement at the myriad of expressions Kushina had to offer as her climax rose, peaked, and died back down. Goodness, Naruto, she said after the intense feeling was bearable enough to speak, your seed is literally like magic. Even with the seed-killing seal activated, it's still so potent. We can practically bottle it up and sell it as a miracle potion. She was right, as she actually felt her already enormous Uzumaki chakra capacity grow after ingesting the miracle fluid. She felt more energetic and lively. Any sore aches and pains, even little as they were to an Uzumaki, had disappeared. She felt like she was evolving into a higher form of herself. From drinking cum? That was insane. She resumed her work, this time more passion, more love, more utter adoration in her motions. By Kami, did she love Naruto? Truly nothing even came close to comparing this feeling of intensity. She could only imagine if this whisker-marked boy had showed up in her life when she was but a genin. Minato would have lost. Drastically, Naruto came again, and this time, she an O-shaped with her thumb and index finger, placed in right at the tip of his cock, right at its entrance, and sealed her lips around those digits, leaving no space for the cum to go other than her mouth whilst still not touching her son's penis with it at the same time. She drank as the fluids entered her, being sure not to waste a single drop. This was the absolute furthest she could go for Naruto without it being inappropriate. Unknown to her, Naruto saw all of this, clear as day. The sight of his mother just a hair lengths away from his rod. He couldn't help it. He pumped his hips just a tiny bit forward, and even though the O-shaped orientation of her 2 digits prevented him from entering her mouth outright, he still felt the slick, smooth sensation of her tongue on the tip of his cock. Just that instant of contact alone. Heaven. He was in heaven. Heaven lasted for 5 entire minutes as he emptied his balls, only for them to refill once again the moment he was done. This Uzumaki lust thing was both the best and worst thing that ever happened to him. Alright, that's enough for now, Kushina said as she tried to hide the tremors of her body once more. She'd come again. Actually, she came like 3 times from that last barrage, all chaining together like never-ending euphoric drugs. No, the real drug was her son's seed. She sensed no addictive presence within it, but the feeling of swallowing it, and what it did to her core had been so mind-blowingly good that it may as well have been. Take your bath while I clean up. I know it's not over, but we can't stay in the bathroom all night. I prepared your bedroom for this occasion. Along with other things, Kushina told him. Naruto gulped and nodded, feeling like he just ran to Kumo and back, and was still rearing to go. He got up and walked to the bath in shaky legs, and plopped down once he arrived. He glanced back at Kushina and froze as he caught sight of her. She was cleaning his cum, not with water from the shower head, but by literally scooping up every visible drop with her hand and nonchalantly putting it in her mouth, licking her digits clean and moaning with every taste. Naruto's breath was choppy as he didn't even bother to hide his gaze on her this time. Kushina caught onto it, and glanced back at him embarrassedly. I didn't want to contaminate the floor with your seed. It was a lame excuse if there ever was one, but it made Naruto smile. There's no judgment from me, Kushina, Naruto said kindly, not after what you did for me. Kushina smiled back. Anything for you, Naruto. They held their gazes for a minute longer before Naruto let out the words that were bouncing around his mind. You're so incredibly beautiful, Kushina, he admitted. I've never been so jealous of my father in my life. Kushina blushed at his words, and cleared her throat, trying to go back to cleaning herself as a distraction to just how much those words meant to her. Another moment passed and Naruto still found his cock painfully erect in the bathwater. He sighed. Then Kushina spoke up once more, blushing even harder than she did before. It was strange that just a few words had flustered her to this extent while a session of giving him a handjob had left her unfazed. Or so he thought. Naruto. No, son, she said, fully back into their familial relationship. She had an intensely warm expression on her face. You have absolutely nothing to be jealous of. My heart is yours now, fully and without question. I have never loved anyone as I have loved you in my entire life. Her words had left Naruto breathless as he could only watch her rise from her spot after being done washing and move to join him in the bath. She sat across him, facing him, legs slightly intertwined with his own. Mom, Naruto said after he regained his composure, you've been so good to me. I've never had anyone care about me this much before, and make no mistake, I love you even more than you do me. Kushina's blush hadn't gone away as she beamed at him. That's impossible. I already love you infinitely much. And I love you infinitely +1, Naruto quipped back. Kushina only stared at him before she broke down into giggles. That's not how it works. She was cut off as with wide eyes and a suddenly rigid posture, she felt his lips on hers. She could only sit there and watch as her son was kissing her. It should be wrong, but they'd done far more than this just a moment ago, right? A kiss. A kiss is nothing but a conveyance of love. A love that was just familial. Right? It took her a moment to process it all, but as she did, she decided to just surrender to the action. She saw no harm in it, and she couldn't lie to herself and say that she didn't enjoy this to an unhealthy degree. She closed her eyes and fully immersed herself to the sensation. He felt so warm, his lips so inviting. She reciprocated the kiss. It was gentle and sweet, with no tongue. She could allow that. It was a platonic kiss, not one would give a lover. She raised her right arm to place a loving hand on his cheek, tracing his adorable whisker marks that made him just so unique. So handsome. Gods, she loved her son. She gently sucked and nibbled on his lower lip, and surprisingly, she found that he was reciprocating the action on her upper one. He was good at kissing? She hadn't seen why it was so from his memories, as it hadn't been deemed important enough to his mind to show them. She found that she was jealous of whoever taught him how to kiss this well. It was her job as his mother to educate him, so she raised the intensity, moaning in his mouth as she suctioned even harder on his wonderful lips. Her hand rose into his hair, playing with their tresses and massaging his scalp. Naruto's own hand was at the small of her back while the other was holding his leaning body upright. He slowly worked his way up, touching nothing he shouldn't have, and sending electricity through each contact. Before long, it ended up combing through her long red hair. They parted after a few minutes, breathless as Naruto placed his forehead on hers, looking into her eyes with affection. They were panting. Kushina smiled, slowly blinking at him, dazed and full of adoration as she hooked both her arms around his neck. Then she felt something poke at her stomach. There seemed to be more work to do. She giggled as the mortified blush crept up into Naruto's face once more, but it didn't last long as Kushina palmed his erection under the water. The lack of lubricant and the presence of the water made the sensations all the more different than before. To his surprise, Kushina tilted her head up and kissed him once again, playing and biting his lips occasionally. He really wanted to explore deeper into her mouth, but it was inappropriate in their relationship. Just this much kissing was probably too much already, but luckily Kushina allowed it, so he decided not to push any further. They batted their lips against each other, and Kushina continued to work away at his cock. It didn't take long for him to warn her and release into the bath water. They needed to swap this water out today. He slumped against her shoulder, loving the way his body molded on top of hers, laying between her arms and spread legs. Oh, how he wanted to. No, that was wrong. Wrong on so many levels. He shuddered as he leant back, going to his original position on the opposite side of the bathtub. That was different, he said, but also amazing in its own way. Kushina just gave him a smirk that set his blood on fire. Oh, I still have much to teach you in our lady sessions, Naruto. Do prepare yourself for the next level, son. Now, let's finish this in your room. Naruto made his way to his room dressed in a male nightwear yukata for easier access to his parts. He had his blindfold back on to rest the Izanagi seal. He flopped down backwards on his bed, his rod still ramrod straight and poking out of the yukata like a volcano. He sighed, thinking that this was extraordinarily strange. The door to his room creaked open and Naruto stuck his head up. Kushina smiled at him as she was in her usual nightwear. That damnable red silk nightdress that looked so good on her that it was unfair that he could never see what lay beneath it. How are you doing, Naruto? Kushina asked. She was still using his name rather than his title, so their sensual encounter hasn't ended yet. I'm doing alright, but I'm still so pent up somehow, Naruto responded. Kushina only nodded. That's normal for us. Look, I have something to tell you. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her in question. She smiled and continued. First of all, we should formally have a code name for these types of sessions, so I know when you need help. Something discreet. Naruto thought about it. How about arm problems? He gestured to his wrapped-up bandaged right arm. Kushina smiled and nodded. It'd make sense. Considering your junior might as well be another limb for you. Naruto blushed at that, but the way she put it like that made him think, limb. His dick was like another limb. Another body part. A body part that he could manipulate with the Azura path. Naruto smacked himself in just realizing this now. He separated his yukata folds, revealing his giant dick in all its glory. Kushina was confused, seeing his expression. Naruto? What are you doing? I wanted to test something out. But I sort of need to measure my dick for reference. Kushina smirked. I'll fetch the tape measure for you. But speaking of fetching, the second thing I wanted to talk to you about. As she trailed off, Naruto was curious as to what she had to say. Kushina took a deep breath. Well, you see, in a situation where your Uzumaki lust is hitting you hard, and for some reason I'm not available to help you, which shouldn't ever be a possibility. It's good to have a second option as insurance. Naruto's eyes widened. Why, you mean? Kushina nodded, cutting him off. I invited someone to stay from our party today, and she'd been in the study room downstairs this entire time, so he heard none of what we just did in the showers. Naruto gulped. Who is it? Kushina gave him a smirk. You'll just have to find out. But while she was informed about your condition, she doesn't know that it's an Uzumaki trait. No one does, really, considering how private it is and the fact that our clan is diminished. So I told her that this was a unique trait of your clan. The Hagoromo lust, so to speak. Naruto nodded, understanding. Hi. I'll refer to it as that in her presence then. Whoever she is, he couldn't help but feel the anticipation rising up within him. His cock was twitching painfully, awaiting release. Had Kushina not just helped him a few moments before, he'd have been in even more discomfort right now. Good, Kushina responded. Now, she'll only be here to watch the process tonight, so she'll know what to do if you ever come to her for help. She agreed to do so already, so don't have any reservations in going to her when you need to. Naruto gave a shaky nod again, taking in a deep, choppy breath. I'll go get her now as well as the tape measurer. Stay here, Kushina commanded. Naruto could only watch as she left, her hips swaying hypnotically. When she was out of sight, Naruto took it upon himself to cover his exposed mass with a blanket, preserving his nudity for the person who agreed to all of this, just who could be crazy enough to help me masturbate when I need it. Medical conditions or not? Then the door opened and Kushina re-entered, a foxy grin on her face. And the person who followed her in was Lady Mikoto Uchiha. Mikoto Uchiha was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. So much so that over the months he'd known her, it was difficult to keep his eyes from wandering where it shouldn't. Even surrounded by peerless beauties in his everyday life, including the girls he trained, there just seemed to be a select few that set themselves apart. A select few like his mother, Tsunade, and like Lady Mikoto Uchiha. It was simply an aura they gave off. One of an untouchable entity gained from beauty, strength, status. And maturity? He didn't know for sure. The girls he trained didn't exude that aura yet, for they had accomplished little in their currently short careers, but he'd no doubt that they would one day reach the same level of reverence as the ladies he'd just listed. Lady Mikoto had long silky raven black hair, flawless pale skin, a thin yet still curvy figure, and sharp aristocratic eyes that peered down on mortals as if they were beneath her, yet exuded a type of motherly warmth to those she loved. Naruto was honored that he was one of the lucky few she shared that warmth with. Her stature was smaller than his mother's, being a few inches shorter, but her proportions were still phenomenal, almost matching that of Kushina's. She was also wearing a beautiful kimono, designed with elegant floral patterns and a contrast of blue embroidery on purple silk material. It enhanced her beauty in a way that it was a statement to her status as a matriarch of a diminished yet still prestigious clan. If Kushina was a goddess, Mikoto was a queen, the queen of all queens, the queen of humanity, of the very world that birthed her, for humanity had nothing better to offer to the eyes of Kami. In the presence of these two beauties that would probably make even Hagoromo Utsuki jealous, Naruto was excited. Almost overly so, seeing as to how his cock twitched constantly. This was probably the most flustered Naruto had been in his entire life. Good evening, Naruto-kun, Mikoto greeted, smiling and acting like nothing was wrong with the entire situation. Mature women were just different from girls. Though it is closer to night now. Once again, happy birthday. I hope you enjoyed the seal that Kushina made for you. Hi, Naruto responded, gulping nervously. Kushina smiled at the reaction he was having. There's no need to be worried, Naruto. I've already told her about your condition. Mikoto nodded, agreeing and giving him a reassuring smile. Kushina is correct. I am simply here to observe what to do in case of emergencies where I need to relieve you, as she'd informed me. As you know, a woman of my age and experience is already knowledgeable in such things, but my presence here tonight is just for you to get comfortable with the notion of coming to me for help. If I've already seen it all, then there should be no reservations in coming to me for help. I see, Naruto said. He slumped his head back, trying to organize his thoughts. This was certainly a weird spot he was in, but the extra presence of the Uchiha matriarch just made it all the more exciting. One goddess and a queen were in his bedroom. One unfathomably beautiful goddess, and a peerless queen of all queens in the entire world. Naruto's rod may as well be made of steel at this point. Mikoto moved to fetch the chair from his desk and placed it right beside the bed, near his right leg. She then elegantly put one of her long legs over the other, crossing them as her pale flesh were exposed between the bottom folds of the yukata. The sight was electrifying. Then Kushina started to move towards the bed and his attention was instantly locked on her. It was hard to keep his eyes off of her no matter who else was in the room. He noticed that she was holding something, a box-like object and a tape measure. When Kushina got to the bed, she started crawling on all fours, like a predator stalking her prey, giving Naruto a perfect view of the exposed portion of her cleavage. Curse that night dress for being elastic in that section, as if it dropped any lower. Kushina uncovered the blanket, flipping it over and letting his exposed cock spring free. Naruto heard Mikoto gasp as she took in the sight. He glanced toward her, and it gave him no small amount of satisfaction to see the ever-stoic Mikoto wide-eyed, and hand over her mouth to hide her shock. Naruto's cock was admittedly huge. It was too huge. It was a burden more than an asset, and there were times when Naruto wished that he just had an average-sized cock as compared to this gigantic appendage. It showed very easily through his pants and would normally require no small amount of ninja wrapping over his underwear to hide it. Regardless, now he had a possible theorized solution for it. Could you measure it just for reference, Kushina? Naruto asked embarrassedly, using her name rather than her title. It never failed to send a chill down her spine in these intimate moments. Sure thing. Naruto, Kushina smiled and took his erect towering cock in her hands. The sensation once again sent liquid fire coursing through Naruto's blood. Kushina took the tape measurer and measured his cock, its original gigantic size. She held the end down to the pubic bone and rolled it up to the tip. Wow. It's 16 inches. Kushina muttered, and she looked over at her best friend. Mikoto looked like she was about to faint. She was red? Flustered? Mikoto Uchiha was flustered. Then Kushina wrapped it around his cock to measure its girth. Oh wow, 9.5 inches of girth. You told me to expect a ginormous size, but… Mikoto finally commented, no longer able to hold her composure, this is beyond my imagination. Naruto looked down in a small mixture of embarrassment and shame. He knew that his so-called monstrous dick was just that. Monstrous. It was far too big for even kunoichis to deal with, much less comfortably. Sex with him would be nothing but pain. As Sakura had shown, even his girth was too big for blowjobs, so he could kiss all of the various situations in Jiraiya's stories goodbye. I know. Naruto responded, and the defeat in his voice caught both of the women's attention. It's hopeless for me. I don't think I'm ever going to have sex with anyone with the size of my package. There is such a thing as too big after all. That's not true. Kushina said, there are lots of uzumaki techniques that will help you in this regard. While the uzumakis weren't quite your size, they were still too big for most. Over the years, they've developed ways in which they can stretch out a partner's tunnel during intercourse, temporarily of course. Really? Naruto perked up. Really, Kushina said, although with your magnificent size, it'll probably take longer than most. Probably a few weeks of adjustment instead of just one. Then Naruto thought back to his earlier idea. Wait, right, I was supposed to experiment on something. I may just have another solution for it as well. With the Azura path, Naruto focused on his hard-twitching cock. Over the last year, he'd spent plenty of time with Sakura, even on her school day evenings, just learning about medicine, anatomy, medical ninjutsu, and many things related to the medic nin profession. While he wasn't as talented as Sakura was, he had a particular interest in anatomy due to his Azura path powers. He'd explored and understood everything to do with the human body, including the intricacies of the male genitalia. The Azura path was the least mastered path of his 6 Rinnegan abilities. It was mainly because he couldn't use shadow clones to experiment with his own body, as it required organic tissue and real living flesh to understand how to manipulate it. He took a different approach than the infamous leader of the Akatsuki did, where Pain used it to grow extra limbs, enhance his physical strength, and create technologically advanced weapons out of his body. Naruto simply used his body manipulation to reinforce his durability to an extent where it cannot even be cut by a wind-channeled kunai. His skin could be like titanium when he willed it, his muscle density could triple, enhancing his already high natural strength, his bones were as unbreakable as diamond, his organs reinforced to survive any impact, even his eyes and ears were no longer weaknesses for the enemy to target. His groin, too, thought it was still slightly more sensitive, as shown when Sarada kicked him there that one time. He had enough control in the Azura path now. To do this, he concentrated, picturing what he wanted to do, what he wanted to happen, and it did. His flesh molded, his anatomy changed, his monster dick shrank. What? Both Kushina and Mikoto yelped. What's happening? Mikoto asked. This never happened before in his Hagoromo lust. Kushina responded, something must be wrong. It's okay, Naruto said as he tried to not break his concentration. The 2 women were still fretting over him, clearly worried about his safety. He was blessed to have the 2 of them in his life. One as his mother, and the other as sort of an aunt figure. His 16 inches shrank to a 14, then to a 12, then a 10, then it stopped at around 9 by his estimate. It was the lowest he could go by condensing his cock and packing some of it back into his body on his first attempt at this technique. Perhaps with more practice, he could fully adjust the size to a girl's preferences, going even smaller. This, Naruto said, painting, this should be more manageable. Could you measure it again? Kushina must have figured out what he'd done as her jaw hung open, looking at the diminished but still sizable size of her son's rod. This was more of an Uzumaki size, though still larger than average in that regard. Goodness gracious, she did so, showing that he was right. 9 inches in length. 6 inches in girth. Certainly much more manageable for oral techniques. F for your future partner, of course. Makoto just looked confused, so Naruto made up a white lie to explain it all. We Hagoromos have the ability to manipulate our bodies to an extent, he said. Makoto took it all in like a seasoned politician, but the most graceful response that she could muster up was, I see. This'll certainly help ease a girl into your real size, Naruto, Kushina commented. Then she smirked at him, but I'm not just a girl. I want your 16-incher back. Naruto blushed but did as he was told, using the Azura path once more to bring his dick back to its original size. The long delay in release meant that it was practically ready to explode at any moment now. Kushina reached over to the box she brought, with which Naruto now realized was just a regular tissue box. She swiped some out of it, and placed the tissue nearby, ready for use in case of cleanup. But if Kushina had her way, there would be no need for it. She brought the lubricant that she placed near the bed earlier and squeezed it on her palm. Makoto watched with rapt attention and, dare he say, fascination. Kushina's hands worked its magic once more, and Naruto could only close his eyes and lose himself to the sensations before ejaculating a minute later. Kushina did as she did before, in making an O shape with the fingers, placing it over his tip and vacuuming her mouth over the fingers to take his seed within her. He sighed. It feels so good. He locked eyes with her, blindfolded vision met with crystal clear amethyst. Their adoration and love for each other was clear as day. The way this untouchable goddess of a woman, worthy of worship and reverence, having her mouth taking in his seed, just a breath away from touching him with her plump lips. It was incredible. When he finished, she winked at him and she licked him. Right at the tip of his cock. The wet and warm sensation of her tongue, although present for but an instant, sent him straight into another orgasm. Kushina was surprised that a rope of cum shot at her face before she immediately went back to sealing her lips over her fingers. She moaned this time after swallowing mouthful after mouthful of semen into her belly, reveling in the feeling that it gave her. She came along with his release, her body trembling, to Makoto's shock. She licked the tip again after both their climaxes subsided. Just once and very briefly. That was just for cleanup, mister, nothing more, Kushina said sternly, explaining her actions as nothing more than what it was. Of course, Naruto responded, loving the way she said mister. I like it when you call me that. Kushina smiled at him. Her motherly love shone through her gaze once more. She truly adored him beyond any mother does their children. Naruto was truly blessed and sad at the same time that there was no avenue of romantic love with this goddess of a woman. Or was there? Naruto was nothing if not determined. If she showed but a hint of give, he'd take a mile, a length unmeasurable. He'd take everything she'd have to give. He stopped his greedy thoughts from spiraling any further. He couldn't think like that. Surrogate or not, she was his mother. Mr. H.M.? Kushina tested, then she looked at Makoto. What do you think, Makoto? Makoto had been out of it, eyes glazed and expression dazed, so the question shocked her back to reality. Yeah? What was that, Kushina? Kushina gave her a knowing smile. It's the smell, isn't it? Makoto took a second to realize what she was asking, and she quickly swiped something from her leg. It was her hand fan, and she opened it to cover her face, hiding any reaction from them. Kushina only giggled at the action. It smells like chocolate and caramel, Makoto said a moment later, almost meek as a mouse. Again the contrast in her flustered tone from her usual confidence excited Naruto to no end. Kushina only looked at her like she was crazy. What? It's clearly honey and apples. Makoto looked at her confused before she sniffed once more. No. I'm pretty sure it's chocolate and caramel. I know because it's my favorite choice of dessert. Kushina just looked stunned. Wait. In that regard, honey and apples are my favorites. The two women both looked at Naruto, questions in their eyes. Naruto raised his hands to defend himself. Hey, don't look at me. I'm as new to this as both of you are, so you think. Kushina began, sharing the same thought Makoto was having, that it smells different for the both of us? Makoto finished. That shouldn't be possible. Kushina only gave a defeated smile. Trust me, Makoto, doing the impossible is just what Naruto does. He's special that way. I'm right here, Databayo, Naruto said, blushing furiously. Kushina only giggled and resumed her job. For 3 hours straight, she jerked him off, never giving him anything more than a lick at the end of each release. Every single minute she caressed him like she worshipped him, love overflowing, affection unending. Her enthusiasm didn't wane even for a second. In fact, she only got more and more into it the longer it went on. She came multiple times as well, which made Makoto question her sanity, as she didn't even see Kushina stimulate herself in the process. After 3 hours, Kushina was glowing. Her already perfect skin was somehow more perfect. Her stunning violet eyes popped in color, almost glowing in the dark. Actually, it literally was glowing in the dark. Her red hair, which was like fine strings of cut ruby, now shone with an ethereal gleam unlike anything Naruto has ever seen before. Kushina. Kushina somehow just jumped to another realm in terms of beauty. For a moment, she wasn't just a goddess, she was something indescribable. Something so beyond the mortal understanding that she may as well be the prime deity of love and beauty, unmatched throughout the entire universe. Naruto had fought Atsuki Kagaya, and while he despised everything she stood for, he could admit that even with her alien features, she outclassed any he'd seen in his life in terms of beauty. Kuhina, in just her normal day-to-day state, was just as beautiful as Kagaya in her own right. The Uzumaki matriarch was beauty unapproachable to anyone who'd laid eyes on her. So much so that whenever she set foot outside these days, any who caught sight of her would cease to function in lieu of stunned staring. Kushina had to put on what she called an averting eyes seal to drift people's attention away from her, or, when having no choice but to have their attention on her, have their perception of her altered to seem as if she wasn't as beautiful as she was. In the state she was in now, glowing and enchanting, Kagaya was irrelevant, a fleeting thought as compared to the incomprehensible dream that was Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina? Mikoto asked, looking at her. Why are you glowing? And your features, they're more distinct, more significant. How? Kushina only gave a satisfied smile. Then she playful said, don't you know? Naruto has magic come. Mikoto could only watch as Kushina went back to giving Naruto a handjob, cooing and moaning with each release he gave her. She swallowed his seed like it was the finest nectar, and Mikoto could see that every time she ingested it, she became stronger, she became more. Then in a few moments after, it all went away as Kushina went back to her usual self, although usual still being impossibly gorgeous. Every time she swallowed his seed she'd glow like a nightlight before dimming, then ingesting another bout as the process repeated again. It was insane. It was mesmerizing. Mikoto, for the first time that night, did what she never expected to do in this situation, or for any situation other than emergencies for that matter. She activated her Sharingan, a long-kept secret ability of hers that no one knew about but her daughter, the Hokage, and Kushina. She had falsified her true strength and her ability to use the Sharingan, as many Uchiha clan members weren't able to. Everyone in the village knew that an Uchiha without the Sharingan cannot pass on that trait to their children, and since Fugaku did have the Sharingan, she could say that her daughter's Sharingan came from him instead. It allowed her to bide her time to build up the Uchiha's strength once more until Sarada came of age, and also prevented her from becoming a breeding cattle for the power-hungry in the village. She was still no match for someone of Kushina's strength, but the Sharingan allowed her to go from being a low A-rank kunoichi to a high A-rank kunoichi. The only one in this room who didn't know she had the Sharingan was Naruto, who was looking at her with an expression of shock. She trusted him, and after how much he helped Sarada in not only becoming friends with her but turning her into a truly capable kunoichi set out to pass her in no time, he was more than worthy to know all her secrets. Please, do keep this a secret for me, Naruto-kun, Mikoto said, giving him a hopeful smile. I want to use it to remember exactly what I have to do. Naruto gulped and nodded, still fascinated at how the red three-tomo eyes added a whole new dimension to the beauty that was Mikoto Uchiha. It made her seem dangerous, and that sense of danger only added to her allure as the aristocratic and untouchable matriarch. You look very pretty with those eyes, and Mikoto. The words slipped out of him, and he closed his mouth shut, seeing the wide eyes of Mikoto and Kushina at his compliment and the title he gave her. Aunt Mikoto? Kushina muttered. Then she burst out laughing. Mikoto, too, smiled warmly, deeply pleased that she'd formed such a connection with this young man as for him to address her with such a title. I would be honored for you to call me that, Naruto-kun. Naruto only gave an embarrassed blush before his cock hardened up again. Then I will, and Mikoto. Well, your lust certainly lasted past the projected 3-hour mark, Kushina commented before nonchalantly pumping him once more. At this rate, I'm going to run out of lubricant. Guess I'll have to use your miracle cream instead when I do. Kushina chuckled and Naruto sighed. This is lasting forever, he said. Kushina began her efforts anew. I'd certainly hope it does. I can do this forever. I wouldn't mind spending the rest of my life just watching the expressions you make as you release. Naruto went positively crimson at that. Mikoto could only watch on as she saw the connection between the two. Her Sharingan eyes picked up every detail, every movement. She saw that Kushina was sorely tempted to do more than just use her hands, but even Mikoto knew why she didn't. Kushina saw Naruto as her surrogate son. Going past that line could potentially ruin that relationship, and she knew that Kushina would rather die than let that happen. She heard Kushina moan once more, throaty and almost animalistic this time, truly drunk on the taste of Naruto's seed. Mikoto wondered that to make her react so euphorically, how his cum must taste. No, she couldn't think like that. She was only here to watch. Nothing more. Kushina went on for another hour. It was well into the night now, and Kushina looked no worse for wear. She was the opposite, actually, seeming to gain energy the longer she kept going. Mikoto, on the other hand, was nearing chakra exhaustion from using her eyes the entire hour. Kushina stopped after another release. I've run out of lube. I do have a spare in my room, so I'll go fetch it. Kushina looked at Naruto's exhausted state. Well, exhausted in body but not in libido. His rod was still standing tall. Maybe some water as well. It's good to be hydrated after all. Especially when you've given out this much seed, she giggled. Something in Mikoto's mind triggered as she watched Kushina getting up to leave. She'd been so. She hated to admit it, but she was excited. She was sexually excited. She was so pent up just from watching Kushina seemingly have the time of her life and orgasming herself time and time again just from giving a handjob that her mind went to places it shouldn't have. Places like imagining her in Kushina's place, relieving Naruto of stress of his condition. Koto's breathing grew labored as Kushina walked towards the door. The connection between the two. It was incredible how it enhanced the sheer pleasure they seemed to have. In all her life, she'd never experienced this connection. Her marriage with Fugaku had been entirely political, as the two remaining main branches of the Uchiha after Madara's line had gone extinct with him. From early teens, she was taught by her female elders in the intricacies of pleasuring a man. The subtle techniques and methods of bringing her partner the most pleasure. Their male counterparts didn't teach Fugaku the same thing. When the time came for their marriage night, she'd done her duty. She hadn't loved Fugaku, but their communion had been a necessity for the clan. She'd pleasured him. But what she received in return was just a mere formality. Fugaku had dived right in when the time for the deed came with no foreplay. He was around 4.5 inches in length, which, truth be told, she hadn't minded one bit. As long as he could use it properly, it was more than enough. He hadn't been able to use it properly, and never learned to. Mikoto had long since given up on the notions of intimate pleasure, and had resorted to gain all her happiness in the raising of Itachi and Sarada. Something that Fugaku eventually almost ruined for her as well. Itachi had to do what he did, and his pain had caused him to leave the village. Sarada had been traumatized over the event of that night, but luckily their 2 lives had been spared. Sarada had almost lost herself to the darkness as well, despite all of Mikoto's efforts. Then a sunny blonde-haired boy came into their lives and fixed their problems. First, as Kushina had told her about it recently, by being the person behind the elimination of Danzo, the person she suspected was behind it all but had no strength to combat. Only to be confirmed after the admission of his deeds and the Sharingans implanted in his arm. Then Naruto proceeded to bring light into Sarada's life, giving her direction and joy once more, making her smile like she hadn't for a really long time. He did all of this within 6 months, flipping their lives upside down for the better. She was so glad to have met him, so glad to find that he was the kindest and most gracious person she'd ever met in her life. Moreover, he was Kushina's ward, so when Kushina told her about his condition, she agreed immediately to help. Now, at this very moment, as she watched the door close behind Kushina, she wanted to give back to her Lightbringer something more than just her love and appreciation. Naruto sighed as Kushina left. He wanted to say that he was tired and pretended to be drained, but he was just mortified at how long this session was lasting. He couldn't imagine being his mother and just sitting there, relieving her own son for hours and hours on end, though she seemed to shake in ecstasy every now and again for some odd reason. He closed his eyes behind his blindfold, choosing to relax a bit, only to open them right up again when he felt something soft come in contact with his cock. Has his mother come back already? It hadn't even been 10 seconds. It wasn't his mother who was touching his cock. It was Mikoto. She was caressing it with the tip of her fingers, enchanted by the sheer size of it now that she was seeing it up close. Her Sharingan was flaring once more, staring right at his appendage, memorizing its details and searing it into her mind. I thought I'd get more familiar with it and maybe give Kushina a break, but this is goodness, Mikoto said. Naruto's breathing hitched in surprise. And Mikoto? Mikoto's red Sharingan eyes met his blindfolded own, being one of the few people who could tell where he was looking. She was sitting on the side of his bed now, near Naruto's right hip. Her silk yukata was reflected by the candlelight on the bedside table as it still neatly covered her frame. Oh, how Naruto wanted to rip it off of. He caught that thought and threw it to the void before it could develop into something unsavory. Mikoto had a slight blush on her face as she had left her fan at the chair. Just to make coming to me for help even more comfortable for you. She grabbed his cock. Naruto tensed as his entire body went rigid. The sensation of her fingers was so different from Kushina's. For one, she had long nails, shaped and manicured to perfection with a black polish that suited her hair. Her hands were smaller than Kushina's, which was relative to her smaller frame. But when Kushina's hands were soft and gentle, Mikoto's was slightly bonier yet still felt oh so good. She pumped him once, and he almost lost his mind. The Queen of Queens was now giving him a handjob. Two of the most beautiful women in the world, serving him in this manner. He was already close to coming. Her nails and skinnier palm had made the sensation rougher but more intense. The new feeling made it all the more pleasurable, all the more eager to receive such a service. Mikoto's eyes didn't go back to his cock. Her expertise in the subject was already enough for her to do it without the requirement of visual aid. Instead, she focused on his expression of pleasure, the euphoria he was feeling. She was blushing, but her face remained in that signature stoic expression of hers. It was like he was watching a queen forced to do peasant work, a deed she should have no business doing, no right to dirty her hands in such a manner. It was like he was an interloper of her nation, a person who kidnapped and stole their queen and made her touch his cock in petty vengeance. Naruto's gaze drifted from her Sharingan eyes to her mouth. How he imagined such a perfectly shaped, perfectly plump mouth sucking. He stopped himself again from going off the rails once more and forced himself to meet her eyes again. The sight of her staring at him, while her hand on his cock, stroking him sensually. I'm close, Naruto let out, and Mikoto only then put her full attention back to his cock. She used both her hands now, and it was even more intense than before. Whenever you're ready, Naruto-kun. When Naruto exploded, she quickly snatched the tissues that Kushina had set aside with one hand and held it about his tip where the seed came. Only there was a problem. Due to Kushina having swallowed all Naruto's semen every time he released, Mikoto couldn't get an accurate account on how much volume would come out. She thought that the reason Kushina helped her mouth over her surrogate son's rod for so long was just for his satisfaction and less clean-up, not because there was too much for the paper to hold. She understated just how much fluid there would be and appropriately panicked when she saw that the tissue in her right hand had soaked up to the point where it could take no more. Thus the jizz had started to leak from her digits and back down on the bed. She did the first thing that came to mind to prevent the situation from spiraling any further, and more of a mess was made. She took just the upper part of the tip of Naruto's magnificence in her mouth. Though a rope of cum had escaped in the small time frame in which she removed her hand and adjusted her mouth to his rod, the rope of cum stained her face. Naruto yelped as he saw what was happening. Lady Mikoto, the Uchiha matriarch, the untouchable queen. She had her mouth on his cock, both lips and tongue encasing the opening of his urethral. A wad of cum painted her face, desecrating the sacred beauty with the unworthy discharge of his pleasure. He could feel the softness of her lips and the silky wetness of her warm tongue. He came again, harder than before. And again, each time giving more, pumping his hips up in hopes to go further in, for her to take more. He felt his Uzumaki senses expanding as it did with every release. Before this one he'd already expanded his senses even past Konoha's borders. Now, it was practically to the border of Hai no Kuni. He still couldn't digest it all, but he could still feel the human presence that shone like stars in the night sky so far away from him. His size. He wished he hadn't listened to his mother in turning it back to its original size. Had it been the 9-inch version, he'd have had more success in going deeper into the queen's mouth, experiencing more of what she had to offer. Just this one time, an opportunity he missed but was still lucky enough to enjoy a part of. When he finally stopped, Mikoto shuddered as throughout his release, she'd swallowed the seed that she took within her. She'd thought Kushina had been joking when she said Naruto had magic cum, but its flavor was magnificent, delicious like her favorite food. Then there was its power, like liquid chakra flowing into her, and the accompanying euphoric sedative effects that made her warm to the core, that made her feel so good beyond belief. She came, moaning in ecstasy as Naruto's climax died down. Then she heard footsteps approaching the door, and even still in the middle of her orgasm, she quickly escaped from her position, gulping the final drops of his seed before moving back to her chair, her legs trembling and body shaking. She was still riding through the waves of her climax as Kushina opened the door, and she was forced to greet her, as if nothing had happened between the two that were left in the room. Kushina seemed oblivious to it all, as well as her best friend's fidgeting state. Why is my orgasm still going? Mikoto thought, trying her best to hide her face behind the fan she'd picked up. Then she realized something. All the chakra she'd used in channeling the Sharingan. It was refilled and topped to the brim. No, even more than just the brim, it overflowed her, expanding her capacity slightly to make room. That really was just liquid chakra. Alright then, let's get the show started again, Kushina said enthusiastically as she promptly began working on Naruto once more. That night, Kushina had left one more time for a bathroom break, and Mikoto had once again taken over her role in giving Naruto a handjob, though she adopted Kushina's O-finger technique when he came again, to Naruto's slight disappointment. This time his cum had truly stretched her chakra core and expanded it by an entire 1/4 of her original capacity, to her surprise and elation. Though she would lie to herself that this was what she'd wanted when she decided to pleasure him. It was just a very nice bonus, instead of 3 hours of cardinal pleasure like that of a regular Uzumaki. It had taken the entire night up to sunrise for his lust to die down. By the end of it all, Naruto felt like he'd had hundreds of orgasms. His Uzumaki senses had stopped expanding at a certain point and instead developed into something else, something that concentrated the fabled chakra sensory abilities to the extreme. Naruto was certain that he could sort of tell how Mikoto actually felt in his presence. Her true feelings. Excitement. Scandalousness. Happiness. Satisfaction, though he seemed to hit a brick wall with Kushina. Perhaps it was because she had the same sensory abilities. He didn't know, but he had more to learn. For now, though, he really needed some sleep. 2 months later. December 17th, Sunday. As it turned out from the past 2 months, the length of Naruto's cycle was every week, which was great. Just great. Not only that, his lust lasted a lot longer than the average. Normally after the first night after the year of abstinence, an average Uzumaki would only require 1 release in their lust periods with a partner present before it dies down. Naruto's lust didn't dip from his time with Kushina and Mikoto at all. It lasted the entire night. Yet despite the lack of sleep, Kushina would always get up in the subsequent morning more refreshed than ever. Luckily for Naruto, Kushina was far from an uneager partner. She was always there when he needed her and had taken the time the past 2 months to teach him that Uzumaki sex technique she mentioned before. The one that expanded his future partner's tunnel. As his initial use of the Uzumaki sensory abilities concluded, Naruto had since sharpened his new senses to a fine degree, already having similar experiences with the senses of Sage Mode. To his and Kushina's surprise, he found out that he could sense the emotions of people when he focused, like some sort of empath, a fictitious ability written in fairy tales. Not only that, but he could somehow use it to see human souls. Now, he already had the ability to extract and reinsert human souls from the human path of the Rinnegan, a path he trained with wretched bandits from the C ranks he'd done over the years. Bandits that deserved nothing but death, even with his normally forgiving judgment. This soul sense, as Kushina had dubbed it, was complex. He could almost see the spectrum of a soul's nature. Darker souls would belong to evil, lighter ones belonged to those who were righteous. Most shinobi were a mix of dark and light, a gray soul, where most civilians, while still gray, lent more to the light side and shade. It was strange and new, so Naruto had yet to master it. It would surely help him, however, when discerning good people from the bad, the trustworthy from the betrayers. He tested it out discreetly on the known spy, Kabuto, after all, and his soul was as dark as the pit. Not only that, but it had been revolting. A sense of terrible disgust took a presence within him as he viewed the medic Nin's soul from the distance in which he spied him from. Naruto had to deal with him sooner or later, but he didn't want to alert Orochimaru just yet until he showed up from whichever hole he was hiding in. Right now, though, he had other things to focus on. Hiruzen had just informed him that a man named Tazuna had put up a mission to deliver goods to Wave. "This is the best you have to offer?" Tazuna asked sarcastically, drunk and intoxicated. "A blind boy barely past his teens and a retired kunoichi? This is even worse than the genin team I saw earlier. Maybe you should have given my mission to them instead." Before Kushina could give the old drunk a piece of her mind, Naruto held her back with a reassuring smile. "I assure you, Tazuna-san," Naruto responded politely, "we are worth much more than you can afford, but we wanted to take a relaxing mission of sorts outside of the village for once." Humph, Tazuna harumphed but didn't complain any further. Naruto knew he just wanted the best for his village, desperation and hope behind his actions, deceiving Konoha or not. XXX. It was the day after their meeting, when they set out. Kushina and Naruto already packed beforehand to prepare for the mission. From then it was a few days of walking, as Tazuna had taken every opportunity to spite the two shinobi, as he could not keep his jealousy over the fact that his own village didn't have a shinobi force. Naruto had spent the time calming his short-tempered mother down while still being respectful to Tazuna. He knew that it was just about time to. Their two pawns. Their genjutsu disguises were great but weren't good enough to escape the Uzumaki chakra senses from the mother-son duo. Nonetheless, Naruto let it play out like Kakashi had in his world when the two demon brothers struck. He pretended to be decapitated while Kushina was stabbed from behind. "Huh, that was easy," one of the brothers, Gozu, said. Meizu only shrugged. "Now it's time to get the target. We'll be paid handsome." That was all Naruto needed to hear, as with quick sharp strikes behind their necks, The two brothers fell unconscious in front of a frightened Tazuna. Naruto only raised an eyebrow at the shaking bespectacled man. Got something to say, Tazuna? The old drunk gulped. This is certainly a better outcome than we predicted, Kushina said on top of the ferry holding the two Konoha shinobi and a slumping Tazuna. They bartered out a deal over the falsifying of mission details. Considering that the old man didn't have the funds to afford an B-rank mission, much less an A-rank as Naruto was sure that it would turn out to be, trade deals and agreements were made on behalf of Konoha and Wave, as discussed with Hiruzen previously, and the blood-signed contract was sealed in Naruto's storage scroll. Tazuna would be elected as the Wave's future leader after all, or Naruto would make it so if he had anything to say about it. Naruto was also here for a different reason. Perhaps this time, he could do more to help this place grow other than getting rid of Gato. Perhaps he could teach a few folks in the shinobi arts to at least be able to defend themselves against threats like Gato should it arise once more. Then there were his other plans. There was much to think about. They'd arrived without much fanfare, just as Naruto and his team had all those years ago. In taking this mission, he prevented Team 7 from having this terrifyingly near-death experience to grow, but he'd made up for it when he'd already spent a year training all members of that team. Sarada had already unlocked her Sharingan. Sakura was far more formidable now than she was in his world as a genin, and Hinata too improved beyond measure. He'd even asked Hiruzen to give them the safest C-rank mission he could, one that would still give them the experiences of their first kills. Kushina, Naruto and Tazuna walked towards Wave Village, aptly named after its land. The mangrove trees were as thick as Naruto remembered. The view of the small island country was breathtaking. Who knew that something so close to Fire Country and Konoha could have such different cultures? It would have been nice to enjoy said scenery had a giant sword not flown towards them, intent on splitting them in half at their waists. Adamantine chain shot out from the ground and intercepted it, flicking it away like a whip. The sword flew and landed on one of the trees. Then someone landed on top of it. Well, it's truly a lucky break for me to face a retired S-class shinobi on this contract, Zabuza said sarcastically. You wouldn't happen to be Rusty, would you? Kushina only stared at him, unanswering. Aren't you Momochi Zabuza? Naruto responded for her. You have quite the nice bounty on you in the bingo books. Zabuza's attention shifted from the silent, beautiful redhead to the blonde. Who are you? A Chunin? I've never heard of you. Naruto only smiled. I suppose you haven't. It's Hagoromo Naruto. Back in the old days, the killing intent by Zabuza alone would have caused Naruto to be nervous. Now, it felt like nothing compared to that of Madara's and Kagaya's. Well, let's get this over with then. You do have a nice bounty on that pretty head of yours, Uzumaki Kushina, Zabuza responded coolly, confident in his skill to defeat both of them. He was the demon in the mist after all, someone that rivaled even the infamous Kakashi. When he struck, he hadn't expected that the blonde of all people would intercept him, nor did he expect such competency from one of Chunin status, or this young in age. Naruto held himself back against Zabuza, showing him enough to think that they were around equal strength, if not Naruto being slightly weaker. He didn't want to scare Zabuza away after all. Nor did he want to kill him. Zabuza was one of those gray people, leaning a bit to the darker side but still salvageable. He was a monster made more by circumstances than by choice. In the end, it required a surprise attack from Kushina to render Zabuza unconscious. Just before the chain finished him off, a masked hunter landed, just as expected. A senbon pierced the back of Zabuza's neck, and the new assailant appeared before them. Thank you for dealing with the demon of the mist. I am a hunter Nin from Kiri. I can take it from here and we will send the rewards of his death to Konoha, the person said. Naruto only smiled but nodded. It's fine, but he grabbed the handle on Zabuza's sword. You can take the body but I'm keeping the sword, but Haku retorted. Kushina cut her off. You should be glad that we are allowing even this much, Hunter Nin. Kushina flared her chakra, and the Hunter Nin shunshined away a moment later. Naruto smiled at the total success of the operation. Zabuza expected nothing from them. Just an unfortunately unlucky battle. And he would come back for his sword, no matter what. Tazuna's house was the work of masterful carpentry skills. It floated above maritime territories, held up by wood pillars. It was a wonderful home, cozy and austere, with a wooden mill at its side. But his attention was promptly shifted when a buxom, dark navy blue-haired woman bounded past the doors to engulf old Tazuna in a hug. The sight stopped Naruto in his tracks. The lady was Tsunami, as he remembered. Yet perhaps it was due to his age back then, but he didn't remember her being this pretty. She had long dark blue hair, a fair complexion slightly tanned by the sun. Her buxom figure was a bit on the chubbier side, but she had the curves to make up for it. Her face was very beautiful with her sharp features, and if Naruto didn't know any better, he'd have suspected that Tsunami was related in some way to Mikoto. She was like the civilian version of Mikoto Uchiha, but without her beauty mark and raven hair. While not as peerlessly beautiful as the Uchiha matriarch, Tsunami exuded a more welcoming neighborly aura, homely, kind and warm, rather than the stoic aloofness of Mikoto. If not, then it was just extra steps for Naruto. No, Naruto wanted this wave mission for a particular purpose. He wanted to see whether he was able to spread the teaching of Nishu to a small sample size of people before trying it out in the whole world. To remind the world again what was the purpose behind the gift of chakra, to share it with people and allow each other to understand one another even without knowing their languages. Naruto wanted to spread peace and understanding and values and everything he stood for. It was going to be hard, but he was up for the challenge. He'd make old man Hagoromo proud, first to establish a base of operations for this. To create a shrine of Nishu. A temple in which people could form a connection with, to understand the message he was giving. Nishu shrines had been established by believers before, but none had the power Naruto had to enforce it, to protect those that believed. Naruto had a plan that he'd been working part-time over the last year. He couldn't just go around creating shrines and leaving them when he needed to return to Konoha, as his shadow clones would dissipate every time he fell unconscious. And despite his extraordinary stamina, he couldn't go sleepless forever. He needed to develop a new jutsu, to create a clone that is permanent and could survive on its own as well as sending packets of memories to the original in real time. A clone without the need to sleep, the need to eat, the need to reproduce once a week like what he's been going through. A homunculi. The past year, he'd spent hours upon hours studying the Nidame's notes on developing the shadow clone one that Hiruzen gave him. He drew on some of its principles to concoct and design this new clone technique. A jutsu probably only he could use due to its extensive chakra requirement. He was so close now. He'd done test runs of it, but there was always something missing. Something lacking. He just didn't know what it was. Naruto sighed as he walked towards the forest, cleaning his thoughts and losing himself to the spirit of nature. It was in the afternoon now, and he'd just finished lunch. Kushina had decided to stay with Tsunami to discuss something while his other clones began their vigilant duties. When he got to a clearing, he laid down on the grass, thinking nothing of how this moment seemed so utterly familiar to him. He wanted to relax just for a bit. Perhaps he'd come to an epiphany at the oddest times. He sensed someone nearby, someone approaching. Their soul was light, very light, and only a tinge of darkness. It was extraordinary for a shinobi to have this light of a soul, especially after all he's been through. He knew this presence. And he remembered this moment now all those years ago. A moment that changed who he was. Naruto closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, and sure enough, a hand shook him awake a moment later. "Excuse me," the dark long-haired boy said. Gods, he looked befitting of a stunning kunoichi. It was truly unfair that he was gifted with such perfect feminine features when he was a boy. "HM?" Naruto said, pretending to be drowsy. "Who are you?" The boy smiled. "My name is Haku, and I just thought that it would be dangerous for you to go to sleep here. Who knows what can happen in the forest?" Naruto gave him a smile in return as he regained himself from his sleepiness. "It's nice to meet you, Haku. My name is Naruto." Naruto glanced at the basket Haku was carrying. "What are you doing here, Haku?" "I'm collecting herbs." Naruto spent the next few hours helping Haku collect herbs and getting to know him. "Are you strong, Naruto?" Haku asked him suddenly under the meadows. Finally the question came. "I am," Naruto replied, "and I will become even stronger." "Why do you wish to be stronger?" Haku probed. Naruto smiled at him. "Because I have the world to protect." Haku's eyes widened. I know," Naruto continued. "It seems arrogant of me to say that, but it's true. I will protect everyone who needs my help, and to do that, I must be strong." Haku only stared at him, not knowing what to say, so it was Naruto's turn to ask her something. "What do you think strength is, Haku?" he asked. "To protect the one I care about," Haku replied immediately. Naruto smiled at him, glad to see that Haku has not changed from his world's version of him. "You're right. And you're wrong as well." Haku only looked baffled at that, not expecting to be challenged. His eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" "Say, if the person you love is someone who does wrong by people, who abuses your love as well as takes advantage of those around them, would that still be strength, Haku?" Naruto asked. Haku didn't respond immediately and looked to his feet in deep thought. "Even still, if that person you love was the one that gave you purpose, that stuck by you when the world turned its back, it is still strength." "You're right," Naruto responded, "but that strength also comes from cowardice." Haku stepped back at those words, as if struck. True strength is to do what is right, no matter the circumstances, as well as protecting those you love. Sometimes those two things come into conflict, and it becomes difficult to know what to do. I wish I could say that I have the wisdom to always know for sure what is right in any situation, but I'd be lying. Naruto gazed at the sky, which was orange, nearing the time for sunset. I just know that sometimes protecting the one you love is not enough at the expense of other people's suffering. Naruto then turned to Haku and looked solemnly at him. There are very few people in this world that have that true strength, Haku, and those who do, often do not have the might to stay alive for long. It is why this world is the way it is. Haku was once again in deep contemplation, emotion showing on his face that made him look adorable in the dress he was wearing. Naruto chuckled to himself, breaking Haku out of his those words to feed the mind. But who am I to say all of these things when we don't even know each other? Naruto then raised a hand and held it towards Haku. So let me show you something. Haku only looked confused, eyes flickering between his bandaged hands and his blindfolded eyes. What do you want me to do? Take it, Naruto said. Haku hesitated. But in the end, he did take it, curious as to what this blonde enigma had to show him. The moment his hand touched Naruto's, he felt his hair stand on end as what felt like the cosmos stared back at him. This person, his chakra was like the sun, and as he smiled and gripped his hand a bit tighter, Haku felt the torrent of chakra flowing into him, strong and unyielding like a river, no, like the unforgiving currents of the ocean. Haku saw. No, he felt the person in front of him. He felt who he was, he felt his feelings, his hopes and dreams, his thoughts, his love, his hate, his joy, his misery, his everything. It wasn't like Haku saw through his memories, but somehow all these feelings allowed him to know just the type of person Naruto was. He was kind and energetic, joyful, and brought life to any he interacted with, and in return, Haku felt Naruto knowing him, understanding his pain and loyalty, his sorrow and tragedy, his. Haku snatched his hands away from Naruto's in fright. What did you do? Haku exclaimed. What was that? That was Nishu, Naruto responded. True Nishu. A bond only those who know its practice can do. It is what the Sage of Six Paths had taught when he shared this gift to the world. Chakra was supposed to be a tool used for understanding and love. But his teachings were tarnished and instead, chakra was used as a weapon. By his own son, no less. Then Naruto looked at him curiously. Say, you're actually a girl? I actually felt more yin energy than yang energy within you. Haku needed to get out of here. That had been too close. No, her identity had almost been discovered. Of course I'm a girl. Why did you think I dressed like this? Then, realizing that she may be talking to a blind person, she cursed a bit. Sorry, you can't see. Couldn't you tell through my voice? No, it's just. Never mind, Naruto muttered. He wanted to curse the Haku of his world for messing with him with his cross-dressing. It turned out that the Haku in this world actually was a girl. Just like Sasuke had turned into Sarada, another weird multiversal thing, except this one made more sense with how pretty Haku was in both of their worlds. Perhaps the one in his original one was just the odd one out, and the rest of the Hakus out there were girls. I have to leave now, Haku said. Naruto nodded, but before Haku turned to leave, he called out. Hey! I'll be here tomorrow if you want to come and find me. I didn't get much from sensing you because I wanted you to feel who I am first, but I sensed enough to know that you're pretty strong. If you want a sparring partner or something, let me know. Haku hesitated, but she gave a curt nod before running off. As Naruto watched her retreating form, he sighed. Scared her away, didn't ya? He said to himself. Maybe I shouldn't have come on this strong. Meanwhile with Kushina, you're progressing well, but it's still a bit slower than I thought. Kushina said. Tsunami looked down in shame. I'm sorry. Kushina shook her head and held up her hands placatingly. It's not a bad thing. Some people progress faster than others in some aspects of the shinobi arts. For now, I've taught you how to feel and control the chakra within yourself, and to grow your capacity. But your natural capacity is less than average as you're a civilian, having not trained it when you were little. It's not something we can't fix, but it'll just take longer. Tsunami shook her head, dejected. She'd been feeling her growth over the past few days, even though all she'd done was sitting around and learning how to channel chakra. The additional capacity she'd made, albeit small, had already affected her energy levels throughout her home duties, as well as making her feel less sore and stronger at the same time. It was sort of like a miracle energy. Here, Kushina said, handing over a leaf. Tsunami had already been told what to do with it earlier today. She stuck the leaf on her head and concentrated, manipulating her chakra as she was taught, but it kept falling off of her. Over the next hour, she gradually became more and more tired, showing just how little her chakra capacity was. You know, Kushina commented from her own meditation, training in something else that required deep concentration. Yes, Lady Kushina? Tsunami asked. When Kushina had taken off her averting eyes seal, Tsunami had been stunned by just how jaw-droppingly gorgeous Kushina was, and for the first time in her life she'd met someone that made her feel rather insignificant in comparison. Tsunami was not blind to her own beauty, though she'd gained a bit of weight these past few years, and she was often regarded as the most beautiful person in the town, or even the country. To have someone stand next to her and make her feel like a face in the background had sparked a sort of unconscious reverence to her mentor. There is a quicker way to expand your capacity, Kushina stated. Tsunami perked up at that. She'd initially agreed to this training because she wanted to protect her father and her son so that no one else would be able to take from them or hurt them. She was a gentle soul whose will had diminished over the death of her second husband, Kaiza, but she was still able to stand up for her family regardless. How so, Lady Kushina? Tsunami asked. Kushina brushed her impeccable silky crimson hair that practically glowed in the dimming sunlight. To Tsunami, she seemed otherworldly at this moment. As if Kushina wasn't human. I won't lie to you, Tsunami. I had offered to train you initially not only for the reasons of protecting your family, but so I could put this option on the table. Tsunami straightened up and gulped. What is it? You know Naruto, my kind and wonderful partner in this mission? Kushina asked, a wistful smile on her face at the thought of her son. Tsunami nodded. Over the past few days, she'd come to know the kind and gentle soul that was Hagoromo Naruto. He'd even spent yesterday night talking over things with her son, Inari, and even she could see that the blonde was winning over her son's trust, little by little. Moreover, she'd seen him use his incredible clone jutsu to hunt for food and broth large quantities back not only to her and her family but to the villagers and those in need as well. He's very kind indeed. He's a joyful soul that oddly reminds me of my late husband. What about him? Kushina smiled at her, and it was one with such warmth that Tsunami's breath caught in her throat. It was the warmth that she had when speaking about Naruto. Yes, I treat him like my son, although we aren't technically related by blood. I love him to death, and he can sort of help you. Really? Tsunami asked. Really, but the method is rather embarrassing to him. You see, he has a rare bloodline where his chakra is very potent. You can take some of that potent chakra and grow your capacity, however you have to do it by ingesting his semen. What? Tsunami could only respond dumbly. Yes, it sounds weird, Kushina continued, but he has a condition which he can't control. It is called the Hagoromo lust. It practically puts him into a breeding or heat cycle like that of a cat's where he need to release his pent-up stress with a partner. Tsunami blushed, heated. I can't possibly have sex with him. My heart still belongs to my husband and he's practically 10 years younger than me. Kushina rolled her eyes. I'm not asking you to date him or marry him, Tsunami. It's just a temporary arrangement to comfort each other. I know you've been feeling lonely, and my son is far beyond just handsome. You've been looking at him, I can tell. Tsunami's blush became redder. It is just from curiosity. Not any sort of ill-begotten thoughts. Kushina chuckled, seeing how flustered Tsunami was becoming. Like I said, it's just an offer that's on the table. You can refuse without any consequences. I'll still train you to be the best you can be with the time we have. But don't you want to be the strongest you can possibly be for your family? Tsunami became silent at that, loyalty warring against duty in her mind and heart. You are not betraying your husband, Tsunami, Kushina added, you're simply doing what is best for your family. Tell you what, we can do a trial run if you want. Tsunami's eyes flicked over to Kushina's own violet gems. What do you mean? Kushina gave a foxy smirk. Well, it'll be tomorrow night when Naruto is going to feel the lust hitting him. Since I'm sort of his surrogate mother, I can't go over our boundaries to relieve him. But I can still use my hands. Why don't you come and watch us and see if you can handle it? Tsunami gulped. Haku didn't show up the day after their meeting, to Naruto's disappointment. He all but sat there and just spent the time developing the seals required for his new clone technique as the sun went down. His lust had been spiking up today, and tonight was scheduled with Kushina to help him deal with it. Naruto sighed and made his way back to Tezuna's home. He'd gotten used to it over the past months in dealing with his lust, but it was still difficult for him, especially when he can't really relieve it by himself and needed to depend on someone to be with him during that time of vulnerability. Kushina, of course, didn't mind it one bit, but it was still somewhat embarrassing for him. As he arrived and entered the home, he was met by the aroma of spices and smoke as something was being grilled in the kitchen. Welcome back, Naruto-kun, Tezuna greeted as he was reading a newspaper. Even Inari, who was on the table, gave a reluctant nod in greeting. Hey there. I hope my clones have done an adequate job in guarding the bridge and your workers, Tezuna-san, Naruto said. Tezuna smiled and nodded. They've done wonderfully. Any of Gato's goons who made trouble the last few days somehow mysteriously disappeared. Naruto chuckled. Heh. It's no trouble for me. They aren't dead if you're wondering. Just in a place probably uncomfortable for them. Naruto had left them on a raft he made with some supplies and sent them on their way to Fire Country. Naked. It was either that or death, so they made the logical choice in taking the few hours-long sail. Ah, Naruto-kun, Tsunami said. For some reason her face was blushing a bit at seeing him. It must have been the kitchen heat. Hey there, Tsunami-san. Naruto greeted. What are you making? It smells wonderful. Well, Kushina and I are making eels, Tsunami said. Naruto, oblivious to the cultural significance of eels, just grew excited. I've never had eels before. Tazuna did know the significance of eels but had brushed off any notions to it considering the unlikelihood of anyone copulating in this house. So to him and Inari it was just a rarely made but delicious meal. It wasn't long after that Kushina had come out of the kitchen with Tsunami and placed the dishes down, giving Naruto a kiss on the cheek in greeting, which had become something of the norm for them. They all chowed down after saying their acknowledgments and Naruto moaned with each bite. Again, he couldn't help but notice Tsunami's ears getting red every time he did so. After they were done, Naruto decided to take a quick shower before waiting for his mother in his room. He didn't want to admit it, but he secretly loved these sessions. These very, very intimate sessions. They'd of course never gone over the line as Kushina had been strict on only using her hands, but the occasional lick she gave him to clean up always brought about a lustful excitement. She'd also allowed some kissing when things heated up too much for Naruto, but that was all. Naruto had also been experimenting with his size adjustment, and now he had practically free reign over just how big he wanted his dick to be. Or how small, rather. Whilst Kushina had originally been reluctant to work with anything other than his original size, it took some convincing on his part to make her understand that not all girls were like her, and he needed the experience with having a smaller cock in case he has a partner other than Kushina to pleasure him. She looked, dare he say it, a bit off-put at that time when he mentioned other girls, but she'd buried it as she'd done so ever since a year ago. She'd eventually agreed and actually found that she'd come to enjoy the different sizes he'd surprise her with. She'd like the big, the small, the medium, the curved, the everything really. As long as it came from him. Perhaps she just enjoyed Naruto, no matter in what form. That was not a good way to put it. Naruto's cock was raging in anticipation now, hard and almost painful. He needed release, and no sooner than the thought had entered his mind, he heard the door to the bedroom click open. Kushina, Goddess Kushina, was wearing a different nightdress than her usual red silk one. This one was white and frilly, almost making her look like one of those fairy tale angels who just descended from heaven. Kushina. Naruto got used to calling her by her name in these sessions. You look perfect as always. Kushina beamed at his compliment, and to his surprise, she gave an elegant bow, one of her legs stepping back, and she lifted the sides of the skirt on her nightdress, revealing those long creamy legs he loved so much. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I aim to please. Naruto's cock twitched at the sultriness in her voice. Kami, I'm the luckiest man in the world. Kushina giggled. You've been saying that ever since your first session with me and Mikoto a few months ago. And I haven't lied, Naruto said. If I had my way, maybe I'll marry you and be set for life. Kushina blushed at that, and Naruto elated in moments he could cause her to do so. Mao Naruto-kun. You shouldn't joke about that. It's not good for this old widow's heart. Old in age, Naruto quipped back, not in body nor spirit. Kushina continued blushing as she finally approached. To Naruto's surprise, she didn't stop at his waist as she normally did but went past it, approaching his face. She then placed a loving hand on his chest, caressing it, and she smiled. Naruto watched as she leant down, coming closer and closer to him. He closed his eyes in anticipation, and not a moment later, he felt her subtle lips on his. Again, there was no tongue, just a platonic, loving kiss. He was fine with that. Then, she sucked and nibbled gently, switching between his upper and lower lips, sending shivers down his spine. She pulled back before Naruto was tempted to do more with her mouth. We'll have an extra guest today, Kushina said. Naruto's eyebrows shot up. What? Who? Kushina smiled. Then she walked over to the door and opened it. To Naruto's surprise, it was Tsunami who walked in. She was also in a nightdress, though hers was thicker and hid more of her skin. It did little to hide her generous curves. She had large tits and wide hips. Her midsection and thighs were a bit on the chubbier side but still wonderful in its own way. Naruto didn't mind it one bit. In fact, he liked the sight of the squirming Tsunami a lot. Wow! Naruto let out involuntarily. Tsunami was beet red from her face to her chest, and she clutched the sides of her night robe in nervousness. She's only here to watch, Kushina said. It'll be just like with Mikoto. No participation if she doesn't want to. She'll determine whether she'll be able to help you. Good thing Kushina hadn't known that Makoto did participate when she'd left the room for a few moments. Naruto didn't question it and smiled at Tsunami. He didn't know how his mother convinced Tsunami to be here, but he wasn't exactly complaining. Thank you for at least attempting this, Tsunami-san. I appreciate it. More than you know. Tsunami only gave a shaky smile, but she nodded. Kushina closed the door behind her and placed a privacy seal. This is a privacy seal. No noise will come out of this room but can still come into it from the outside. That way we know if someone wants to come in. With that, Kushina wasted no time in coming back to Naruto's futon. Naruto knew the look on her face already. The mischievous foxy grin. He knew this dance. There were limits and boundaries, rules that must be followed. But he loved it. Kushina straddled his right leg and began untying the drawstrings of his pajama pants. Her frantic fingers and her giggling self made it look like she was a young girl opening a present for her birthday. When she successfully untied it, she quickly yanked his pants down. His junior popped out, and he heard Tsunami gasp from the side where she was now sitting in a seiza a few meters away. Today Naruto's cock was 8.5 inches. Kushina started working his cock immediately with her hands, his pre-cum already acting as a good lubricant. The adoration and love on her face was always there. It was like she kept finding more and more things to love about him. Kushina knew his buttons now, when to slow down the pace, when to quicken it. So within a minute, Naruto was already clenching the futon as he warned her of his release. For some reason, she allowed the first rope of cum to stain her face before she put her face on her O-shaped fingers as usual. She moaned into his climax, and the vibrations it sent down his cock made him come all the more harder. Naruto glanced at Tsunami for a bit, and saw that she was panting heavily already. She didn't hold his attention for long though, as his eyes snapped back to Kushina. No one could hold him long from his goddess. Her eyes were closed as she drank his seed, cooing and moaning with each twitch and barrage. When it was over, she gave a lick like she usually did, but this time, it lasted a bit longer. Its pressure against the underside of his cock had a bit harder than usual. Naruto sighed in pleasure, as his dick didn't even budge in its hardness. Kushina was already back at work, driving him towards another release with her hands. Then she looked over at Tsunami. So what do you think? She nonchalantly asked, as if she wasn't currently pumping her surrogate son's cock. What? Tsunami stammered, snapping out of her dazed state. What do you think? You think you can do it? Kushina said, his cum is pretty potent for your chakra. Tsunami blushed and looked down to her thighs. I don't know. Speaking of seed, what does it smell like to you? Kushina asked curiously. Tsunami took a sniff of the air, and her eyes widened. It smells like the vanilla shortbread my mother used to make when I was little. Kushina only smiled at that. Would you like to taste his seed? Just to see what it's like? Naruto's heart jumped at that as he watched Kushina scoop a dollop of his fluids that were left on her face with her index finger. Tsunami was wide-eyed. Aye, you're doing this for your family, Kushina said. Trust me, it tastes good. Kushina approached the kneeling Tsunami, stopping her actions of pleasuring Naruto temporarily. Naruto didn't mind as he watched it all fold out. Tsunami's breath quickened. I guess. Just this one time, okay? Her question was left unanswered as Kushina only grinned. Then she casually stuck her cum-stained finger into Tsunami's mouth. Tsunami's eyes widened at the action, and then she blinked when she tasted it. It tasted exactly like her mother's shortbreads. She involuntarily licked the finger that was in her mouth, trying to get more of it. Kushina giggled. I know. Tastes like our favorite foods. I've always joked about Naruto having magic cum, but it truly is magical. If you want more. Tsunami only looked at the ground for a moment, her eyebrows furrowing. But then she looked back up again, determined. I'll do it. Just this once. Kushina smiled at her, like the cat who caught the canary. The duo approached Naruto's prone form, and he watched Tsunami in anticipation. Like he said, her face was almost as beautiful as Mikoto's given their similarities, even though her bodacious body wasn't as graceful nor as perfect in proportion. Yet for a civilian, she outclassed any that he knew. When she was near, she gulped as she hesitantly began to touch his erect rod. First, at feeling its heat and hardness, she twitched back. I've never seen one this big before. She let out without thinking. Kushina only gave Naruto a knowing smirk, as if silently stating, oh, if only she knew. Tsunami seemed to regain her courage and began touching his cock anew. First she wrapped her index and thumb around it, finding that it couldn't quite reach each other. Then came the rest of her fingers. Naruto sighed at the new sensation. A new hand, slightly different from Kushina and Mikoto. Tsunami's hand wasn't as small as Mikoto's but not as big as Kushina's. She also had long nails like the Uchiha matriarch, but her technique was different. Tsunami was more unsure in her strokes, as if hesitating. "Tsunami-san," Naruto muttered, catching her attention, "thank you for doing this for me. Let us take comfort in each other. Just like this for one night." Tsunami looked relieved at those words, and her hand job became smoother and steadier, as if remembering a forgotten skill. Skills she surely would have developed considering she had 2 former husbands. What had Jiraiya liked to call these types of women? Ah, that's right. MILFs. Kushina was watching as their blue-haired host began working with her hand. Tsunami soon added her second hand to the mix and began churning Naruto's dick with expertise. On one of those hands laid a silver ring on one of its ring fingers, and Kushina just realized that her own mark of matrimony had been missing this entire time. She'd removed it when they had their first relieving session in the bathroom over a year ago, and she had forgotten to put it back on, and she didn't have intentions of ever doing so. The sensation was wonderful, and Naruto's eyes glazed under the blindfolds. It didn't take long for him to ejaculate again. "I'm coming," he said. To Kushina's and Naruto's surprise, Tsunami didn't do as Kushina did before. Nor did she back away. She took in the head of Naruto's cock in her mouth, sucking and swallowing as he realized inside of it. This was the first real blowjob Naruto has ever had in his life. He groaned as his climax changed into 2, then into 3. Kushina laughed softly as she regained her composure, coming up to Naruto to lay her head on his shoulders, looking down at her fellow mother of one going down on her son. "She's eager," Tsunami moaned as the liquid filled her, warming her core and expanding her chakra coil and capacity. Then there was the heat and the pleasure it gave her, like an aphrodisiac dialed to 11. She came from it, astonishing her, and she rode the climax as she sucked even harder, taking all the way up to half of him in her mouth. It surprised her that she was able to do so, as his girth was unlike any she'd seen or heard of before, as well as his length. Her first husband had been below 5 inches, whereas Kaiser had been 6 inches. She hadn't cared either way, as they both knew how to pleasure her. But this cock. She dared to wonder how it would feel inside of her, if just giving him oral pleasure was already this good. Naruto's tasted delicious. Ridiculously so. When it ended and he stopped coming, she didn't take her mouth off of him, but instead, she began bobbing her head up and down his length to give him an actual real blowjob. She didn't expect to go this far. She was still in love with Kaiser. But just for tonight. Just so she could get stronger. Just so she kept the shinobi, who was this village's only chance at salvation, happy. She kept sucking, vacuuming her mouth and massaging his tip with her tongue. "Ah-oh, Kami Tsunami-san," Naruto said between pants. He came again, even harder, even longer before. Tsunami drank it all like dessert, the fluid filling her stomach for a minute before being instantly digested and making her stronger. Tsunami moaned. "Just for tonight. This is how you punch," Kushina explained, showing her the motions. Tsunami nodded and did as follows. She felt physically stronger, more energetic than she had, and moreover, after meditating this morning, she found that her chakra flowed easier through her coils, like a single-lane road had turned into double. Then there was her chakra capacity. It felt like it grew thrice over its original size. You weren't lying about Naruto's abilities," Tsunami said, blushing. Kushina only giggled. "You would have gotten more if you hadn't run away after the second round." Tsunami had fled after making Naruto come for the second time with her mouth, as she'd felt like she'd done too much and had taken too many liberties with her loyalty towards Kaiser. She went to his memorial altar she kept in her home this morning and prayed to his passed on spirit, asking for forgiveness. And yet she didn't feel remorse for what she'd done. It had been years since Kaiser's death, and she'd already spent so much of that time mourning. Now she has the opportunity to become stronger, to protect her family and bring them out of oppression. She would not let the chance slip by, no matter what she had to do, or at least that was what she was trying to tell herself. Tsunami trained hard that day, harder than she'd ever put effort into anything in her life. All that was in her mind was protecting Inari's smile and taking care of her father. Along with one other thing that occasionally popped up that she tried to suppress. Naruto waited again for Haku. He sat in the tall grass, writing on his scroll once more when he sensed her. He put the scroll away in his back pouch. "It's nice to see you again, Haku," Naruto said before she even came into the clearing. A moment passed in silence. Only the rustle of leaves and the swaying of grass was heard. Then Haku appeared from behind one of the trees. "How did you sense me?" "I have good ears," Naruto lied, just in case things went awry between them. Haku made her way towards him. "You said that you could offer me a spar. Is that still an option?" Naruto smiled and got up, dusting the grass off his trousers. "Of course. Just taijutsu, non-lethal attacks?" Haku nodded before taking a stance. Then she struck. She was fast faster than the 3 original girls that Naruto trained had been after 6 months of work. And they had been far past genin level by then. Haku's strikes were accurate and precise though they lacked power. She was still deadly, even not showing all her cards. She was around mid-chunin as of now and was much stronger than his world's counterpart of her. Considering that she spent a few more years with Zabuza than her other version did, it made sense. She went on for a few minutes, not coming even close to tagging him, and soon she went at what seemed to be her full speed, her expression straining with effort as she tried and tried again. Naruto tagged her multiple times gently with an open palm, letting her know that she'd been hit. She was excellent as a shinobi, and a few more months of training under him, she'd be far more graceful, far faster, far. Why had Naruto gone into teacher mode again? He snapped out of the thought. He wouldn't be teaching her, not as a potential enemy no matter how much he respected her, and Naruto had to admit that he was probably a pretty good teacher now, considering what he'd done with his 4 protégés. He heard from them that their senseis considered them genius, having never seen genin that good come out of the academy before aside from a few rare cases. Kakashi's team in particular was stacked. Naruto did a sweeping leg kick and Haku was too slow to dodge it. She found herself losing her balance but quickly recovered. Or tried as Naruto grabbed her arm and threw her to the ground with a hip throw. Haku laid there staring at the sky in amazement. "You're much stronger than me, Naruto-san." "It was a myriad of terrible situations that forged me to what I am today," Naruto responded, "but you are very talented. Especially for someone from Wave. Who taught you how to fight like that?" "It was my father," Haku replied, bending the story. "He took me in when I was young and he taught me how to be useful." Naruto shook his head. "People are not defined by being useful or useless. Everyone has some use, whether it be big or small." Haku only gave a small nod, but Naruto had a feeling that she brushed aside his words, so he continued. "Are you happy where you are now?" Haku looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" "With your father, your relationship, your life now," Naruto clarified. "Are you happy?" Haku hesitated and she couldn't answer. I don't know." "Then perhaps you should set aside some time to think about that," Naruto said. He turned to leave, but Haku grabbed his hand. Naruto turned to look at her, raising an eyebrow. "Tonight. Please be careful," Haku said before leaving herself. Was that a warning? Naruto thought. If so, then he had to keep his guard up in case someone tried to attack Tazuna's home. Tsunami didn't do anything other than act the way she did normally when he returned. Naruto didn't mind it, even if the sexual encounter was just a one-off thing. Naruto ate dinner, expressing his gratitude for the food before he went and took a shower. He had set out multiple shadow clones outside to remain vigilant. Nothing was going to happen to Tazuna or the citizens of Wave on his watch. Naruto had also informed Kushina about Haku's warning and she, too, was ready to operate at any time. It was a crucial moment. The bridge was nearly complete, and Naruto had been ready for the second confrontation with Zabuza. It would be necessary, and he let them go the first time so he could potentially get to know Haku, which he did now. Moreover, Naruto wanted to send Zabuza to seek out Mei Tarimi. Perhaps they could work together to overthrow Kiri. Maybe he needed to be involved in that regard as well. Nishu needed to be spread, and the religion he wanted to create in the sage's name was important for the goal he had in mind. Then, a shadow clone of his popped. Naruto turned off the shower and bolted, putting on his clothes and gear in record time. 5 seconds later, he was back at the dining room, where Kushina, Inari, Tazuna and Tsunami were chatting to each other. His frantic appearance startled them. "Someone's attacking the bridge workers' homes," he declared. "My clones are holding them off, but it's better if I go there myself." "Kushina, take care of Tazuna and his family." Kushina only nodded, understanding her duty and trusting her son to handle himself. Over the past year, when he'd destroyed her in a spar time and time again, no matter what fuinjutsu she prepared, it had been both a learning experience for her, as well as it did reassure her that Naruto was going to be fine alone. Sometimes, she'd still worry about him after all. This was one of those times that she wished there was an extra shinobi in their squad to guard the family while she had Naruto's back. He could let shadow clones guard the family, but it was better for a real shinobi to protect the client. Besides, Naruto had the Rinnegan Sage mode and that terrifying Sage of 6 Paths mode he'd shown her one time in a completely chakra-sealed room. The amount he realized was an impossibility for a normal person. Then again, her son was far from normal. It had only lasted less than a second, yet the seals to contain chakra emissions she'd practically put on every inch of the room had evaporated. And Hiruzen had come rushing in a moment later in alarm. It was a memory that reassured her. Naruto was going to be fine. But she'd still have liked to accompany him. She was less of a burden now that she learned Sage mode from her son. Naruto shunshined outside. He had learned a faster method of transportation but had decided to keep it a secret for political reasons. From his memories, his clones were holding up just fine against the leagues of goons that Gato unleashed towards the known bridge builders' homes. Each of his clones, while would pop in one clean hit, were far too fast for a regular non-shinobi thug to deal with. Unless Zabuza had recovered, then it was unlikely that that'll change. It took only a minute for Naruto to reach the village and make sure that all the bridge builders were okay. Most of the villagers had hid in their homes, fearing what all the commotion was about rather than coming outside to check on it. It showed just how beaten down these people were, though many eyes were still peering discreetly from windows and they all could see that a quantity of blonde-haired shinobi, the very same one that gave them food for the past couple of days, were dealing with Gato's thugs en masse. Behind those eyes, a spirit of hope ignited. Naruto, on the other hand, found all of this strange. This clearly was but a fraction of Gato's forces, and it had almost been too easy in dealing with them. Then, his Rinnegan eyes picked up smoke in the distance. Smoke, coming from the bridge. Naruto bolted towards it, his heart dropping, and when he arrived, his worst fears came true. The bridge was on fire. Why was it on fire? This had never happened in his world. Naruto's hands blared, going through hand signs, water style, water wave jutsu. His water jutsu was powerful, and it immediately extinguished the flames. But the damage had already been done. It was as if someone had doused gasoline over the bridge and ignited it, with how quick it burned. Now sections and parts were charred black. The stability of the bridge was in question, and to repair it would take even longer if it was even possible at all. At this rate, Tazuna may even need to start over. Naruto could just use a Doton technique he'd learnt and make an entire bridge out of stone, but this wasn't what the village needed. This bridge that Tazuna built represented the people's will to live, even though it was made from just a few. It needed to be something that Wave had created with their own two hands and not handed to them by some powerful ninja. They needed to see that they could fight for their freedom. They needed to see that they could overthrow the oppression that blanketed them. Naruto could only assist them in their goals, to give it to them like a parent to a spoiled child. But Naruto should have been more vigilant. It was his fault entirely. Even though his clones cannot exist whilst he was unconscious, he should have somehow set a seal which would alert them that the bridge was being attacked, or perhaps he could have used his senses to monitor everything. He'd relied too much on his memories of what happened in his world to predict this outcome. It was a mistake he would not make again. Regardless, he was glad that this was the only thing that had been damaged today, and no one had died. He shunshined back home, cursing to himself. As powerful as he was, Naruto still needed sleep. He was trained to go days without it, but he needed to go to the dream world eventually. Which was why the jutsu he was currently working on was important. He needed to pick up the pace. XXXXXXXXXXX. Tsunami had panicked when Naruto had come out of the bathroom, hair still damp but thankfully still clothed, and told them that the bridge builders were being attacked. Tazuna had gone into shock from the worry he had over his workers. He had been the one to put them in danger after all, with his hiring them to build the bridge. Tsunami hoped that all would be fine and Naruto would handle it. It was when she had this thought that the blonde arrived once more. The builders are all fine. I've made more clones to stay with them for the night. Which means no sleep for me. But Naruto said, before looking at Tazuna apologetically, the bridge. By the time I got there it was on fire. I put it out and made a clone monitor it, but it is still damaged to an extent. I do know how much more work it would take for you to repair it. I was careless. Tazuna shook his head frantically. It's not your fault. As long as the builders are safe, we can rebuild it time and time again. It's not like we are lacking trees. Besides, with your hunting of food for the villagers, we aren't as pushed for time anymore. Naruto sighed in relief and Kushina came over to give him a hug. It's alright, son. You can take the first watch for tonight, but I'll take over it tomorrow morning so you can get some sleep. I can make clones too, Databane, and it's not like I'm lacking in chakra. Naruto smiled and returned the gesture. I can always count on you, Kushina. Then Naruto noticed Tsunami's worried expression. Hey, he said, catching her attention, everything's going to be alright. I assure you. In fact, while Kushina is working, why don't I take over your training as well? I'm actually a pretty decent teacher, Databale. Tsunami gave him a shaky smile but nodded. Naruto and Inari spoke up from the corner of the room, to everyone's surprise. Don't die. Naruto smiled at him, and went over to ruffle his hair. I won't, kiddo. Nothing can put me down. Not even a god. Believe it. The atmosphere lightened at that and Naruto assured them that they could all go to sleep without worry. He'd make sure to wake them up if something went wrong. Tazuna and Inari were the first to head back to sleep and not long after, Kushina kissed him goodnight. The only one that was left was, Tsunami-san? Naruto asked, is something wrong? Tsunami shook her head. I'm just worried. About Gato? Naruto asked. He'll be dealt with soon. I promise. Tsunami smiled at him and, to Naruto's surprise, approached him to envelope him in a hug. Naruto would be lying if he said that he wasn't conscious of the two sizable melons pressing into his torso, but he'd be lying. Regardless, he returned the gesture and gave her the most reassuring hug possible. Have some faith in me, he said to Tsunami's ear. I will not fail. And I am strong. For you, for your family, for the entirety of Wave, I will bring peace to this land. Tsunami nodded into his chest. I believe you. When Kushina woke up and made clones to look over the builders and the bridge, Naruto took some time to sleep. Over the years, he was trained to fully recover after 3 hours of sleep and resume normal functions, although it is still less preferred to the full 7 to 9 hours. It seemed that no matter the miracle qualities of chakra, sleep was as important to shinobis as it was for a regular citizen. Thankfully, he had enough time for roughly 6 hours of sleep, from 6 in the morning and waking up before 12 for lunch. It appeared that only Tsunami had stayed home whilst Kushina escorted Tizuna and Inari to the bridge, with the kid now having the spirit to help out. Well, Tsunami and one Kushina clone. Naruto walked up to the clone and kissed her good morning, much to the clone's surprise and elation. Tsunami blushed at the sight. Send that back to Kushina, would you? I'll take over guarding the house now, Naruto said before popping the still-stunned clone. Further away from the home, the original Kushina jolted on the spot after receiving the memories. Are you alright, Lady Kushina? Tizuna asked from beside her. Kushina smiled before chuckling. It's nothing. Inari grabbed her hand. Say, Kushina-san, why don't we go around the village and show that they have nothing to fear anymore? Kushina smiled at the boy. That sounds like a great idea. Back at Tizuna's house, Tsunami blushed lightly as she tried to ignore what just occurred before her. It was some much affection from who Lady Kushina considered as her son. Did you have a good sleep, Naruto-kun? Tsunami asked. Her use of the familiar suffix warmed him. He nodded. Hi. It's more than enough to get me back on my feet. Tsunami smiled and served him the food she prepared. Naruto chowed down, and once he finished, he thanked her. Are you up for some training? Naruto asked. Tsunami nodded, seeming more resolute in her conviction than the day before. Naruto smiled. I'm going to be teaching you basic taijutsu form as well as working on your chakra control. Even just the ability to effectively channel chakra through your coils to power your punches will set you far and above the average civilian, different weight classes or not. I'm ready, Tsunami said. XXX. Tsunami had gotten the hang of chakra channeling and manipulation to the extent where she was actually able to get that damnable leaf stuck on her head for a few seconds. Though she found it easier than the days before after she received a boost from Naruto. She was now sat in a meditative state after going through all the basic taijutsu forms Kushina had taught her. Though Naruto's style of teaching was different in the way that he actually asked her to punch or kick him with the technique like he was an enemy, she was reluctant at first, but once Naruto showed that he was far above her league, she'd become more comfortable trying to take his head off with each strike. As Naruto took steps to correct her mistakes, they went on for about an hour before she became exhausted, though surprised she was able to last that long. That boost from Naruto had indeed done wonders to her. Speaking of which, Naruto-kun, Tsunami addressed tentatively. Does your seed still empower people if you aren't in your lustful state? Naruto blushed at the question and coughed. I'm not sure actually. Mo Kushina only helps me when I need it. Tsunami gulped, but she nodded resolutely. Do you want to find out? Naruto's jaw hung open as he processed what she'd just said. Why you mean? Tsunami nodded. Why? Naruto asked. After the incident last night, I realized that I may have not been treating these training sessions with the respect and urgency it deserves. I could only imagine that my reservation in doing whatever I can to get stronger would be the deciding factor for the death of my family. I will not allow it, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to accelerate my growth. Tsunami's eyes had a determination in them that was impossible to extinguish. Tsunami-san, Naruto responded. This was never meant to coerce or force you into doing something you don't want to. You're progressing just fine, and I told you to trust me with the safety of your family. I will never let anything happen to them. Tsunami's slightly nervous gaze had somehow diminished at that as she gave him a warm smile. I know, Naruto-kun, but it does no harm for me to maximize my strength anyways just in case it is needed. Besides, I've come to know you as a good trustworthy man. A man who I do not mind pleasing even if it's just for strength. Naruto gulped as Tsunami approached him. Shall we get started? Tsunami asked. Right now? Naruto asked. It was around 2 in the afternoon, and they were still in the middle of the forest. Naruto activated his senses for a moment to check whether there was anyone in the vicinity. He had summoned a few clones to check over Kushina and the bridge workers after he had lunch, so if anything went wrong, then he'd know. So as of right now, he was available. I don't know if my seed will give you chakra the way I am now, Naruto said, so I cannot guarantee anything. Tsunami stopped when she was right up to him, and a small smile adorned her face. I'll take my chances of finding out. Then Naruto watched as she slowly lowered herself to a kneeling position to put her face right in line with his cock. Naruto adjusted his size so it was the same as what Tsunami saw last time under his pants. Tsunami began to use her deft fingers to unbutton his trousers and unzip his pants, pulling them downwards. Soon it pulled at Naruto's legs and he was left in just his underwear and a quickly stiffening cock. Tsunami's expression had remained the same throughout all of this, as if this was just purely business and nothing personal. She started massaging his cock through his underwear, encouraging it and guiding it to full mast. When it was as stiff as it could be, she finally unleashed it by pulling down his underwear all the way. His adjusted 8.5 sprang free, smacking against Tsunami's chin, and she backed up in surprise. Goodness, I'm still unused to how big you are, Naruto-kun, Tsunami commented. Naruto gave an embarrassed chuckle. It normally gets even bigger, but I think this'll do better for normal purposes. Tsunami gave him a stern look. Remember, Naruto-kun, this is just for strength. It won't mean anything other than a platonic act of pleasure, yes? Naruto nodded. Sure thing, Tsunami-chan. His use of a familiar suffix didn't go unnoticed by her, but she decided to let it slide. She started placing her hands on his massive rod, once again the ring on her ring finger reminding her just how wrong this was, but she steeled herself for her family. She justified to herself that this was what she had to do for them. To be strong, to be. A small seed of doubt wormed its way into her heart, saying that she wasn't doing this for them, she was doing this for herself. She did it because she was lonely, because she was. No. She couldn't think this way. She began moving her hands up and down his rod, his pre-cum already soaking it in anticipation. Naruto could tell that Tsunami's heart wasn't in the sensual act of the handjob. Naruto normally didn't like to use his empath abilities due to privacy reasons, but he needed to make sure that Tsunami was feeling alright. He sensed her, and she felt guilt, anger, shame, lustful, excited, happy, and desire. That last one almost overpowered the others. It was normal, Naruto supposed, when even though Kaiza was dead, Tsunami was nothing but a loyal wife. Now she was giving someone else a decade younger than her a handjob. Yet Naruto knew that she liked it deep inside. He could feel it, so he was okay in letting her continue. Tsunami-chan, he said, getting her attention. You're the prettiest civilian I've ever seen. Tsunami blushed a bit before looking away, pumping him harder to try and distract him. No, Naruto said, don't look away. I love your eyes. And Naruto-kun, Tsunami stammered, this is not personal. I know, Naruto responded, but it won't hurt to make it the most enjoyable it can be, right? Tsunami shuddered as she nodded. Alright. She locked eyes with him, or where she thought it was underneath the blindfold, shame and doubt losing itself after seeing the affection Naruto had for her. This woman. She was strong. She had taken care of her family and put it above herself. She was loyal, kind, caring, and incredibly gorgeous inside and out. You're a wonderful woman, Tsunami, Naruto complimented. Any man would kill to have you as their wife. Tsunami only blushed harder, but she kept going, pumping even faster and faster. She was getting excited, Naruto knew, from the sense she gave off. She was wet and getting hornier and hornier by the second. Naruto caressed her head, combing her hair through his fingers. Slowly but surely, he began to encourage her face to go closer and closer and closer. Then, bliss. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.